Okay, good morning and welcome. Just before I say all the bits and bobs I need to say at the start of the meeting, just to say this meeting today has a number of major items in it. This information is mostly for councillors, members of this committee, which means the meeting may be quite long. And I'm advising you to keep your comments succinct. Let's get through the business of the day as efficiently as possible, so that we don't need to stay here all day, and also that we don't need to carry over items to a future meeting of this committee. This is because of the general election. Just so everyone knows, we had the minor items before the general election, the major items after, so that there wasn't any politicking happening about, people coming to speak from political parties. This is a non-political meeting. It's a quasi-judicial meeting of the Planning Committee of Cambridge City Council. Right, let's do the stuff then. So good morning, everyone. My name is Councillor Smart. I am the chair of this committee. I'd like to welcome you all to Cambridge City Council's Planning Committee meeting taking place at 10:15 on the 24th of July. Other members of this committee I'll let introduce themselves, from Councillor Bennett first.
Councillor Naomi Bennett, Abbey Ward.
Councillor Nigel Lookmatova, Trumpington.
Councillor Katie Thornborough, Petersfield Ward.
Councillor Mike Todd-Jones, Arby Ward.
Thank you, councillors. And I should have said at the start, welcome to Councillor Todd-Jones, who has joined the committee today, who has a lot of experience in planning, and he's taken over from Sam Carling, who's now an MP and doesn't have quite so much time to do this. So carrying on, so the officers permanent at the table are Delivery Manager Toby Williams on my right, Legal Advisor Keith Barber, Committee Manager James Goddard on the left, and Meeting Producer Chris Connor. Other officers and public... Stopped, isn't it? Oh, it's working again. Other officers and public speakers will join us throughout the course of the meeting, and I will introduce them at the start of relevant agenda items. Excuse me. Housekeeping. Copies of the agenda can be found on the seats to the right of the dais. That's where I'm sitting now, and that's over there. Copies are also available on the City Council's website under committee meetings, minutes and agendas. Please try and refer to specific page numbers within the agenda if you're referring to a specific paragraph or plan. And also for people like me that are online, good to give the item number as well. Can I remind all of those present of the importance of using the microphones at all times when speaking? Please speak close to and clearly into the microphone. Please ensure you're switched off or silenced any other devices you have so that they do not interrupt proceedings. When you are invited to address the meeting, please make sure your microphone is switched on. When you finish addressing the meeting, please turn off your microphone immediately. Speak slowly and clearly, and please do not talk over or interrupt anyone. If anyone has any problems hearing me throughout the meeting, please alert me by waving their hands or advising a council officer. We aim to take a 45-minute lunch break between noon and 2 p.m. Please can those present in the council chamber note that everything on your desk, including your laptop screen, is likely to be broadcast at some point. The camera follows the microphone being switched on, so councillors and officers are requested to wait a couple of seconds before speaking to allow the camera to catch up. Please raise your hand if you wish to speak. Please can those participating in the meeting via the live stream indicate that you wish to speak via the chat column or raised hand option. Please do not use the chat column for any other purpose. The meeting chat is neither confidential nor private and can be subject to an FOI or DPA requests. That's Freedom of Information or Data Protection Act requests. Make sure that your device is fully charged and that you switch your microphone off unless you're invited to speak. Please use the headset if available when speaking and hold the microphone close to your mouth. Could public speakers turn their cameras off until we come to the application we have registered you to speak about? If a report officer drops out from the committee due to poor broadband signal, the senior officer present will take over their presentation and report and respond to questions. The process for each planning application will be the case officer will give a brief introduction to his or her report. Registered public speakers will be invited to have their say. There will be 3 minutes for those speaking in support and 3 minutes for those speaking against, unless I've advised otherwise. The committee manager will ring a bell when you have 30 seconds remaining. Once public speakers have addressed the committee, their speaking time is over. Public speakers are unable to join in with the councillor debate. The committee will then discuss and debate the item and may ask questions of the case officer. At the end of the deliberation, I will ask members to vote on the officer's recommendation by a show of hands. The council has a convention for major planning applications known as the Adjourned Decision Protocol, where there is a majority resolution that is minded to make a decision contrary to the officer recommendation. The decision to determine the application will then be adjourned, and the officers will prepare a further report which will come back to a future meeting of this committee. Only those present in the chamber can vote or propose or second recommendations. For the comfort of councillors, officers and the public, I may choose to call short breaks during the proceedings. If councillors or officers require a break at any point, please indicate to me and I will halt proceedings at the next convenient opportunity. So moving on to agenda item 3. Could councillors please declare, hang on, I missed something, haven't I? So apologies first. So apologies, Councillor Bajan is away, I know. Councillor Dryden looks like not here. Gilderdale and Porrer as well, yes. So we have 5 members of committee here today. To be quorate, we need 3, so we're perfectly able to make decisions. And just for members of the public, we're in the middle of holiday season, people are on holiday, so it's understandable that some members of the committee aren't here. So, as I say, agenda item 3, please could councillors declare if they have any declarations of interest and also identify which application their declaration relates to. Councillor Thornborough.
3 applications are within Petersfield, which is item 7, ARU campus, item 8, Clarendon House, and item 10, Sturton Street. And the ARU campus, I haven't spoken to any of the residents about that at all. Clarendon House, I have been to the roads nearby to look at a transport issue, but not on Clarendon Street, it was on Shaftesbury Avenue. And Sturton Street trees, the previous applications that came in were to modify the trees, and I actually stood down and represented the residents. But this application is very different, and I intend to stay and be part of the discussion and voting, and I'm not predetermined on the outcome of that application.
Thank you for that, Councillor. Very clear. Any others? Yes, Councillor Lochmatova.
Thank you, Chair. I've got 2 interests to declare. So on agenda item 7, I worked for the architectural practice who made this application. It was 10 years ago, and I still maintain friendships with them, and I would like to stay away from the discussion and voting on this item. On item number 8, my engineering practice, Max Fordham, worked with the architectural practice, Eliza Morrison, but I haven't been either part of those projects, and I haven't discussed details of of the current application for Clarendon House with any of the design team or anyone indeed. So my discretion is unfettered. So I'm intending to participate in the discussion and vote on it.
Thank you, Councillor. So just to be clear, it's best if for item 7 you sit on a seat behind the councillors or around the back row for that item. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bennett.
Application items 7 and 10 fall very close to my ward. However, my discretion is unfettered, and I intend to participate in the debate and vote on these items.
Thanks, Councillor. Right, okay. So moving on then, so agenda item 4, minutes of the 11th of June meeting have been submitted for approval. Can I sign those as a true record? Yes, Ian nods. Okay, will do. Thank you. Have you got those, James? Okay, well, I'll sign those later. I haven't signed them at the moment, but I'll sign them in a break in the meeting. So agenda item 5 is the first planning item of the day, the Westbrook Centre. There are speakers on this item. Alice is going to present it. So I just want, so unusually, we haven't quite bottomed out the number of speakers on this. I've got my list, but I just want to check they're all here. Oh, Councillor Thornberry, yeah.
Sorry, Chair, may I move the screen round so that we can see it better?
I'll get officers to do that, Councillor. So just while that's happening, can I confirm, can you let me know if any of these people are, the other way is better to say when you're here, isn't it? So do we have Hannah, Nick, Josh, Erin, Sebastian and Finn? Are they all here? Yes, 6 people. So that's the list, isn't it? Not, so there's more as well. So there's, that's the objectors. And then also, I presume that Olivia and Tim are here from the applicant side. Yes, yeah, okay. So just want to confirm, because it's the number of minutes you get to speak is quite important. So Hannah, you're here? Online? Online, okay, got a Hannah. Nick, Flynn? Online as well? Online, right. Josh Grantham? Is it in the room? Yeah, hi, good morning. Erin Hopley, yes, hi Erin, good. Sebastian? Written statement, okay, not here. And then Finn Stevenson, so that's a statement as well. So they're all here. So originally I increased the speaking time to 9 minutes. I've now increased it to 12 minutes. The agent and applicant team have been told that as well. That's unusual to happen on the day, but we have a lot of people that want to speak. It's important for local democracy that people that want to speak are enabled to do so. But to get through this in 12 minutes, I'm hoping that you can all speak for about 2 minutes each. We'll go through the list and hope for the best on that. But if you go past 2 minutes, what we'll do is we'll set the clock for 12. If you go past 2 minutes, I'll just let you know you're just going past, and then if someone else speaks for less time, that's great. But otherwise, we'll have to muddle through as best we can and hopefully give the same time to the applicant and agent team. So the first up. Oh, yeah. Hannah, do you want to say something, or is that a legacy hand? You're online, Hannah Critchlow?
Yes, I'd like to say something, please.
You're going to speak, or you just want to ask a question?
Can I speak, please?
Yeah, okay, in a minute. You're not on the list first, so hold on. Oh, you are. Sorry, I apologise. You are. So it's 12 minutes, everyone. I think who's online? We've got Hannah, Nick is online. It's Josh in the room, isn't he? So Josh, if you want to come to the public speaker thingy in front there, it's just that one at the back there, just there. Then you're all ready to go. And Dr. Erin Hopley, maybe you want to sort of come and place yourself maybe next to that person there so you can take over. It will stop the clock anyway between speakers, it's okay, but it just helps for efficiency, that sort of thing. Is that okay, Chris? Okay, great.
Ready?
Yeah, hang on. So Hannah Critchlow is first. So turn your microphone off a minute. I've got a full list here. My list is. I completely forgot the case officer goes first. And it's been a funny old morning getting this whole thing going. I'm sorry, everyone. I apologise. I have done it before for about 10 years. Anyway, so Alice. Sorry, speakers, you get to speak after the case officer. So Alice is going to present the item. Alice.
Thank you, Chair. Right, so the application is for the Westbrook Centre, for the demolition of existing buildings, retention and reuse of part of the Undercroft car parking structure, erection of employment floor space, which includes cafe, and alterations to the site layout, including revised car and cycle parking, new drainage, associated hard and soft landscaping with play area,
and associated accesses and infrastructure. So just two things to note. There is a figure quoted inaccurately in the committee report. In paragraph 9.94, it states that there is a reduction in car parking by 98 spaces. This is actually 95, so apologies, but that is also clarified in the presentation further along. There's also the Environmental Health Officer, the Highway Authority, Urban Design Officer and Conservation Officer on the call to assist on specific questions that members may have regarding the proposal. So the site is located west of Milton Road, access via Westbrook Drive. The site comprises 2 hectares of employment brownfield land containing 4 three-storey 1980s office blocks with undercroft car parking. The existing buildings are encircled by Westbrook Drive, which serves as the sole access to Lily-White Drive residential development over here. So this is Lily-White Drive, this is the access here. And here are some photos of the existing building. You'll see that it's 3-storey plus the undercroft. This is the southern access service road, which encircles the building. That should be familiar. That's the most visible part of the site, and when looking from Milton Road down Westbrook Drive, about here. So the site falls within Mitcham's Corner Opportunity Area and adjacent to Mitcham's Corner District Centre. The Castle and Victoria Road Conservation Area skirts the southern boundary of the site, so can be seen within and forms part of the setting of the conservation area. The most notable views from the conservation area are from Corona Road, just down here, and from Victoria Road here across the Victoria Homes site. The Victoria Homes Arms Houses, just here, are noticed as important to the character and appearance of the conservation area, and the site is designated as a private amenity open space. There also are mature trees which are not protected along the southern boundary, the northern boundary, and the northeastern boundaries. So the proposal seeks planning permission for the demolition of the existing buildings, retention and reuse of the Undercroft car parking structure, and erection of life sciences campus and cafe, with alterations to the layout, which include creating a play area, outdoor working areas and associated other works. The proposed development would provide...
Just hold on a minute, Alice. I think someone needs to mute. Maybe yeah, online. I think somebody online isn't muted, so we're getting sort of sounds from you. If you could mute, please. Thanks. Alice, carry on.
The proposed development would provide approximately 34,200 square metres of gross internal area, excluding the Undercroft car parking areas, for R&D life science uses, which is projected to deliver over 1,000 full-time jobs. The development comprises 3 buildings, building 1, building 2, building 3, connected via a platform, which is a ground floor extension above the retained Undercroft. Within the ground floor platform, there is a communal reception area and communal cafe, which will be publicly accessible with a spill-out area to the front along the terrace. Surrounding the buildings, the public realm will be re-landscaped into 4 character gardens, which includes a play area, which is located here, outdoor working areas scattered through the site, but also focused down here, and active leisure areas throughout the site. This is the ground floor plan, which shows the publicly accessible reception and cafe, which spills out onto the the terrace. Along the terrace, there are steps to access because there's level changes, and also a ramp up here with regular stopping places to linger, but also stop along the way to the reception. This is the proposed roof plan, which shows that the built form is staggered and stepped away from boundaries. So this just shows where the different areas of public realm are. So we've got a play area here, which I've already highlighted, a linear garden, outdoor working areas scattered through the site, and a meadow rain garden here. So in terms of access, there's vehicular access to Lillywhite Drive, which will be maintained for Lillywhite Drive residents and upgraded as part of the development. The car parking and cycle parking will be retained in the Undercroft level, with cars being diverted to the south here. So this is in orange, cars will be diverted here. And cycle parking is the dotted green line, which will be peeled off around to the north of the building, accessed via a gentle ramp. The proposal provides 192 car parking spaces, including 88 electric vehicle spaces, which is a net reduction of 95 spaces compared to the existing, and 864 cycle parking spaces, which is a net increase of 814 spaces. There is also visitor cycle parking located at the entrance of the building, an electric scooter place here with a drop-off place at the front. So this is the proposed eastern elevation, which faces towards Milton Road. This is the platform reception area with steps up, which adjoins the three buildings. You'll see that there are several setbacks in the design to minimise the perceived and actual scale of the building. This is the northern elevation. Again, lots of terracing and step backs, particularly in sensitive locations such as adjacent to residential dwellings. This is the western elevation, which sits almost parallel to Fellows and Emmanuel House in the Lillywhite Drive development. Again, step backs and terracing here. And then the southern elevation, which is towards Victoria Road, which again is a sensitive viewpoint, given that it forms the setting of the conservation area, and again has been stepped in form. So all the buildings, as I've said, have setbacks and terracing to minimise the visual impact of their height and massing and integrate the development into the surrounding context. Scale is considered conceptually appropriate here. The development is considered high quality design, using quality materials and architectural features to add interest and variation. The proposal is considered a cyclist friendly environment, which also enhances the landscape quality and public realm for users of the site. The landscape design is complex and designed to work hard to facilitate multiple uses, such as outdoor working, areas of play and leisure, and enhance connectivity, while also softening the appearance of and creating connections to the built form. Details of the plant screen, which is visible on screen here, this bit here, will be secured via condition to ensure that it is designed to minimise its appearance. In terms of the impact on the conservation area, the development has been designed to step down towards the conservation area boundary and have a layered appearance to minimise its impact. Given the existing building detracts from the conservation area from the viewpoints from Victoria Road and Corona Road, The proposal, given its layered design, would not have an adverse impact on the conservation area. Overall, officers considered that the proposal would contribute positively to its surroundings and complying with policy. The applicant team have provided a video.
Hang on a minute, Alice, we've lost the screens.
No, it's a video.
Oh, okay, sorry.
So the applicant team have provided a fly-through video of the model of the development, which hopefully will give members a good overview alongside what I will be and what I have already said. So just bear with me whilst it loads. So this just shows the Westbrook Centre in the context of the city. So this is going down Westbrook Drive from Milton Road. You'll see that the reception area here with the steps and platforms leading up to the cafe and reception, connecting the three buildings. This is going into reception. There's a feature rain garden. This is going to go down to the Undercroft level, where there is cycle parking and car parking. Cycle parking being closest to this rain garden. And this opens up to the communal cafe, out onto the terrace. Now we're going to go further north. You'll see that there is a cycle entrance down there and the games area in the northern corner. This is the access that Lillywhite Drive residents would use. It's going to be a shared surface. So this is the northern corner of the site, going round towards Emmanuel and Fellows' house. It's the EV charging area. So this is the western part of the site. And just to note as well, these cycle parking spaces won't look like that. We've secured a condition for details, because obviously those aren't secure. Outdoor working areas. This is Student Castle development, adjacent to Corona Road. And that's the end of the video, I think. So key considerations, one of which is connectivity. The access through the site to Lillywhite Drive and around the site would be maintained, and the proposed landscape layout includes pathways up to the red line boundary to connect to Lillywhite Drive to the southwest, Corona Road and Gilbert Road, as the applicant is open to providing these pedestrian and cycle links. There is a strong policy support for delivering these links from Mitcham's Corner SPD and policy 80 and 81 of the local plan. There have been strong views both for and against providing pedestrian and cycle links to Corona Road, with those for the links mainly focusing on reduced journey times, creating a better connected area, and those against mainly focusing on highway safety and personal safety issues, as discussed at the Development Control Forum, which I think some of the members today were at. The Council has considered these views and considers that there is a policy basis for requiring the delivery of the links to Corona Road, Gilbert Road and Lily-White Drive. The Highway Authority and planning officers consider that the links can be planned in a safe way to minimise conflict and provide a safe avenue through to address the concerns raised at DCF. So taking the links in turn, this is Corona Road here, and Corona Road is highway land, so the link will be secured via Section 106 obligation, which requires the applicant to submit the layout, funding and maintenance of the link. Permissive paths will be secured through the site, through the agreement with the applicant. Lily-White Drive is third-party land, but is paved almost up to the boundary with the application site. Pedestrian paths within the site go up to the red line boundary, and an obligation will secure the layout, funding and maintenance of this link too. In terms of Gilbert Road is also third-party land. You have to go through the Fellows Hotel site to get to Gilbert Road. All of this is third-party land, but the application has been designed to enable a link to come forward in the future. In terms of the third-party land, the owner has not been forthcoming, and so the obligation is for the council to continue exploration of delivering this link. And when third-party agreement is secured, it will bring forward the link with the money secured from the applicant for Westbrook Centre. The applicant will then submit details of layout and funding, etc. Officers consider that subject to conditions Section 106 mitigation, which includes the delivery of a link through to Corona Road, Lily-White Drive, and continued exploration of the link to Gilbert Road. The proposal accords with the objectives of Policy 80 and 81 of the local plan and is compliant with the NPPF. In terms of amenity, in terms of daylight impacts, while all habitable rooms adjacent to the site would meet BRE daylight and sunlight guidance for vertical sky component, the daylight distribution of certain rooms would be affected by the development. There would be minor harm to a bedroom within Manuel House, which one of the two windows serving this room would receive less light, and the daylight distribution would be less. This would mean that the room would appear gloomier, and there would be more areas of the room which would not have, would not be able to see the sky. It is considered that this is minor harm, however, because of the room context, its constraints with the inset balcony, which restricts some of the light anyway, and the other spaces not being significantly affected within the flat or other communal spaces within Emmanuel House. Therefore, it's not significantly harmful to refuse solely on this ground, particularly as BRE guidance states that the guidance should be applied flexibly. Yet there are two living, kitchen, dining rooms in Fellows House which would have improved daylight distribution, meaning that the rooms would appear more light and airy. In terms of direct sunlight, this would be BRE compliant, so sunlight is not significantly affected by the development. All other aspects of amenity have been considered in detail in the officer report, and officers considered these matters are acceptable. So sustainability has been a key development objective for the proposed development. Early on in the design of the proposal, the applicant team analysed a number of scenarios related to embodied carbon to ascertain the development approach. For example, exploring new build options, partial retention and complete retention and refurb. It was concluded that the most beneficial way to develop the site was to retain the substructure undercroft slab footprint in relation to embodied carbon. Beyond this, the proposal incorporates a significant number of sustainability measures, such as the use of renewables to go fossil fuel free, passive design measures to minimise energy use of recycled materials and reuse of the slab and footprint to reduce embodied carbon, landscape enhancements to reduce the urban heat island effect, drought-resistant landscape, rain gardens and attenuation to reduce water demands to 39% below the existing water usage. This results in the development comfortably achieving BRE excellence and an embodied carbon score of LETI Band B. These are significant sustainability benefits of the proposal, and several conditions are proposed to ensure the sustainability measures proposed are materialised. So officers have identified that there is minor harm in terms of the loss of light to a habitable room in Emmanuel House, but this has also resulted in identification of 2 rooms that would see improvements. When weighing the proposed development in the planning balance, officers considered that there are significant public benefits of the scheme which outweigh this minor harm to amenity, meaning that the development as a whole is acceptable. And these public benefits are on screen now, which include boosting the supply of much needed office and R&D lab space in a highly sustainable location, creating over 1,000 jobs, an output in GVA terms of an estimated £113 million per annum, high quality architectural design, public realm improvements including a new public play area and games area, improving the outlook and daylight levels to some habitable rooms within Emmanuel House, EV charging which can be used by the community in off-peak hours, social outreach programmes, no harm to character and appearance of the conservation area, delivering a modal shift to more sustainable and active transport modes, delivering high quality cycle parking which is designed for the user in mind, BRE excellence, reducing water consumption compared to the existing in the context of water insecurity, and exceeding mandatory biodiversity net gain. So officers consider that these significant public benefits outweigh the loss of light impact already stated. Officers consider that the proposal would result in a high quality development which would have a positive social, economic and environmental impact overall. Therefore, officers recommend that the Planning Committee approve the development subject to conditions and Section 106 obligations, which are here. We have requested obligations for transport improvements on Mitcham's Corner and Milton Road, contributions to future car parking restrictions, the links which I've gone into previously in the presentation, construction, occupation, employment skills plans, community access agreements, and £100,000 towards the provision of and improvements to enhancement of off-site infrastructure facilities at Jesus Green, which includes open space facilities and the pavilion. Thank you, Chair.
Right, thanks so much, Hannah. So speakers now. So first up is Hannah. Online.
Hello, hopefully.
Is you-
Hopefully.
Hang on, Hannah. Do you want to stop sharing your screen then, please, for the time being, please, Alice? Right, good morning, Hannah. So we've got 12 minutes in total for objectors. If you could do about 2 minutes or so, that would be good. I'll let you know when 2 minutes are up, when you're ready.
Thank you. So I'm Dr. Hannah Critchlow. I've got a PhD and an honorary doctorate in neuroscience and science communication. I'm based at Cambridge University. I'm owner of 25 Emmanuel House, Lillywhite Drive, and I live there with my son Max. We strongly object to the planning application, and the majority of the neighbours that I've spoken to feel the same. Firstly, the proposed height and massing are unacceptable for Lillywhite Drive, with the bulk of the new build pivoted to our area. The developer's figures, which are visible in the drawings only in downloaded PDF form, show that the new building 3 is 41% higher than the existing building to be demolished and 45.5% higher than Fellows House. Residents of Fellows House and Emmanuel House will be impacted by the reduction in sunlight and outlook. The report seems to discount the need for light for windows under balconies. The daylight and sunlight report that they've written themselves and submitted demonstrate that of 59 windows assessed in Emmanuel House, 10 would not meet the default BRE VSC numerical guidance, and in Fellows House, 11 would not meet the guidance. See page 12 of the daylight and sunlight report. The report states 8.7, page 14, they provide student accommodation, and as such, given the transitory pattern of use, it is questionable whether the daylight effects on them should be given as much weight as those to permanent residences. This is important. It's not mainly students living there, it's social housing tenants with their young families. The proposed height means that the new building does not comply with the recently published City Council draft design code, which states, with reference to West Chesterton, heights must retain the low to mid-rise character of the area in which the buildings range from 2 up to 6 stories. Must have justification for any increase in height, scale or form. The significant increase proposed building is not low to mid-rise. We also have severe concerns over the laboratory air vents and air system for the new building being moved to the top of the building. Noise and air quality readings need to be taken from the balconies on the top floor of both Lillywhite Drive residential apartment complexes to a certain existing levels, and the planning body need to ensure levels of the new development will not go above these baseline readings. The proposed project will also take many years and cause significant...
Hannah. You want to finish off what you're saying, if you can.
Thank you. The proposed project will take many years and cause significant disruption to residents. The current construction hours are antisocial. They should be reduced to 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. with no work at the weekends. What provision there is, and I'm also wondering what provision there is to ensure residents of Lillywhite can safely transit through Westbrook to get to their homes and schools and jobs safely. What provision is there to ensure emergency services can quickly access Lillywhite Drive 24/7?
Okay, thanks very much, Hannah. Thank you. So you can stay and listen if you wish to the rest of the debate. You could turn your camera off if you wish, though. So next up is Nick. Hi, good morning, Nick. So again, if you can stick to about 2 minutes, that'd be good. When you're ready.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. So my name's Nick. I'm a resident on Lillywhite Drive. So as submitted, this planning application does not comply with policies 5, 22 or 80 of the Cambridge Local Plan or policy 8010 of the Cambridgeshire Active Travel Strategy, because it fails to deliver walking and cycling links from the development to Corona Road, Lillywhite Drive and Gilbert Road that are included within the Mitcham's Corner development framework. As discussed at the Development Control Forum, these links would improve the local walking and cycling network, enabling more direct and safer walking and cycling routes, particularly to nearby schools, and they have strong support with over 400 signatures in a petition in their favour. We understand that some neighbours are apprehensive.
So hold on a minute, Nick, just hold on a minute, please. Someone shouted out then, I'd like to just listen to what speakers have to say, not people in the audience. If you continue to speak over the speakers, you'll have to be removed from the chamber. This is not a theatre, it's a quasi-judicial planning committee meeting. We need to listen to the evidence and make a decision based on evidence, not on people shouting out. Thank you very much. Sorry, Nick, if you carry on.
Yeah, thank you. So we understand that some neighbours are apprehensive, but similar connections are incredibly common in Cambridge, and they're very popular once their benefits become appreciated and the worst fears of objectors not realised. If councillors are minded to approve this application, then we ask them to ensure that these connections are secured by condition and S1 and 6 agreement as recommended by the planning officer. The council previously had an S106 agreement for the Fellows House Apart Hotel to provide the connection between Gilbert Road and the Westbrook Centre. However, unfortunately, this agreement was amended by the council, which appears to have jeopardised this link, as we heard, the Fellows House are no longer cooperating. Please do not let down the local community again. As well as delivering links to Corona Road and Lillywhite Drive, we also asked for the City and County Council to set out a clear strategy to deliver the link to Gilbert Road. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Nick. So next speaker is Josh in the room. Yes, hello, Josh. So in order for you to speak, you need to press, you've done it already, right? It's lit up, so 2 minutes if possible.
Thanks. I'm Josh Crantham. I'm speaking on behalf of CamCycle today. We're kind of neither for nor against, but I'm in this section. CamCycle welcomes the recommendation by the planning officers to increase the site's permeability by securing all 3 connections onto neighbouring streets through the Section 106 agreement. These links have been long identified in the local plan and would improve walking and cycling network, enabling more people of all ages and abilities to choose to travel actively for local journeys. However, we are concerned at the commitment of local authorities to deliver these connections, particularly Gilbert Road, in a timely manner, particularly given the County Council's previous amendment to the Section 106 agreement for the Fellows House Apartel. The items on page 39 of this paper for this application do not provide reassurances that this path is a priority and that local people will not be waiting for many years before it is delivered. Both the City and County Councils must commit to provide the walking and cycling links as quickly as possible. We must build on the strong words in these papers to create a clear plan of actions. Discussions must recommence with the Fellows House as soon as possible, and we believe that a greater financial pot must be assigned within the Section 106 contribution to help facilitate that connection. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good. So next up's Erin. About 2 minutes, Erin, although I think we're running ahead of time at the moment, so you could take a bit longer if you absolutely need to.
So hi, my name's Erin. I'm an intensive care doctor. I work at Addenbrooke's. Thank you very much for letting me speak today. I'll be speaking mostly about the cut-throughs, not the other cut-throughs, just the cut-through on Corona Road. I'm one of the Corona Road residents. Much of the discussion centres around the Mitcham's Corner SPD and related planning policies, which highlight the needs for improved pedestrian and cycle access. Yes, I agree. However, implementing the cut-through element on Corona Road in isolation, while ignoring the other SPD recommendations, such as pedestrianising and making the gyratory safe, in my opinion, is absolutely unsafe and does little to improve safe access. Despite known and documented issues with the gyratory, the planning officer's report continues to assert that the cut-through can be implemented safely, yet no detailed documentation or analysis has been provided to support this claim. This is despite an ongoing one-year debate about this issue. There are detailed reports on every other element of this project, from landscaping to irrigation, yet no decent detail and no safety analysis regarding this cut-through, or even what it will look like or how it will work, has been provided. Moving on, we are frustrated, as we have been repeatedly told, that all other Lillywhites and surrounding residents want the cut-through, and that this was a major reason for it being reintroduced. We have not been shown any evidence to support this, and so we took it upon ourselves to survey this. Yesterday, we spent hours asking local residents if they wanted this cut-through on Corona Road or not. Of the 73 Lillywhite residents we spoke to, 54 signed to say that they did not want this cut-through. 13 remained neutral, and only 6 supported this. If we take this as a sample of local residential opinion, it strongly suggests that the cut-through is not wanted, and that other petitions which show to favour this do not reflect local sentiment. If we add these 54 signatures to the signatures from Corona Road, Victoria Road, and other surrounding roads, we take the total up to 110 local residents who do not want this cut-through on Corona Road. This includes the Board of Victoria Homes and multiple households with children who go to school in the local area who feel that this cut-through in particular will not change or improve their routes to school. This also includes the managers of Corona House, which is a shelter for vulnerable abused women on our road. While speaking to residents, I've been asked to repeatedly flag 3 issues. 1, the objection to how the Designing Out Crime Officer's statement has been misrepresented in the report. They said the cut-through was not safe and did not support it. The fact that this cut-through has suddenly reappeared after it was dropped by developers after local consultation, which showed strong united objection. There has not been adequate, if any, communication with local residents about reintroducing this in the report today. The hindering building. In the report prepared for the day, it repeatedly claims that this can be offset by the dense green margin between the site and residents. I'm not sure if the developers would reconsider reinforcing this early to limit the building impact. However, in its current form, this simply does not exist, and this reassurance is incredibly misleading.
If you could bring your comments to a conclusion soon, then please, Erin.
In conclusion, I speak on behalf of the 110 local residents now when I kindly ask the council to reconsider this plan and ask if the cut-through on Corona Road could at least be treated as a separate issue from the development to ensure that it does not distract from other important planning issues, but more importantly, it receives the detailed focus and attention it requires. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Erin. So 2 more objectors there have statements to be read out, so James will read them out when you're ready, James. The first one is Sebastian Patterson.
Statement from Mr. Passon. As the solar glare report shows, the height and proximity of building 1 leads to a significant reduction in afternoon and evening sunlight for residents of properties south of Westbrook Drive. There appears to be asbestos in both the structure of the buildings to be demolished as well as in the made ground on the site. The asbestos risk assessment should be made public. Additionally, the monitoring of these kinds of risk is too reliant on in-house ERIF processes and judgment through the HSEQ team. Independent monitoring agencies should be used instead. We further oppose the plan as it lacks new access points. New access routes should allow showing of the increased traffic rather than the burden solely and unjustly borne by the residents of Westbrook Drive. New access points are needed to bring the development in line with policies 5, 22 and 80 of the Cambridge Local Plan 2018. Statement ends.
Thank you, James. And finally, the last objector is Finn Stevenson. Again, a statement to be read out, slightly longer statement. And I think we're going to fit it in time. Okay, good. When you're ready, James.
Statement from Finn Stevenson. Thank you for reading statement in my absence. I want to highlight key questions that have been repeatedly asked of planning officers and the applicant during the process with regards to Corona Road cut-through, but where no answers have been provided. Without addressing these questions, it is impossible to see how the process around the cut-through decision can have been appropriate, balanced or transparent. Point 1, section 9.78 of the planning officer reports. The highway authority and planning officers consider that the cut-through can be made in a safe way. We have scoured all the proposal documentation on the portal, and within thousands of pages, there is not a single document outlining the proposed safe implementation of a cut-through. Supporters of a cut-through have asserted it would shorten cycling journeys from Lillywhite Drive to Cambridge Centre and south. However, this is only true if cyclists go against the one-way traffic on the gyratory or cycle on the pavement. If cyclists travel correctly around the gyratory, then this route is actually longer than the current distance with no cut-through. Clearly, this cut-through would therefore encourage cyclists to use the gyratory in an incorrect and dangerous manner. This issue has now been raised with planning officers and councillors on multiple occasions over the last 12 months, but we have not received an answer on how dangerous risks will be mitigated. We would like to understand if the Highway Authority and planning officers have appropriately evaluated the cut-through implementation and associated risks. Why does this appear to be the only element of the proposal where no planning documentation has been released in the public domain? We ask that their analysis be made public for transparent review before any decisions are made. Why has this documentation been withheld? If no such analysis or documentation exists, then on what basis are the authority and planning officers assessing that the cut-through can be safely implemented? Have they actually evaluated it? This topic is particularly important as the planning officers are suggesting there is Cambridge Local Plan policy basis for including the cut-through in the development. However, policy 80 of the Cambridge Local Plan is very clear that any new access point must ensure that it is safe, appropriate access to the adjoining road, pedestrian and cycle networks. Without a clear plan for how large numbers of commuting cyclists and pedestrians will safely merge from Corona Road onto the dangerous Mitcham's Corner gyratory, there is no safe and appropriate onward access at all, and therefore no policy basis for the cut-through. There's still half the statement to read, Chair. Do you want to
Carry on, finish off.
Is it true that the designing out crime officer was asked to meet jointly with the Highways Authority and CamCycle, the petitioner in supporting of the cut-through, to review their original statement in opposition to this cut-through? Does the committee feel that it was appropriate for the Highway Authority to be collaborating with the supporting petitioner to try and lobby another official into changing their expert statement on this issue. Why is the Designing Out Crime Officer's position on the Planning Officer's report stated no objection when this officer has repeatedly, on the record, said they would object to the cut through to Corona Road? Was the Designing Out Crime Officer consulted or informed that this cut through was being added back in at the last minute? And if not, why not? Can the committee acknowledge and report a no objection status from the Designing Out Crime Officer to this now amended proposal is at best inaccurate and at worst deliberately misleading? Planning officers and some councillors have asserted that the cut through is only opposed by a minority of local residents and supported by the majority. We would like to know what evidence supports this claim. From our perspective, this is categorically incorrect and as supported by the following evidence. The cut through was initially removed from the proposal by the applicant after a comprehensive consultation due to the recognition that there was overwhelming opposition from local neighbours. The majority of public comments on the planning portal are opposed to the cut through. Why encourage public comments if proportions are then not used? Where are all these supposed supporters? The petitioner in support produced a petition where the majority of signatures weren't from this postcode, often even in the same county, and can hardly be worth considered local residents. Finally, given the strong opposition and level of controversy surrounding this cut through, it is clearly inappropriate for it to be silently added back into the proposal at the last minute. If the planning officer believes it should go ahead, then such a major amendment to the proposal clearly requires a new consultation and proper engagement with residents. End of statement, Chair.
Thank you, thank you very much, James. So we've gone over 14 minutes. So the applicant can have 14 minutes if they need it to speak. So applicants, where are you? Do you want to come to the speaker place at the back there? Look. Just that bit over there that says public speaker on the front. That's it, that there, yeah. So there's a... Oh, hello, you okay there? You need any help? Okay, right. All right. So you press the right-hand button. Oh, you've done it already. Right, okay, good. And we'll tell you when you're coming to the end of your time. So when you're half a minute from the end, a bell will go to let you know you're coming to the end, but you may take less time than 14 minutes potentially. So we'll see. Over to you.
Good morning, members. My name is Tim Price, and I'm a Director of Planning at Savills, the agent acting for the applicant. Your officer's report provides a comprehensive summary and assessment of the proposed development. Officers conclude that, overall, the proposal would result in a high-quality development, which would have a positive social, economic and environmental impact. Having a positive social, economic and environmental impact is the strategic objective of the NPPF and the development plan, where they seek to achieve sustainable forms of development. To have achieved such an endorsement from your professional officers reflects the extended period of the application engagement and consultation, which included design review and disability access panels, for example, and is something the applicant is extremely proud of. Whilst I don't propose to repeat all of the content of the report, I briefly wanted to reiterate some of the significant benefits that would be realised as a result of the proposal. The development will make a material contribution towards delivering new employment, floor space and job creation within the Mitcham Corners opportunity area. It will deliver approximately 5% of the local plan's minimum target of 22,100 jobs by 2031. There will be a material reduction in on-site car parking, removing 95 spaces, and new infrastructure on and off-site to promote the use of sustainable modes. A total of 864 cycle parking spaces will be provided, including 42 dedicated for family or oversized cycles. There will be a material improvement in water efficiency, reducing usage on site by 39% compared to the existing baseline. Now, the proposed development will deliver the majority of these benefits by repositioning the site from being inward-looking, private and car-dominated to one which is open to the public, accessible, and prioritises cyclists and pedestrians. The buildings have been designed to connect and integrate with the external landscape, and the development will deliver new public realm measuring 1.25 acres. The public realm will include a variety of different spaces suitable for work, rest and play. During the application process, there have been different views raised on creating additional access points and permeability through the application site, as we've heard today. Following careful review of the various consultation responses and debate at the Development Control Forum, professional officers have requested new pedestrian and cycle access points be incorporated into the scheme. The applicant has agreed to this and committed to providing the land, access rights and financial contributions as part of a legal agreement, which is binding. Ultimately, it will be for you, as members, to decide today whether those new access points are appropriate or not. The terms of the proposed legal agreement can be endorsed or amended as required to align with your decision. Overall, the proposed development is considered to meet a series of strategic objectives and policy targets of the development plan. It will reinvigorate an underused employment site, optimising brownfield land to create a new, sustainable campus that delivers new employment opportunities alongside a range of important community facilities and benefits. We very much hope you will resolve to grant planning permission today in line with the recommendation from your professional officers. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there another speaker? I've got Olivia as well from, yeah, that's fine, yeah.
Good morning, Chair and Councillors, and thank you for the opportunity to present our vision for the redevelopment of the Westbrook Centre. My name is Olivia Frew, and I work for Forge KN, the applicant, which is a joint venture between Reef Origin and UBS Asset Management. Forge KN is currently delivering and operating in excess of 3 million square feet of life science accommodation across the Golden Triangle between Oxford, Cambridge and London. The platform is a global offering with assets in both Europe and the US, fostering collaboration across all occupiers within research, development and manufacturing, with the objective of advancing medical discovery and, more importantly, delivering treatment to patients. We're excited to be working in Cambridge to transform the Westbrook Centre, currently an underutilised office building that is inefficient, dated, and fails to meet the occupational demands of companies looking to locate in the city. The development aims to revitalise a brownfield site, which is currently vacant, and deliver over 350,000 square feet of space to meet the growing demand of stem cell research, genomics and genetics, and neuroscience, for which Cambridge is at the cutting edge of innovation. Once built, as Alice mentioned, the campus should support over 1,000 high-value jobs. The development should also boost the local economy by adding approximately £113 million per annum in terms of gross value add, and also support the local area by adding a further £3 million in worker expenditure. Forge KN will also be investing in excess of £200 million during the construction phase to reposition this important but tired asset. The redevelopment will form an important component of the Forge's portfolio, acting as a hub and spoke model with our schemes in Stevenage. We have recently completed an 80,000 square foot manufacturing facility for Autolus Therapeutics in the town centre. This has helped to cement Stevenage's place as the third largest cell and gene therapy cluster. We're proud to say that Autolus is now manufacturing life-changing treatments for patients with leukemia and other autoimmune conditions. A fantastic story for the UK. On all our developments, we realise the importance of local community involvement, and our plans have been through an extensive consultation process over the last 18 months, with 5 public exhibitions, dedicated consultation surveys, and numerous stakeholder meetings. We have worked closely with local groups, including Cambridge Manor Care Home, Victoria Homes, the resident of Lily-White Drive, and children at Milton Road Primary School, with whom we undertook several workshops, and they helped us to design various outdoor seating and games equipment that will be used across the site. Our plans for landscaping include a games garden, outdoor working, as well as various walkways and gardens, replacing substantial hard standing around the site. In addition to this, we are looking to provide an on-site cafe not only to promote collaboration and networking between tenants and users of the building, but also to open the building up to the community. Lastly, sustainability is central to the Forge platform, and we look to retain as much of the substructure as possible. A whole life carbon assessment and pre-demolition audit were undertaken to facilitate the most sustainable outcome, which includes an aspiration to recycle up to 90% of the existing material from the building. We're also targeting BREEAM Excellent, a reduction in water usage of 39% versus the existing by incorporating measures such as rainwater harvesting to irrigate the landscape and both for cleaning. And we're looking to prioritise the pedestrian and cyclist experience in end-of-journey facilities. Along with this, we're looking to improve the biodiversity across the site by 60%, and as mentioned, increasing the soft landscaping by 3,600 square metres. We're really excited to start the next phase of this important development, and we hope that you're minded to agree with the officer's recommendation to approve this. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thanks, Olivia. Thanks to all the speakers. Thank you very much. Please continue to listen to the debate if you wish. So we'll have debate now with members and questions. I just want to pick up a couple of things first. Sometimes I sort of go through what the speakers have said, but there's quite a lot there. So I'm mostly going to leave it to members to pick those things up. And there are big items as well, which I think will get picked up in debate. But I've got notes here just in case anything gets left so that we can pick up anything that speakers have said. There's just a couple of things from me, and I do want to pick up on the last speaker as well. So firstly from me, Active Travel England at 6:10 have recommended deferral on the basis of a lack of information. I presume that's something that can be conditioned rather than the need to defer. And then in terms of the last speaker, Finn, he was speaking about how there'd been lobbying, official lobbied, and an officer was misleading. So can you confirm that what we see is correct evidence in front of us today, please, Alice?
Yes, yeah.
And the deferral matter?
So Active Travel England did request deferral. Our concern, obviously their concerns were addressed in the assessment 9.65. They have raised concerns, but this relates to the site's interaction with Milton Road. There has been a lot of, which I'm sure members are aware, a lot of improvements to Milton Road. And so given, their concerns, there were several concerns. One about the, no detailed about the shared surface road of Westbrook Drive and how that will be delivered and what it will look like. That will be secured under a hard and soft landscaping condition. And we're confident that there is sufficient space to accommodate that. That has been factored in at an early stage of the design process. The Active Travel England officer also raised concerns about the junction of Westbrook Drive and Milton Road. Westbrook Drive is proposed to be a road with footpath connecting to Milton Road, which is considered acceptable, and the Highway Authority have not objected to the application. And further details can be secured via the hard and soft landscaping condition. And officers note that there have been, like I said, recent upgrades to Milton Road in terms of cycling and walking provision, which officers are not 100% sure whether that's been reflected in Active Travel England's advice, because it hasn't been communicated that it has. So that's addressing Active Travel England's deferral.
All right, thanks so much. So, members, debate. Councillor Thornborough.
Chair, I've got some of my own comments and questions, but I'd like to pick up on what we've heard this morning, as you suggest. So, can I quickly go through those first?
As I say, we should never forget what speakers have said and make sure, because just to be clear for everyone, residents listening in, that speakers don't get their questions answered, councillors do. So it's important that we councillors ask those questions again if necessary, so that we get an answer from officers, so we can be clear about what the evidence is.
So the first speaker was spoke a lot about concerns about daylight and sunlight, and said that the two rooms that were losing some light were not student rooms, but mainly social housing, but also did say that many more rooms were affected. I wondered if you could talk about that. I think we take reduction in sunlight in key residential rooms very seriously, and I think there's quite a big difference between maybe a student room where they might not be there for that long compared to a social housing flat. She also referred to the baseline readings for emissions, and these are similar comments came through when we were looking at a similar life science use near the Grafton Centre, and we were reassured I think in those previous applications were approved, but I'm not sure they've been addressed here. Nick and Josh referred to the real importance of the link to Gilbert Road and how the council must make that a priority, and I wondered how that would happen. We also had Sebastian talked about glare and asbestos, and I don't think the case officer I don't think we've only been reference to glare, and whether that is something we should be concerned about, and about the asbestos would be interesting. Finally, I mean, there were a lot more questions, but the other one I picked up was that Finn specifically talked about the designing out crime officers' comments and why they hadn't been included. So those are the key ones I picked up. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. There's quite a few there. I think I'm going to go back to the case officer straight away on that. And just to say on the first point, so you, Alice, have said in your report that it meets BRE guidance, that's the building research establishment measure, with minor harm. And the speaker spoke about 59 and 11 windows in different blocks. Not meeting BRE guidance, I think. I can't quite remember the exact form of words now, but if you could respond to all of those questions from Councillor Thornborough, please.
Okay, so there's quite a few questions, so bear with me whilst I address them. So the report goes into detail about the amenity impacts, and I'm just going to get a plan up to show you the individual dwellings, so I can talk through the visual. So just bear with me a second. In terms of glare, that has been considered in the amenity section of the report, and there was a glint and glare assessment provided, which goes into detail on that impact, and officers consider that the glint and glare impact would not be significant. In terms of asbestos, the environmental health officer is online at the moment, but officers consider that matters of contamination will be handled carefully, and there are conditions which secure further details with regards to contamination, but I don't know if Adam can elaborate on that matter at all.
Hi, Alice and Chair. Yes, in terms of the asbestos...
Adam, just introduce yourself, will you please, who you are?
Sorry, of course, apologies. My name's Adam Finch. I'm Senior Technical Officer in the Environmental Quality and Growth Team in Environmental Health. In terms of asbestos, decommissioning of the building, it's regulated by the Health and Safety Executive and not Environmental Health. The applicant and contractors have a duty under health and safety regulations to ensure that it's carried out appropriately. and the information will primarily go to the Health and Safety Executive for review as part of the health and safety documentation for the project.
Right, thanks, Adam. Back to you, Alice.
Thank you. Let me just get up this plan to show you. So this is an extract from the Daylight and Sunlight report, which shows the neighbouring occupiers. In terms of the impact to daylight, all of these in blue have been considered because they are closest to the site and most likely to be impacted by the site. Just to highlight that number 1 down here, oh hang on, let me just get my, I realised I haven't got my pointer. Number 1 down here is student accommodation, and the windows that face that face onto the development are actually serving hallways. They don't serve any student accommodation rooms, so that impact was considered acceptable because it's not a habitable room. In terms of number 9, there is a side window that would be affected by the development. However, that window and that room meets BRE guidance because there are other windows that serve that room, and so the whole room meets it, and officers were satisfied that that was acceptable. In terms of Emmanuel and Fellows House, both blocks of flats have inset balconies, which restricts light levels to those properties anyway. BRE guidance states that design features such as balconies should be taken out of the equation. So the figures have been factored into. So basically, the modelling has taken the balconies out of the equation because that is to assess whether the balcony is having an impact or the development. So taking it out of the equation shows the impact that the development is having, not the balcony. So the report goes through and it says how many windows that were affected both before the balconies were taken out and after. So there is a bit of confusion about that. I think some people think there are more windows actually affected than there are because later on in the report they're taken out because that's what BRE guidance states has to happen to understand the impact of the development itself. I have outlined all of this in detail in the paragraphs and in the amenity section of the committee report. In terms of the bedroom affected in Emmanuel House, this is served by 2 windows, which are like this. One faces onto the inset balcony that is impacted in terms of daylight through the BSC component, but also the room as a whole meets the VSC component, so it's just that window that fails. When taken into consideration of the room as a whole, it complies with VSC. That bedroom, however, does fail the NSL, so no skyline component, that is why principally officers have considered that there is minor harm resulting from the development to that bedroom. Now, BRE guidance states that bedrooms are less important and should be given less weight when considering the impact on that room because of the use, and that's because bedrooms typically are used for sleeping rather than living, kitchen, dining areas, which are used for kind of socialising, relaxing, food preparation, etc. So hopefully that provides a bit more detail on that. As I've said, there are 2 living, kitchen, dining rooms within, I think it's Emmanuel House, but I'll check my notes, that are improved in terms of daylight. This is because of the angle of the building has changed. So the existing building kind of is basically angled towards the block of flats, whereas this one is parallel, slightly angled away. So the impact is lessened on those flats, which is a consideration that members should be aware of, and is obviously a benefit of the scheme.
Right, hold on a minute, Alice. So did all members understand what Alice just said, the explanation? Yeah, me too. That was the clearest explanation I've heard ever, I think, in terms of BRE guidance, which is the standard measure we need to use in terms of light levels in rooms that are affected by development. So thank you very much, Alice. So carry on.
Thank you. Hopefully that's clear for members. There was a question regarding baseline emissions. Could you just kind of clarify what you are asking there? Sorry.
The first questioner suggested that baseline readings regarding air quality, I assume, in this area should have been taken so that when this was in operation, we could, I don't want to put words into the mouth, but they suggested that maybe it should have been baseline emissions and that there's concern about the emissions in use from what they'll be used for. Yes, and I know this, what my comments were that these are similar concerns have been raised on other applications.
So with regards to air quality, environmental health are satisfied with the proposal. They have no objection, subject to a variety of conditions, and there are a lot of conditions that they've recommended. In terms of the approach with other applications, it comes in line with that. And obviously with plant and machinery installed on the buildings, that will be subject to discharge of condition, where we will review the information and consider it against policies. So we're protecting residents' amenity with regards to air quality, pollution, noise, etc. And we consider that we have done that through the evidence that we require by a condition. So hopefully that provides a bit of comfort there.
Yeah, was there anything else? Yeah, Councillor.
There was I asked about the designing out crime officers' comments. Yeah.
Yes.
So in terms of the designing out crime officers' comments, they have raised concerns with regards to cut-throughs. And that has been taken into consideration. The Highway Authority have no objections to the proposal, and through discussions with myself and David and the team over at County Highways, with Toby as well, and we consider that there is sufficient space to allow a link of sufficient width, sight lines, lighting if considered necessary, CCTV. There is also consideration of managed access, so that the access can be managed at certain times and prevented at certain times. I know that the applicants have considered kind of managed access as well. All of that will be provided when the links the obligation is triggered through the Section 106. So all of those details we provide them. But officers consider that a safe link can be provided. With regards to what residents have stated with regards to Corona Road and the safety on the highway of Corona Road. I think David's probably the best person, the highway officer, to field those questions. So if Chair wants David to talk, then
Yeah,
please go
thanks.
ahead.
David, are you there online? David Lyons, do you want to introduce yourself and just...
Yes, I'm here. I'm here, Chair. I'm David Lyons. I'm the Highways Development Management Engineer that covers Cambridge City. I work for Dr. Finney, who most of you will be familiar with dealing with. As has been mentioned, the Highway Authority are content with the principle of this link through from Westbrook Drive into Corona Road. As Alice has mentioned, the design isn't done and it will be triggered under the 106 when the design will be presented to the Highway Authority and the Planning Authority for our consideration. But as has been mentioned, we're content that there are no safety issues with regards to the provision of this link. Corona Road is 100 metres or so in length. Has parking provision for 25 vehicles, 25 to 30 vehicles. It's a low speed environment. It's certainly not as hostile as the Westbrook Drive access onto Milton Road. And it is felt certainly from the pedestrian point of view, it's a very convenient link from the Victoria Road and the southern approaches from the city centre to the site. It's much more convenient than having to cross the gyratory to get to the Westbrook Drive Milton Road junction. So that's why we are promoting this link through Corona Road to the development.
All right, thanks, David. Alice, anything else?
Just to add to what David said, he's kind of alluded to it, but hasn't necessarily said it, so apologies for me to kind of butt in, David. But the pavement is really narrow outside the public house on the gyratory, and I know me and David have had discussions about how the pedestrian flows would limit or lessen the pedestrian flows using that pavement. So I don't know if, David, if you could just expand on that. I'm not a highway officer and it's your area of expertise.
Yeah, no, obviously, as Alice has just mentioned, the footway to the front of the Portland Arms on the corner of the Mitcham's Corner gyratory, peeling off onto Milton Road North, is quite narrow. And it kind of adds about 300-400 metres to a journey. If you were approaching from the Victoria Road, Chesterton Road direction. So it's any highway is a hostile environment. Highways are in inherently dangerous areas. If you put vulnerable road users on quieter streets, clearly you're going to improve the situation for non-motorised users.
Right, thanks. Anything else not wrapped up there, Councillor Thornborough? No, okay. Right, moving on then. Councillor Todd Jones.
Yes, following on from that recent discussion, there seems to be a little bit of a conflict with the views of the police architectural liaison officer regarding the links and the cut-throughs. And I just wondered what mitigation measures, if these cut-throughs and links are to be provided, what mitigation measures might satisfy, and presumably further consultation with the police architectural liaison officer in terms of ensuring that these are safe routes through the site. Thank you.
Any more questions on that matter? I'll go back to Alice, otherwise, yeah, Councillor Bennett.
I have a slightly different variation on the cut-through and access issues, which is my concern as to whether this is an accessible and inclusive workplace site. And I have a number of concerns relating to that. Corona Road, we're told, and in fact I know there is a narrow pavement, are going to end up with motorised wheelchairs, mobility scooters and prams being forced out onto the road. So that's question one. Question two, Gilbert Road cut through. Given that that is third party, I don't really understand why it's stated seems to be inferred in report that we are confident that Gilbert Road access can be secured. So I'd like to understand that a bit better. And also, I hadn't appreciated before today the extent to which Westbrook Drive is a natural bottleneck on this site. And I think there's clearly potential for conflict. I note that HGV delivery vehicles are asked to only use that access between 9:30 and 3:30. However, we all know that at lunchtime there will be a lot of traffic in and out of the site. And I'm wondering if we should also mandate that those vehicles should not be moving on Westbrook Drive during the lunch hour to minimise the possibility of unsafe interactions. I also have some concerns about the site layout itself and accessibility, but I'd rather defer those to later so that we can stay on what's quite a complex subject and finish that off.
Yeah, that's very wise. Thank you, Councillor. Okay, I'll go back to Alice now then and just get those ones done.
So there's quite a few there, so bear with me a second. So in terms of the routes and whether the council is satisfied that they can become safe and overcome the designing out crime officers' concerns, officers consider mitigations such as the width of the path, the entrance to the site, so the connecting path between roads like Corona Road and the site can be wide enough to allow sight lines, and there can be lighting, CCTV and managed access, all of which can be secured via the Section 106 obligation, which requires the layout, funding and maintenance of those links. As I've said, we've discussed it with the Highway Authority and they're satisfied that a safe link can be delivered. I understand and appreciate what the designing out crime officer has said, but I think they might be coming, they're looking at it from a cut-through perspective. Might be thinking it's quite narrow. We've measured the connections, and we feel confident that we can deliver a link with width to allow a safe connection. With regards to inclusivity, which Councillor Bennett has raised, with regards to the links, Corona Road does have narrow pavements. Yeah, I appreciate that, and that can be quite difficult to navigate with a pushchair or in a wheelchair. So the links will be, so far as we're hoping that the link will be wide enough at the junction between the application site and Corona Road to allow it to be inclusive. However, obviously the pavements along Corona Road, they're in the public highway, they are existing. It would be disproportionate for us to require them to increase the width of those pavements when there are sufficient width to pavements coming from Milton Road into site via Westbrook Drive. There is a drop-off area to the front of the site to allow people with mobility difficulties to be dropped off, and there are electric scooter places there, alongside the building itself actually being very inclusive. There's obviously lift provision throughout the site, and there are multiple superloos provided. The scheme has been to disability panel, so that has fed into the design of the building itself. I have got a whole slide on accessibility if you want to see kind of where the accessible entrances are and where the superloos are, passenger lifts, etc. I can get that up in a minute. Would you like to see that?
I would welcome that, but I think people want to finish the cut-through analysis first, which is why I didn't ask that question.
Okay.
Dad.
And then, so Gilbert Road, there was a question regarding the deliverability and how that's going to be managed. So officers have considered how best to deliver the link ultimately, and we consider that the best way to deliver the link is to continue to have open conversation and dialogue with the third-party landowner of the Fellows House Hotel, and continue those conversations, and when agreement is reached, then obviously the funding will kick in to deliver those links. As outlined in the report, we have considered compulsory purchase powers, but that is not considered viable given the cost to do so. So we're having to go down the route of trying to agree with the landowner a permissive path connection from the Westbrook Centre to Gilbert Road through their land. That's the only other option that we have available to us at the moment. I don't know if Toby, you want to kind of add to that at all?
Thanks, Ass. It's not just cost, but it also has to be something that's absolutely necessary arising out of the development in order to trigger that. It's a very extremely lengthy process with no guarantee of success at the end. I have discussed this with Richard Pitt, the head of Shared Services Legal, who's on this call, if members wanted to explore this matter further. But I think I'm certainly convinced that there isn't a case for for the use of CPO powers here. We have kind of exchanged quite a bit of correspondence between the solicitor acting on behalf of the Fellows House Hotel. That hasn't led to agreement. That doesn't say that officers will not stop trying. I do think that there are benefits for users of that hotel complex for having a more direct link into the Westbrook site. They may be there on business and may have business in the offices and labs, or may want to meet someone in the cafe. So we will continue those discussions. They can't go on forever, but what you will see within the section 106 is an obligation, a much more detailed obligation than the one that we saw on the Fellows House site, a Fellows House Hotel site previously, that will obligate the owners of Westbrook to deliver a physical link within their site up to that site boundary, should agreement be reached with that owner. There's also a contribution there towards any physical works that are required within the Fellows House Hotel site. From my observations, it's minimal physical works that are required. There's a narrow shrub border that would need to be paved over. It's lit. It's already covered, that access drive up to Gilbert Road, by some form of CCTV coverage. So it does look like a really, really kind of desirable link that is fit for purpose. It's a matter of third-party agreement, which we don't have at the moment.
Thanks, Toby. Alice, any more? No? Okay. So any more from you, Councillor Todd-Jones? Was that an answer? Was that enough?
I'm sure if my point was quite answered. but I don't know if there's anything to add on that, which is about how the liaison with the police architectural liaison officer in terms of any concerns that they have regarding the cut-through and the links.
Alice?
So when the obligations come in, if the application is approved, I don't see any reason why we couldn't consult them on the layout proposed by the developer. We would be consulting the Highway Authority as well to ensure that the details are acceptable to us.
Okay, thanks, Alice. So I don't want to agglomerate these things unnecessarily, but we've had comments from speakers, Nick and Josh, about CamCycle and cycling generally. Sorry, from CamCycle and cycling generally to the site, and also specifically on Corona Road. Erin has spoken about 54 of 73 people on the street being against that being cut through, and 110 local residents in total. So just to say, members, when we look at evidence, regardless of where the evidence is coming from, it's the quality of the evidence, not the quantity of people that say that thing is important. So please bear that in mind. I'm not saying it's not important that a lot of people think that, but the important thing for us is what it is that's being said. Further to, and also just remember that the highways officer said that he has no concerns with the link along Corona Road. And he is our, consultee on that matter. We are not experts on highways. So is there any more on that before we move on? I think we've bottomed that out, haven't we? Okay, so yes, Councillor Bennett.
I think there was one point right at the end that we still haven't covered, which is whether it's possible to further limit the access of HGV delivery vehicles during the construction, during lunch hours, to minimise possibilities of conflict.
Thanks for reminding me, Councillor. Alice?
So we already have a condition which restricts the HGV construction, which is a standard condition which we use across the city, which David has recommended, and the local planning authority agree with that. With regards to limiting it at lunchtime, I think that would be a bit overly restrictive for the developers. Construction traffic can be managed quite safely through the traffic management plan, also secured by condition. And I feel confident that HGVs that are coming through the site, so I appreciate that they are bigger vehicles, they also move a lot slower than a normal car. So I'm confident that in consultation with the Highway Authority that safety can be maintained there. But I do think it is a bit restrictive, restricting it at lunchtime as well.
Right, thanks, Alice. So just to be clear, conditions that we impose have to be fair and reasonable. And obviously the case officer has outlined why she thinks that that condition would not be fair and reasonable. So, members, more debate. Councillor Thornborough. Sorry, Councillor Lokomatova, you haven't spoken yet.
Yeah, I just want to ask one residual question that came from the resident. I think it was Hannah who raised concerns with the construction hours. And I would like to, if case officer could talk about what those construction hours are right now and whether it would be feasible to restrict them to 9 to 5 and no working at the weekends. So just like to follow up with this, and then I also have got lots of my questions, which I can ask later.
Yeah, okay, let's do that. So I think there's normally a condition for a construction. So is there, Alice? Can you confirm?
Yes, I believe there is a condition which restricts construction hours. There's also various conditions to ensure that excessive noise and disturbance isn't resulting from the construction phase of the development. So let me just check which condition that is. Bear with me a second.
Condition 33, Alice, has the standard hours attached to it.
Okay, thanks. Toby, do you want to can you briefly outline those for members, please, Alice?
Of course, sorry, it's taking a bit longer than anticipated. So, condition 33, as Toby says, secures a demolition and construction environmental management plan to be submitted and approved by the local planning authority. So they need to provide the plan. And it also sets out the following aspects which it expects to be in that demolition construction environmental management plan. Part D looks at deliveries for the purposes of demolition and restricts it between 8 and 6, Mondays to Friday, 8 till 1 on Saturdays and at no time on Sundays, bank holidays, public holidays, and that is reflected in the demolition hours as well.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Lochmatova, is that okay? Any more?
Yeah, if it's kind of a standard condition, I was hoping that we can restrict construction hours at the weekends, but if there is no way to do it, then...
Very much. Just make sure you're speaking to your microphone a bit closer so we can all hear. Just going back to the access side of things, I just wanted to see if you wanted to say anything further on that in a general sense. So, anything outside of the red line of the site, what sort of weight should we apply to that in terms of planning matters, in terms of access and getting to and fro to the site?
In terms of the narrowness of Corona Road pavement, so as I said, that's outside the red line, it's outside of the applicant's control. That is a narrow pavement. Of course, I'm not negating that or disagreeing with that. However, the links will themselves be wide enough, like I said, and it also represents an alternative for pedestrians to access the site. Westbrook Drive has a pavement wide enough already. It's quite a new pavement, so it's pothole free and it's quite smooth and relatively flat, so it's quite easy to navigate with pushchairs and prams and mobility scooters. So hopefully that helps. It does obviously form the context, but we have to be reasonable here. There are things that we can't change, unfortunately, because it would be unreasonable.
All right, thanks, Alice. That's good. So, Councillor Tonbury, you had your hand up as well.
Just regarding construction, I know on another site elsewhere in the city, the contractors spent a lot of time notifying the residents in advance of all of the major construction that was going to be done on a month-by-month basis. And it made a real difference to the relationships between the residents and the contractors, and it meant that the residents felt that they were able to raise issues with the contractors. And these Lillywhite residents are completely reliant on this access being kept free for them to come and go safely. And it may be that there are times when they're bringing in cranes or something where access might be restricted, but it's really important that residents know in advance. So the condition 3 is, I think, the first one about construction management. And I wondered if we could include maybe agree a process for notifying residents in advance. That's one question. Another one is that this site actually provides quite a lot of public amenity. There's a community cafe, access, the landscaping opportunities and playground. What we don't want is sometime in the future for the community cafe to be shut, because of the people who take the building, which we don't know who they will be. This is a speculative development, I believe. So I think, will all of those be secured by the S106 agreement? So will the playground continue to be properly maintained and accessible and So all of those public amenities, I hope, would be secured long term. And finally, my other question was about there's quite a lot of conditions referencing materials, and there's a high level cladding is very dark against the more kind of Cambridge buff bricks. And I think it probably is like that because it reflects, slate roofs, but these are vertical panels, and I think are very quite dominant because of the colour. And I wonder whether when the condition is dealt with regarding materials, whether could seriously think about the contrast between the panels and the bricks, and maybe not have it so heavy by not being as dark as it's shown. Thanks.
Yeah, it's an interesting last point. I don't know what others think about that. We've got involved in colours before in this committee, but it's a fairer point. Don't know where I stand on that myself. I think back to you, Alice, there was this one thing I was going to pick up. Well, just generally, I think going forward, we need to draw this debate to a conclusion, but we haven't really discussed the building. I'm concerned that as a part qualified architect that we've not, but we have talked about many things that residents are very concerned about, but they have also mentioned the building in there, what they've said, and we should be doing that too, and also other things. And I know Councillor Bennett wants to talk more about access for all and so on. So, Alice, if you want to pick up Councillor Thornborough's questions and comments first, and then we'll go on.
Thank you, Chair. So, in terms of construction and residential access, so throughout the design process, obviously Lily-White Drive is accessed via Westbrook Drive. We've had to factor that into the design process as a legal responsibility to keep that open for residents, and that will be kept open throughout the development and construction of the development. In terms of construction hours and how the community is notified, that's covered in condition 33. There has to be liaison with the community as part of the management plan and to be submitted and approved as part of 33. I note that it talks about restriction of delivery hours, but it doesn't talk about restriction of construction hours. So I think it would be reasonable to add reference to construction hours restriction in with Part C of Condition 33 to restrict the construction hours to between 8 and 6, Monday to Friday, and 8 and 1 on Saturday, and at no time Sunday, bank holiday, public holidays, which I think is reasonable. In terms of the materials, we have, I think, at least 2 conditions covering materials, one of which is a sample panel, and then we also have a further condition requiring details of the rooftop plant screening. I know that officers also share concerns about the colour of that screening and how that would look from the surrounding context. So we have considered that, and we're trying to improve that further via condition. With regards to the cafe, I'm not aware of who will take that on, but I would presume as part of the as it's part of the development, it would likely be a provider, probably jointly provided by all 3 of the buildings, which may or may not be separately occupied, or so it's not going to be. It may not be a provider like Costa, for example, or other kind of franchises. But obviously, securing the longevity of the cafe is something that we want to do. I don't believe, Toby, correct me if I'm wrong, that there is a condition securing that cafe use, but obviously it is part of the development. It should be implemented in accordance with the approved plans, which does include the provision of a cafe.
Can I just come in, Alice? I think it will be interesting that how that cafe operates. You'll see that there is a heads of terms obligation that includes a form of kind of social outreach. So I think whoever the operator is, whether it's a commercial cafe or a community cafe, I think that cafe area is going to play a central part in terms of the building the work that goes on inside in terms of outreach to the local community, particularly the nearby Chesterton Community College and the primary school. I'm very confident that will evolve in terms of the detail as the development progresses.
Thanks, Toby. Thanks, Alice. Right. Was that everything, Councillor Thornborough? Yep, good. Nodding. Okay, other matters. So just to start you off, the first speaker, Hannah, spoke about not fitting with the design code, City Council design code. To paraphrase her, she was basically saying it's too big. So maybe you want to speak about the building a bit more, and also, yeah, so who wants to go first? Councillor Lokhmatova.
So I think, first of all, I would like to say quite a few good things about the development. I think it's very welcome to have R&D space in our city, and also because it's in a sustainable location and it's redevelopment of a brownfield site. I really like the kind of the fact that there is a community cafe, and I think it would be kind of a good addition to the community life. I like the fact that the building will use rainwater harvesting and that it will replace kind of a lot of hard standing with this soft landscape, and also the increase in the bike spaces. I think it's all kind of all music to my ears. I think what I don't particularly like is the fact that it's a new building, and I feel like the opportunities to provide a deep retrofit haven't been fully utilized, and I know we don't have kind of a policy to enforce it, and I take it so it's kind of not so much a criticism to the applicants, it's just to highlight again that kind of our policy should be a lot firmer on it, and we shouldn't really encourage new build where we could have used the existing building to a better effect. And I know that the team has done embodied carbon analysis, but with all the analysis, it's very sensitive to assumptions, and I really have got some doubts about achievability of Letty Band B for the building like this, because I've done those analyses before, and it's very hard to achieve Letty Band B, which is quite low, even on a CLT building. And I know it comes down to a lot of how compact the building is, but I just think that this argument doesn't quite stack up. But I just wanted to mention this. I know that's not enforceable. So if the building was like a deep retrofit, it would have ticked a lot of the boxes for me. And I already kind of mentioned the good things about the development. In terms of the, I think, important point that the team has stated that the building will be designed to 120 years of design life. And unless it's secured, it's quite difficult to implement, because it will come down to every aspects of the design, starting from foundations and how structure is designed and how materials are specified. So I just would really like to be in the situation in 40 years' time when we look at this development and say it's only 20 years of life that is left in it, because 60 is kind of is the standard. So if we're replacing a building, which we call like it's a bit tired, it's a bit 1980s, we don't like how it looks, it needs to be something that designed for a long time. And because it's not secured through conditions, it just might not happen, because it's a special effort to make it last that long. And I also would like, in terms of a cafe, I would really like to see that it's sort of advertised from, like literally from Milton Road. So it's not just some best kept secret, like the cafe at AstraZeneca. It's a fantastic cafe, but so few people know about it because the management of the building made it so. So unless you know it is there and that you can go there and you don't need to be working in the building, that's a very important point for me because it's also a lot of I put a lot of weight in my decision making today on the fact that the cafe will be open to the community, it will be known to the community, and will be used by the residents. So, yeah, and I think the last point is just a bit of a technical matter, just because I kind of like asking those questions. I would like to understand a little bit more about the cooling strategy for the office spaces. Because it's a new building, had it been a retrofit, I would have said like, okay, fine, we can go with the mechanical cooling. Here we need to make all effort to work with passive cooling measures in the office space at least. So that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. Lots of comments. Is there anything you wanted to respond to, Alice?
Yeah. So there's quite a few different things to comment on there. First, I'll go for retrofit, and I completely understand that you're wanting to push development and applicants so far as possible to achieve true sustainable development. I think this development does incorporate sustainable measures which are commendable, which go beyond what we require from policy. Retrofitting as an option was considered at an early stage. Because of the existing building being kind of a hexagonal shape with courtyards in the middle, it's quite a difficult arrangement to facilitate lab space when you infill all of that and cross ventilation and etc. So it was considered that on those reasons, alongside other kind of viability reasons as well, that retrofit was not considered to be the best option, like a true retrofit. Obviously, they are incorporating the undercroft and existing slab base and footprint, which has dictated somewhat where buildings can go within the site. So they're we have pushed them as a council team to consider sustainability at an early stage, and to be fair to the applicants and the development team, they were already considering it. So that's that matter. In terms of securing the sustainability benefits of the development, I think it would be we, as the local planning authority, would want the sustainability statement to be considered an approved document, which would require the developers to adhere to the sustainability measures outlined in the sustainability statement, and that will go on the, if it's considered acceptable, it would be in the list of approved documents on the decision notice. In terms of advertisement of the cafe, I completely understand where you're coming from. I think there's a community access agreement as part of the Section 106, and I think that can be factored into that and brought into that. If specific wording was required or wanted from members, then I think we can facilitate that. And then in terms of cooling, there has been a cooling strategy, which is to use high efficiency air source heat pumps to provide cooling to the office and lab areas. The cooling demands have been reduced following the cooling hierarchy, and there has been a lot of measures deployed. So they've looked at optimising the glazing ratio to reduce solar gains whilst ensuring access to daylight, and having the glazing evenly spaced to provide good light daylight distribution. There's also high efficiency double glazing throughout with coatings to prevent excessive solar gains. Also, there's been deep recesses provided around the glazing to provide some local shading, as well as kind of high levels of envelope insulation to reduce energy demand, and multiple other measures that could go into further detail. So hopefully that addresses your comment.
Yep, thanks, Alice. Toby wants to say something now.
I think it's, I didn't realise that about the AstraZeneca cafe, actually. I'd quite like to have had a cup of coffee there. I think condition 14 on page 93, it covers signage. I think it'd be worthwhile for that condition to be amended to explicitly state signage for the cafe and for the various employers on the site, so that we get a proper signage scheme for it. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Toby. And I was just thinking myself informative, but I guess the condition would be even better in terms of making it known that there is a cafe there, because you said that's such a centre in the proposed building. And also that takes you back to something we never quite finished off earlier, which was information for residents about the building work on site. And we never quite I know you said, Toby, to me that, in fact, that was mentioned in the condition, but I don't know how clearly that was mentioned. And also, I think what Councillor Thornwell was, alluding to was sort of direct communication with residents in the way that you might get a newsletter or something from the I'm looking at the applicant now, and that's something she's nodding. So maybe that's something that they might like to consider as an informative to keep residents. Toby?
Chair, I think through condition 33, we could probably strengthen on page 101 criteria O to include information, leaflets and communication, as well as complaints procedures. I think if we include that information and process as well about when development's commencing, key moments in the development, etc., then that would very much kind of tie in with the purpose of that condition, which also kind of ties the applicants into the membership of the considerate contractor scheme, which is the kind of thing that they should be doing through that scheme anyway. So I think officers are more than happy to strengthen 33 criteria in that regard.
All right, that sounds good. And ideally a phone number as well for a project manager on site so that residents can get in touch. And I think that's going to be good for all concerned, both the applicant team and residents, because better communication is better for everyone, and that could well stop any unfortunate lack of communication along the way. More debate? Councillor Bennett.
Alice, I would love to see your accessibility slide, and perhaps if my queries aren't resolved, we can go into them afterwards. But I'm hopeful that your slide will blow them all away.
Fingers crossed. Here we go. This slide outlines accessible entrances to the building. Let me get my pointer out. The main entrance is accessible via this ramp to the entrance. There's also another accessible entrance here, here, and here. There are passenger lifts dotted throughout each of the kind of floor plates, and several evacuation lifts. They're all listed here on the screen. Obviously, there's an existing level change given the undercroft, so it cannot be, the ground floor plate cannot be lowered to the existing ground level surrounding the site. So we've had to work quite hard to make the building, but also the landscape and the interface between the building and the landscape accessible. We believe we have striked a balance. Obviously, the scheme has gone to disability panel last year, and those comments have been taken into consideration. There are various Superloo provisions throughout the site. As I said earlier, there's a drop-off area outside the main entrance. There's fully automated doors for the principal entrance, and the secondary entrances have some of the secondary entrances have level access. Only two do not, which is this one here and this one here. And but these are kind of like patios, kind of outdoor spaces for the workers. They are accessible from the inside of the building, they're just not accessible out to the landscape there. Unfortunately, that's just because of level changes and the interruption with the landscaping. From my maths, but I'm sure the applicant will correct me, there are 120 Superloos, is that right? And 14 accessible Superloos throughout the building. So we've really tried to increase provision on site. And here we go. This is the other slide showing the arrangement of the number of Superloos and where they are on the different levels. So there's Superloos across all of the levels. So hopefully that covers the issues that Councillor Bennett might have.
Yeah, thanks, Alice. Superloo sounds fun, but you might want to just explain what it is, because that's a technical term, isn't it, for a particular kind of loo. Do you know? I can say
I
if you
think
don't.
probably Councillor Bennett is the better placed to explain that to members than I am.
So it's a compact, self-contained cubicle that includes a toilet plus vanity unit and hand drying facilities, all housed behind, etc., etc. So that sort of thing altogether. Councillor Bennett, you want to come back on any of that?
Alice, that's super. I only have one item left. Well, no, actually, I have two. I apologise. The first one is the slope. What's the gradient on the slope? Because obviously, if it's too high, you can't safely take a wheelchair or scooter up it without invalidating your insurance or having a risk of fall. And the second one is turning circles to get into the accessible loos and lifts. Have we got a minimum of 1.5 metres? Because otherwise you can end up with your scooter or wheelchair trapped in the lift, which is sort of quite embarrassing.
Alice, can you do those?
So I believe that the applicant has undertaken tracking into the lifts, so hopefully we can avoid anyone having difficulties accessing the lifts. With regards to the gradient of the slope, I'm just double checking the gradient, but my understanding is it's quite a gentle slope, but I just want to confirm the gradient, so bear with me a second.
Well, it'll need to comply with building regs, won't it, anyway? So 1 in 12, I presume. But just while Alice is looking, we're nearly finished on this item, but does anyone need a comfort break? We don't want to make anyone uncomfortable. You okay? Okay, we'll finish this item then. See where we are then. Councillor Thornborough?
I just want to make a few more comments at some point.
Yeah, sure.
It might take me like 2 minutes, so if you want to go ahead and discuss further, then that's fine.
Well, you can't listen and look at the same time. You look for your thing and then we'll come back to you. Councillor, I'm happy for the officer to find the answer to your question, but the gradient on the slope would need to be the Disability Discrimination Act compliant, which is 1 in 12 or better. So are you content with leaving it at that, or do you want to?
I'm reasonably confident that a particular member of the disability panel would have asked that. It's just that normally it's stated in the report. So I'm only just double checking. But apart from that, as I'd hoped for, my colleagues have raised all the other queries on my list.
Yeah, okay. I appreciate your comments, Councillor, I really do. Councillor Lochmatova.
Yeah, while we're waiting anyways, just really a comment. Because the applicants are targeting BREEAM Excellent, I don't know which credits exactly they are targeting, but there is normally something about considered constructors, and it might be more onerous than what is in our condition. So unfortunately, I'm struggling to find whether they're targeting this credit or not, but it just would be good to find out what it is and maybe reassure residents that it's being managed. So,
okay, thank you. Alice, how are you getting on? Did you find the slope? No?
I can't find it in the design and access statement, I'm sorry, but obviously it will have to comply with building regulations, and I'm sure the applicant will be able to highlight what the gradient is, if chairs allow.
I think councillors are content with that. Councillor Bennett?
I'm happy to go with that because I can see from the site map that there would be the possibility of including a paternoster lift if the slope proved to be too high, so the problem could be remedied. So I'm happy to go on.
Thank you very much, Councillor. I saw a hand up, but I don't want to get into questions with other people now. It's just members' debate. So just on that, I just wanted to note the disability panel have looked at this item. They don't look at every item, they have looked and commented. And there are comments from 6.70 onwards, which I'm sure the applicant has noted themselves, especially the first one, I think, to do with the light and shade in, well, you can see it yourself in the 3 bullet points there. And there's also an interesting point in 6.72 about the nearby elms houses and access that those people might wish to have to these sites. So not really a question, just to highlight those comments. So Councillor Thornbury, you had something else to say.
Yeah, I just wanted to pick up 3 points. One is that I think I'm really pleased that condition 19 has been included about water monitoring. And I think it's the second time we've used this condition. The first one was the Cancer Hospital at Addenbrooks. And this is something I think that's been discussed with the applicant and they've agreed to accept it. It's really, really important with the context of our being a water-stressed area. So I'm really pleased about that and the target of reducing water use by 39%. I also am aware that the applicants have engaged with the youth engagement service at the shared planning, and that's with the local school. I think every every opportunity to kind of demystify the construction process is important, and I hope that if they have the opportunity to continue during the construction, that would be really good. There is a lot of concern about the connections going through Corona Road and through Gilbert Road, and I think partly this is because I think many people in the city feel let down that there's often a transport solution with a planning application and the buildings come forward, but not the transport solution, and the traffic gets worse, and it affects our lives, and it certainly does. And the gyratory is, ideally it would have been changed and in the past, but it's very successful as far as moving vehicles is concerned. But that means it has the consequences, the number of vehicle movements and pollution affects those who live nearby. But on other applications, we've been faced with the opposite, where we felt strongly that a connection through would really enhance the site and those nearby, but those small connections hadn't been allowed for in the local plan. In this case, it's the opposite. The local plan has allowed for those local connections, and I think that if we were to not accept these local connections, then it would be assigning this site for the future to be isolated. And I think if this application is approved, I think we should acknowledge that this should put more pressure on everybody involved with transport and movement to resolve the transport issues in the city, particularly this gyratory. It would be so beneficial to people in this area if that could be resolved and the number of vehicles going through reduced. So I'm hoping that if these connections are provided, that it should put extra pressure on those responsible for transport to focus on that in the future. Thank you.
Yeah, very good point, Councillor. Thank you. Okay, I'll say a couple of things. Don't want to wrap up, but just things that haven't been said. So I think on the sustainability of the building is commendable, and the retention and reuse of part of the underground parking structure is good. But as Councillor Lokomatova was implying, the greenest building is the one that's already there. When we see that in the planning committee, it'll be interesting, but not yet, unfortunately. But I think the building is reasonably well resolved architecturally. I wouldn't say it was great, to be honest, but it's reasonable. I keep saying that, buildings that keep using buff brick looks attractive, a bit like a piece of toast, nice thing to look at, but they're not very good for carbon. So bricks have to be baked at high temperature, not the best things to use, really. I know the argument is that it's the ongoing carbon cost of running the building, which is the thing that gets calculated, but nevertheless, I think it's important. But, all said and done, and it's an interesting point about fashion and how old buildings might look old, and then you need a new building, but then a new building becomes old as well, and then we throw them away. And perhaps the way to approach buildings is more to think about how people love 1950s furniture, for example. Really, we should be liking old things as much as new things and keeping the things we have in the city, and that might add to a more textured and interesting city, in fact, rather than just destroying things and building new things. But unfortunately, the planning system of which we're a part encourages that, because building a bigger, newer building is easier than it is to keep the existing building. That sounded like a sum up. I didn't want to sum up particularly. I just wanted to say some things that were on my mind. So anyone else, anything? No? Okay. There was that question I put to you, members, about the size of the building. So at least one speaker spoke about it being too big, effectively. And I feel it's reasonable, but you may think otherwise. I haven't heard any arguments to that effect from members, so I just wanted to make sure we bottomed out all the arguments. I think we have. Okay, in that case, then let's go to the recommendation then. Toby.
Thanks, Chair. So the recommendations on page 88 of the officer report, that is to approve, subject to the planning conditions as set out with minor amendments to the conditions as drafted delegated to officers. subject to a satisfactory completion of the Section 106 agreement, which includes the heads of terms, as set out in the report, with the minor amendments to the heads of terms as set out delegated to officers, and it includes a variation to condition 14, the wording delegated to officers, to include explicit reference for signage for both the cafe and the employing occupiers to come forward through that condition. And again, delegated to officers, amendment to condition 33, specifically criteria C, to include a reference to the standard construction hours, and criteria O, to include reference to communication methods by the appointed contractors with local residents about the development, its timing, when significant development is occurring, etc. Thank you.
So the officer recommendation is one of approval. All those in favour of that recommendation?
That's unanimous support.
So the item is approved. Thank you very much, everybody, especially speakers and members, officers. I think as time is now 1:45, we really need to stop for lunch, if that's okay with everyone. I know we've only done one item. It's quite a challenging item. There's quite a lot more items on the agenda. I think it's too early to say how many we'll get through, hopefully as many as possible. But just to make anyone listening in online aware of that. So I'll make a stab later on at whether we're going to get them all done or not. But lunch is 45 minutes, so I think if we come back by 1:30 prompt, please, to start then. And next item. Thanks very much, everybody. Chris? Okay, welcome back to the afternoon session of Planning Committee. Next item is Netherall Farm, item 6. Kate's the case officer. We've got speakers, so we've got two objectors, Noah and Adrian. They've got statements to be read out, I believe. Yep. And then agent, Neil, applicant, sorry. Right, Kate, do you want to take over then, please?
Good afternoon, everybody. Before I go into my presentation, I've just got a short bit of updating to do. Since writing the officer report, the applicant's agent has sent 2 emails giving clarification on 2 matters to be considered in the event that members discuss and seek further information on the connectivity of the site and the reason for the difference between double and triple aspect semi-detached houses. I can go through the contents of those emails should members decide to discuss these matters. There are a couple of errors in the officer report. In the introduction, in paragraph 1.2, it should say, this officer report to the 24th of July, not 3rd of July. And in paragraph 1.5, instead of saying reasons for refusal, it should say reasons for deferral. Right, now I shall start the presentation. This application is for the approval of reserve matters for 200 dwellings, and that includes consideration of the layout, scale, appearance and landscaping. It does not include access because that was considered under the outline planning application. It also seeks to discharge several conditions. Outline planning permission having been granted in January 2022. This application was deferred at the 23rd of April Planning Committee to give the applicant an opportunity to amend and clarify several matters. The presentation will look at the applicant's response to each of the reasons for referral. The officer recommendation remains one of approval. So the reasons for deferral are improved car parking for M4(2) and M4(3) homes. I shall clarify what that means later on. Increase the number of visitors' parking spaces. Details required for parking for deliveries, including how they'll be managed. Review of the road ramp tables for cyclists to enable them to stay on a flat surface. Information required on play spaces for older children. Explore cladding colour options to avoid potential overheating. Reduce the number of single aspect homes and consider mitigation measures. Consider water consumption reduction measures such as slow release water butts for houses. Here is the site plan as a reminder of what the layout is, because I'm not going to go into the full details that I went into at last committee. Here we have, this is Walks Causeway, running along the south of the site. To the north of the site is Beaumont Road, and over here is Orminous Avenue. In the centre here is the existing buildings at Netherall Farm, which are locally listed buildings. We have the County Wildlife Park, and this is the main access road running through the site with the loop at the end. We have some apartments over here. This is referred to as the farmstead area. These are houses along the edge there, but the rest are apartments. And there are also apartments up here in the loop. The remaining buildings are houses. We have a 30-metre wide landscape strip here to the edge of the site with the agricultural field and the greenbelt boundary. There is a very good network of footpaths and cycleways that run through the site. M42 homes are accessible and adaptable dwellings, and M43 homes are for wheelchair users. These plans show the farmstead area of the site. The pink shows the location of apartments for wheelchair users, and the green squares are larger parking spaces with an additional 1.2 metres on either side of a standard parking space and to the rear. In the second plan, the pale green rectangles show the location of parking spaces 1.2 metres wider than standard spaces. There are 8 of these in total on the site, the 8th one being to the rear of apartment block H, which is towards the north of the site within the loop. The application originally showed 8 visitors' parking spaces. An additional 13 spaces have now been provided. I've gone on to the wrong slide here, haven't I? I have. Let me just go back one. Apologies for this. No, this is right. This is right. Sorry, my apologies. The original application showed 8 visitors' car parking spaces. An additional 13 spaces has now been provided, amounting to a total of 21 spaces. These are shown in blue. I've divided the site plan into a north half and a south half so you can actually read the scale of the drawing. The policy requirement is 1 space per 4 dwellings, which would be a total of 50 for the site. However, the provision of more spaces would result in significant changes to the scheme being needed. Parking for delivery vehicles. The applicant has decided not to provide any parking spaces specifically for delivery vehicles. The Highway Authority raises no objections to this. The slide shows a quote from the government document, Manual for Streets. In most situations, it will not be necessary to provide parking spaces specifically for service vehicles, such as delivery vans, which are normally stationary for a relatively short time. If such parking spaces are considered necessary, other vehicles may need to be prevented from using spaces by regulation and enforcement. The applicant has given the matter consideration and has provided a plan which shows the distribution of daily delivery trips to certain parts of the site. This, however, does use data gathered during the height of the pandemic, so the figures today would likely be less than this. The next item, concern was expressed at the last meeting of cyclists having to cycle over raised tables. This slide shows a diagram of the ramp for such a table. As you can see, it is quite a shallow incline. It raises 12.5 centimetres over a distance of 1.2 metres. This is the standard ramp detail used by Cambridgeshire County Council. And this is just a reminder of the extensive cycle network which is being proposed. It shows, it's the blue lines of the cycleways, stroke footpaths. It shows that cyclists they have a choice of their route and they don't have to go over the raised tables on the roads. Under the Outline Planning Permission, the Section 106 agreement obliges the applicant to provide a scheme for play provision for children and teenagers for the City Council's approval. A financial contribution would be required in the event that insufficient space is provided in the application site. It is the applicant's intention to provide the required space on site. The play provision scheme is required to be submitted prior to the commencement of work on site, so we don't have details of that at this stage. The first plan shows the location of the Nightingale Recreation Ground in relation to the application site. The recreation ground provides a NEEP, which is a neighbourhood equipped area of play for informal recreation. The application provides 2 laps here and down here, and which is a local area of play, and 1 leap over here, which is a local equipped area of play. The leap is within that central part of the site on the eastern edge. Now this slide illustrates that the applicant has given some consideration to the possible layout for the leap and has indicated a likely form of equipment suitable for teenagers. Cladding options. A variety of external materials are proposed for the residential units. It is intended to be predominantly buff brick, but to give variety, some cladding is also shown, and this is proposed to be black Cedral concrete boarding. This slide shows the street scene to the east of the principal street, and the section of the street overlooking Walks Causeway. The applicant wishes to retain the black colour, as it is a traditional colour for farm buildings, and it is intended for this farmstead part of the site. It is intended to reflect the character of the adjacent Netherhall farm and its locally listed buildings. A paler colour is unlikely to achieve this. Technical information advises that there is a ventilation gap behind the cladding, enabling any heat build-up to be dissipated. Concrete also takes a relatively long time to build up heat. The Council's Sustainability Officer has been reconsulted, but raises no objections to the use of this material here. These are elevations of Block B, which is located here. It shows the use of black, and the black would enable the apartment blocks to better reflect its location adjacent to the farm buildings. Next slide. These illustrations show the apartment blocks fronting Walks Causeway and the detached houses facing the eastern edge, and you can see the variety in the use of materials there. The applicant has both clarified and amended the proposed number of single aspect homes. Only 7% of the dwellings are now being proposed as single aspect. This amounts to 14 units, which are all apartments. The single aspect units are shown in pink. All units would pass Part O of the building regulations, and of course the recent ministerial statement advises planning authorities not to require higher standards than the building regulations. And this is the final slide. The applicant has agreed to provide the slow release water butts for all houses, and for this to be secured by condition. And this is condition 22 in the recommendation. And you might also wish to note the outline condition 11 for water efficiency secures no more than 110 litres per person per day. And proposed condition 14 removes permitted development rights for houses to have swimming pools. as requested at the last meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kate. So speakers first, so statements be read. James, thank you. So if you want to read Noah's statement first, and then Adrian's, please.
Certainly, Chair. Statement 1 from Noah Rosen. The closest bus stop is over triple the amount away recommended by the Chartered Institution of Highways and Transport. This makes the whole concept of the development unsustainable and is in breach of Policy 80 of Cambridge Local Plan and encourages people to use private transport, which will lead to congestion. This point has never been acknowledged or discussed as part of the application review, both in the reports or meetings. 2, the current development would overlook into the residents of 31 Warts Causeway into private areas such as garden, kitchen, bedrooms, patio and balcony. Whilst trees will provide some screening, they are not high enough to protect the privacy of 31 Warts Causeway, and windows from the development will overlook our house. The residence of 31 was built with the concept of the green belt, and building around it exposes our house to undue invasion of privacy. The committee report stated that this application must avoid any overlooking onto and/or loss of privacy of neighbours' properties, specifically referring to the west side of development, section 8.21 from the report. And the current plans do not satisfy this. Whilst there is a need to build in Cambridge, it shouldn't be done on the green belt. I trust that these points will be brought up at the meeting, as it is imperative that they are discussed as part of the decision process. I've written over 5 objections, and my statements read at the last 2 council meetings, but my points have never been debated or discussed. I trust that the councillors, application officer and developers will discuss these in the meeting. Thank you. Second statement from Adrian Dixon. William Warts of St Catherine's College, who died in 1709, generously bequeathed considerable funds to make a causeway from Emmanuel College to the Gog Magog Hills for the benefit of town and gown to enjoy peaceful access to Gog Magog Hills. Over the years, this delightful causeway has been enjoyed by countless pedestrians and cyclists with lovely grass verges and hedgerows. However, since the start of development on either side, it had become grossly overgrown, making safe passage dangerous for all users. I trust this will be rectified and that the council and developers will ultimately be held responsible for restoring the causeway to its former beauty in accordance with Dr. Wart's generous bequest. Statement ends.
Right, 3 minutes. Thanks, James. So that was 3 minutes in total, but there was a bit of uncertainty about how long those statements are going to take. So I think the applicant was told that they could have 4 minutes. Is the applicant here in the room, by the way? Or online? Yeah, hi. Do I take a seat at the back there, public speaker? So if you need 4 minutes, that's fine. Otherwise, 3 minutes is good. So you press the button on the right-hand side, it should light up. And then half a minute before the end, you'll get the bell to say you're coming to the end.
Thank you. Chairman and members of the committee, further to the deferral of this application in April, Carla Holmes has worked hard with your officers to address the points raised to enable a recommendation for approval to be made. In respect to the concerns raised, we can confirm the following. There are now only 14 homes that are single aspect, and a full overheating assessment has been undertaken, demonstrating that the properties will not overheat. The proposals do not conflict with policies 28, 35 or 57 of the local plan. The black cedral cladding will not increase levels of internal heating due to the inclusion of a ventilated cavity. The Sustainability Officer is happy with our proposals, and I note that dark cladding was approved on the previous application today. The number of visitor parking spaces has increased by 13. Parking for M43 and M42 compliant homes has been confirmed and is compliant with standards. Our highways consultant modelled the impact of delivery vehicles, and this does not result in any adverse impact. Delivery rates were modelled during COVID when they were at their peak. Extensive cycle paths are provided around the site to provide flat and accessible active travel routes along with plentiful cycle stores. Slow release water butts, in addition to a targeted water usage of 98.3 litres per person per day, are provided. There are plentiful and varied open spaces designed to appeal to different age groups. Accessible play equipment for disabled users will also be provided, and the play provision scheme under the Section 106 has now been submitted. I would like to take this opportunity to remind you of the key benefits this scheme provides. 40% affordable housing to help meet local need, 200 new homes on an allocated site, 17% biodiversity net gain delivered on-site, including the refurbishment of an existing county wildlife site, £3 million towards local service provision, timber frame construction to all homes, air source heat pumps to all homes, electric vehicle charging points to all homes, site-wide carbon emission reductions of over 40%, extensive cycle networks within the site and new links to existing networks, open space provision far exceeding local policy, an undertaking for the development to meet a home quality mark 4-star rating, and water-saving measures for all homes. The site is allocated in the local plan. It has an outline planning permission for 200 new homes, and therefore the acceptability of the site from a sustainability perspective, a locational perspective, and proximity to local services and schools has all been deemed as acceptable by this council. The Reserve Matters application in front of you conforms with all the approved parameter plans and complies with all the council's adopted planning policies and national planning policy. There are no objections from any statutory consultees and only 10 objections from neighbours following extensive consultation and engagement. The site is no less connected to local schools and shops than the GB2 site to the other side of Warts Causeway. Development on here has already been approved, and concerns in terms of the distance occupiers would have to travel in order to reach the nearest services and schools were not debated at that time. Combined with the approval of the outline planning permission, precedent has therefore already been set for development in this location. Carla have, however, noted concerns regarding a footpath to the local school and have provided the space for a future link to Almonders Avenue, which is all we are able to do within the constraints of the allocation, the outline permission, land within our control, and our abilities under planning law. Thank you for your time, and I hope you can support this application in line with your officer's professional recommendation.
Yeah, thanks, Neil. Okay, so, right, debate. So, Kate, I noticed you making notes during the speaker's statements being read out. So was there anything there you wanted to respond to, just in, especially in the light of one of them claiming that nothing was ever responded to? So did you catch them, the speaker's comments?
Yes, yes, I did get those comments, and I've made notes about the principle of the development on Warts Causeway, the connectivity of the site, and relationship to 31 Warts Causeway.
So do you think you could answer those questions then,
Yes.
please, Kate, before we get going in the debate proper?
Yes, happy to do that. First of all, the principle of the development on Warts Causeway. The site has been allocated in a local plan. Outline planning permission has been granted. So there can be no consideration of the principle of the development at the reserve matters stage. The connectivity of the site, again, that is not a reserved matter under consideration of this application. It was dealt with at the outline application stage. If members want me to go further into that one, I will do, but that was debated at quite some length at the previous committee, but there are no grounds, it's not a reserved matters, and therefore we have no grounds on which to refuse issues relating to access and connectivity. And then the final comment, if I just share my screen again, I can show you where 31 Warts Causeway is. If I show you on here. The application site, as you can see, 31 Warts Causeway is the first house here. Oh, I'll get my pointer again.
Yeah, laser pointer if you can make it any bigger.
Here we are. That is the location of 31 Warts Causeway. Now, if you look on the other plan, the nearest development is this row of houses here, which is located over here, and that's at a distance of 50 metres. So at that distance, it's considered that there would not be a significant loss of privacy or residential amenity to that property. Thank you.
Yeah, fine, that's very clear, thank you. And so it's a bit tricky sometimes, isn't it? We have outline, then we have reserved matters, and then we have applications, and people get lost in the process. So I don't know if you wanted just to sort of go over that process so everyone's clear what the process is before we get going on the debate proper. Thanks. And also, while I'm instructing you, we've got a list of reasons for deferral. I think there were 8 of them, which you showed on screen earlier. So perhaps we might go through those reasons one at a time with members in this committee, I think. Maybe you could put that on screen later if we all agree to that, on the basis that we won't be reconsidering the whole item today. I presume that's your advice as case officer on this item.
Yes, thank you. To just clarify the difference between outline, commission and reserved matters and what we are considering today, I'll go back further than that. In the adopted local plan, this site is allocated as site GB1. So at that stage, matters of connectivity and how it would might connect up with development around it would have been considered and taken into account when deciding to allocate that site in the local plan. And the only location that was reasonably likely was the access from Walks Causeway into the site. We then had the application for outline planning permission. And as part of that, access was a reserved matter to be considered. Now, the access, as shown earlier, is from Walks Causeway. Now, to the north of the site, we have the back gardens of Beaumont Road properties. And to the east side of the site, we have properties in Ormoners Avenue, and we've got the Country Wildlife site and other properties in Field Lane. And to the east is the agricultural field. Now, the parameter plans were approved, and that shows where the access is. It approved the access from Walks Causeway. Now, when it was debated by members at committee, members asked for a condition 35 of the outline planning permission. And that was for the applicant. It's a different applicant to the applicant today, but the applicant at the time was to look into the possibility as to whether a cycleway stroke footpath link could be made either onto Beaumont Road to the north of the site or Ormoners Avenue to the northwest corner of the site. Now, the applicant submitted an application to discharge that condition. They had looked into the possibility of whether they could buy any of the properties and create an access way through, and they found that no one was at that time willing to sell their property in order to enable an access to be made through. Now, that application to discharge condition 35 was considered at this committee, and it was resolved, and it was agreed and resolved that there was no access that could reasonably be made, and that condition was discharged. So there's been an awful lot of consideration throughout the process, the planning process, from the local plan stage up to today, of the potential of creating access improvements to the site. But other possibilities have been discounted, so we are left with just the one possible access into the site of Walks Causeway. And that is acknowledged that That's the only place we can reasonably provide the access. Now, it's all been considered by committee and agreed that that is the case. So what we have before us today is just the reserved matters, that are remaining. And that does not include access. We cannot consider access under this reserve matters application. And that's where we are today. So we can't look at connectivity or the principle of the development. It's just the remaining reserve matters. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Kate. That's very useful. Thank you. So I'm aware that 2 members of this committee were not in the committee that deferred it, I believe. So Councillor Todd-Jones and Councillor Lokhmetova. Although the advice would be to stick to debating the deferred matters list of 8 items, if those people want to ask any clarification on any matters, I'm sure we can get that for you, or any other member of committee for that matter. So I haven't heard anything to the contrary. So in that case, shall we put that list up then, I think, Kate, that you had earlier, of the things that came up before, and it was deferred because of, and I think we just work our way through that. If there's nothing on one of those things that you want to talk about, that's fine, but we'll just go through. So we'll just go through as it's listed there. So number 1, improve car parking. Anything on that, councillors? At the end, we can do any general matters as well that you're not on this list. Yeah, Councillor Bennett.
I raised a number of these matters because I felt they related to whether the accommodation provided would be suitable for residents with disabled. And I can see that car parking has been improved, and that now there is a car parking slot that is large enough to enable somebody to have side access from a wheelchair out of a blue badge vehicle. I'm not as familiar as Councillor Thornborough with the number of spaces that should be provided though. And it would be useful if the officer could confirm that an appropriate number of disability-friendly parking spaces have been provided.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. Any more questions on this first one? So I'll just add also that I think you said in your, when you spoke about it earlier, Kate, that there were 21 spaces offered in total, but policy compliance would require 50. So I don't know if that plays into the number of these spaces in any way at all. If there's nothing else, then back to you, Kate, on that first matter, car parking.
I can confirm that the number of parking spaces for disabled people does conform with the council's policy in the local plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
And just as I've raised it, what about the other matter of 21 spaces being provided when policy compliance requires 50? Is that right?
Yes, there is. Whilst the applicant has provided considerably more visitors' parking spaces than the original proposal, it is still short of the policy requirement. However, it's a balanced consideration in that in order, well, first of all, from a sustainability point of view and to discourage the use of cars, there is a very good cycleway and pedestrian path network throughout the site, a very good network. Also, that to provide further visitors' parking spaces, we're then going to have to start eating into the landscaping of the scheme or reducing the number of dwellings on the scheme, neither of which are desirable. So, on balance, it is felt by officers that the proposed number of visitors' parking spaces would be acceptable.
Okay, thanks for that, Kate. So I think you slipped into number 2 there on the list of reasons for deferral, visitors' parking spaces. And just on that, I've raised that Kate is the case officer, she makes the recommendation, and all things considered, on the recommendation for this item is approval. So we need to bear that in mind. So Councillor Todd Jones.
Yes, just to follow up on that response. So we are still satisfied that, because this is still nowhere near the policy requirement, is it, in terms of provision of visitor parking spaces. We are satisfied, you're saying you're satisfied with the balance, given the impact that meeting that policy requirement would have on the rest of the site, instead of the sustainable areas and the open space and so forth. Is that right?
Yeah, hang on, Kate, hang on. So was this another thing on that? Yeah, so let Councillor Thornborough ask her a question as well first, Kate.
The Equality Act 2010 requires access for disabled people to visit homes as well as those living in the homes. So that, regardless of policy requirements, ask again, I'd like to see the visiting parking spaces for disabled people. And is that sufficient for all of the homes on the site? Thanks.
Any more questions? Nope. Okay, so yes, Kate, please.
First of all, to clarify, yes, I consider that even though the visitors' parking spaces in number does not meet the policy requirement, that on balance, this is acceptable. Right. With regard to visitors' parking spaces being of a size for disabled people, no, they're not shown to be that. There isn't a policy requirement for that, but if I have a little look through on the slide, I mean, this is the farmstead area where we can see where we can see some of the visitors' parking spaces there, but there's already quite a lot of larger parking spaces for disabled people. I don't think that there's any need for the visitors' parking spaces to also provide that.
Are you done, Kate?
I just seeing what I'm seeing on there. Yes, yes. So no, there isn't a specific requirement for any of the visitors' parking spaces to meet those standards. So they're not shown.
Right, Kate, thanks. So, Councillor Thornborough, you're quoting the Equality Act 2010, a piece of legislation close to my heart. However, we are in planning committee and the case officer is saying that there's no policy compliance required in that respect. I think that's the end of the matter as far as I can see, unless you want to come back, Councillor Thornborough.
Well, these homes all have to comply with M42, and that's a building regulation. And quite often, when there are details within the house that may not actually comply with M42, we don't pick them up because they can be dealt with when it gets to building regulations. M42 requires reasonable provision must be made for people to gain access to and use the dwelling. So, and that covers the requirement for people with all disabilities. And it's not something that can be dealt with later when it gets to building regulations. So the provision of parking spaces for disabled people, in my opinion, really needs to be shown to be complied with at this stage because it requires space.
Right, Kate, so the councillor said that in her opinion these things should be available to see now. You're saying it's not needed for policy compliance. Any further response?
Right. My previous response was relating to the visitors' parking spaces on the street. But what you read out there, I think was referring to parking spaces generally. Now, there are a lot of parking spaces within the curtilage of dwellings. And for a large proportion of them, the actual driveways are somewhat wider than the standard car parking space, because you then got the space in which cyclists can bring their bicycles down the side. So in effect, most of the parking spaces within the residential properties, within the houses, are going to be wide enough to satisfy the disabled parking space measurement. Thank you.
Is that an answer that satisfies or not, Councillor Thornborough?
That definitely answers the question about the houses. I'm still thinking about the flats.
Okay, we'll come back later if need be. We can always come back to this bit. I think we're done with that then. So still on parking, but number 3, so parking for deliveries. Any debate on that? No. Okay. So I think that was all clear then. So 4, review ramps, road tables for cyclists. So I think Councillor Bajan pulled it up last time. He's not here today. Does anyone else want to talk about that? Councillor Bennett?
The reason Councillor Bajan brought it up is that a lot of people with disabilities use cycles to basically ameliorate their disability. And pain management is a big issue if you're cycling over a ramp, as anybody who's ever followed me on my mobility scooter will know, from the yelps and owls and ouchies. But if there is an alternative route round the back where the tables can be avoided, and if, as specified by, is it condition 7, the lighting condition, that there is an appropriate lighting scheme which provides sufficient light for them to be used in evening and early morning hours, while still being biodiversity friendly, I don't really think that we can persist with pursuing this.
Okay, thank you. And just from me, on a practical level, from what was described, the incline would be formed from a raise of 12.5 centimetres, I think, over 120 centimetres is what we were told. So that's about 1 in 10. That's a fairly low ramp to cycle up. I appreciate the point, though, still valid, but it's a question of degree, I suppose. So I think we're done with that one. All right, next is information required on play spaces for older children. Councillor Thornborough?
Sorry, can I, just on roads and access,
Yep.
There are so many examples where housing developments are completed, and before highways take adoption of the adoptable roads, there's very little or no enforcement on the parking arrangements, and it is a responsibility of the developer, I think, or the owner to carry out that enforcement. But often it doesn't, and it blights the residents who live there, who have parking. There are examples all over Cambridge where people are parking, block their drives or block the garage, and this development is very close to a very high Addenbrooks, where there's a lot of visitors and people working, and it is, I think it may be vulnerable to inappropriate parking. So is there any way that we can highlight the need for enforcement from the day the occupation, rather than from adoption of the roads? So there's one for Case Officer or Toby, I think.
Any more? No. Enforcement, Kate. Any response?
Thank you. Just trying to remember the actual details of the parking management plan. There will of course be parking management. The applicant has submitted a parking management plan which has been looked at by the Highway Authority, who will consider whether there is going to be a problem with parking where people shouldn't, and how that would be enforced. And also the shared surfaces for waste collection. They have also looked at whether it would be possible to get their vehicles down these streets, and the parking management plan. So there is an intention to manage parking, but I can't tell you exactly at what point that kicks in. I can't remember off the top of my head. Other than, well, I can't see any reason why that shouldn't be effective from first occupation. I don't think there's any reason why it wouldn't be effective from first occupation.
Yes, we hear different along the way, so effective first occupation. Is that okay? Yep. All right, so where we were then, so play spaces for older children we heard about, play space for teenagers. Any debate on that? Councillor Lokhmatova.
Yeah, I'd just like to get back to it and understand. So the proposed equipment, there was a picture of the proposed equipment. Is it something that is proposed on-site or off-site? We just go back to...
Councillor.
Sorry, there was a picture of proposed equipment. Is it something that's proposed for this site for all the children and it was specifically quoted for teenagers?
Okay.
It's placed, the equipment that you saw is an illustration of equipment for older children, which is likely to be provided on site. The applicant will have to, under the Section 106 agreement, submit details of the play equipment. Now, this is to be provided on site. You may recall that there's what's called a LEAP, a local equipped area of play, in the centre of the site towards the eastern edge. If you want me to go back to that, yeah, I'll go back to that.
Sorry, that's for younger children, right?
Okay, I'll just get my pointer. Here, this is where the local equipped area of play is to be provided on site. So did you want to see the equipment again, the illustration of the equipment and the layout? I'll just run through. Here we are. So,
yeah, I've got a teenage son and I've got doubts about the usability and usefulness of this type of equipment, but maybe, I don't know whether as a council we do have guidelines of what has to be provided, but I just doubt very much that it's going to be used. And I think what teenagers would need is like a multi-sports area or some exercise equipment, but this is just not what would be of any practical use, even if it's like policy compliant, but yeah.
If you'd like me to clarify a bit more, there is a neighbourhood area on another slide. If I just go back, here we are. So there's a NEEP, which is a neighbourhood equipped area of play. Now this, in Nightingale Recreation Ground, this is where you'll find the sports equipment and activity. It's intended that on the site you won't have that scale, and it will be far more informal, so that the older children wouldn't require supervision. It's just an area where they can go and play on their own, and that the more formal sports area would be at, for example, the Nightingale Recreation Ground.
All right, thanks, Kate. We can't get into too much detail on this. Obviously, as Kate said, it's illustrative, really, only. You can't really look at that picture of play equipment and think that's what's going to be there. But I agree with what you said, absolutely. I hope the applicant is listening. Could really work a lot harder on getting some decent play equipment in there, I think. So, any more on play equipment? Yes, Councillor Bennett.
I think the reason why we raise the play spaces is because the road, a lot of the connectivity is by quite busy roads. And I think I was concerned particularly about disabled children. And obviously we know that there's Nightingale Rec, which is a large area where there's scope for us to play five-a-side football and stuff like that. But I think we were keen to see something for all ages on the site because of the road access, and that was the reason why we put the condition in. And so how do we feel about what's being provided?
Okay, Councillor Todd-Jones.
Thank you, Chair. Just a comment really on you said it was, I think, an illustrative sort of picture really of the play equipment. Maybe it would be helpful in future that you have something which has proven to be really successful for teenage children that perhaps installed elsewhere to use in future in terms of illustrating what kind of equipment could be provided.
Thank you. And my question is, can we rely on the applicant to provide this play equipment on site, or is this it might happen matter? Because I think I want to sort of put an edge on Councillor Matova's question really in that, can we be sure it will come, or could it happen that in the future the applicant comes back to us and says, actually, we'd like to give you some money to provide it off-site?
The applicant has a legal obligation under the Section 106 agreement to provide a plan for approval of the play equipment on the application site. So the council will probably, quite possibly, be the authority that adopts these, will be looking at the equipment for suitability before it approves that plan. So, you know, the council has their chance at that stage to decide whether the equipment is suitable or not. And hopefully the applicant is listening to your comments and will come in with some very useful and effective play equipment for children of all ages and all abilities. Thank you.
Right, okay, thank you. And hope we listen to the officers as well, perhaps more importantly. So, this next one is the cladding, the colour of the cladding. Who's going to talk on that? Councillor Thornborough, perhaps? Councillor Lokomatova.
So I'd like to, first of all, in terms of cladding, I'd like to unpick this argument a little bit. So the concern from the dark cladding would be that obviously the dark surfaces, they overheat, and when you open the window, this kind of warmer air gets in. So the mitigation measures that a case officer described in terms of ventilated gap between behind the cladding and concrete, which I don't think is part of the scheme. I don't think it has got any relevance to kind of overheating, so it will not mitigate it. That's the first thing. On the kind of more general issue of overheating, I understand that the development is targeting home quality mark, and it's a bit of a shame that it didn't make it into the report, because for me it would be an important consideration. And as part of home quality mark, which is kind of quality certification equivalent to BREEAM, but for residential developments. So I understand that the applicant will be targeting comfort credits. And unfortunately, until I kind of heard you speaking about it today, I didn't know that's the case. So as part of this comfort criteria, they will need to undertake a holistic dynamic thermal modeling to prove that all dwellings do not overheat. So it's sort of, I would say that if we can secure the home quality mark certification through a condition, then I would be quite happy that it will be addressed. We can't talk about like overheating and isolation and just talk about the color of the cladding, because it's very difficult to assess what effect it will have in the overall scheme of things. So that's sort of my 2 points. So I don't know if a case officer can elucidate a little bit on this.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. Well, I think it's a bit more, Kate, before you start. So, Councillor Thornborough?
Yeah, I think the argument that this cladding is similar to the barns nearby is really dubious. These are modern, much taller buildings and completely seen out of context of the barns that might be there, which are kind of well set back from the road. And I've been up and down this area for ages. I've never noticed any barns. I think I'm really disappointed that there's been pushback on this one when it was, I think the pushback was unnecessary, and without a doubt, if I agree with Councillor Rockmatova that the colour of the cladding does make a difference, and I've had residents many times speaking about the heat that comes off the black cladding, particularly in the summers where we're reaching 38 or 40 degrees. And that it's a simple thing to help reduce the overheating aspect. And I'm really disappointed that there's been a pushback on this.
Thank you. Councillor Bennett?
I agree with the comments made by my colleagues.
Yep. Councillor Todd Jones?
Thank you, Chair. I'm not quite clear in the plan, but do we know what the cladding or exterior finishes of the heritage farmhouse and outbuildings actually is, in terms of this point about mirroring that in the new buildings? Just a point of information, really.
Okay, thanks. I'm not going to try and answer that. I'll leave that up to Kate if she knows the answer to that. But so what we've got here is an architectural designer that feels that a black building somehow replicates barns close by and fens buildings generally. Prick Willow was a site of a building by a local architect 20 years ago, built a thing called Black House, which was clad in cement board painted black. Lots of other architects have done similar things. There's a fashion for black buildings. Not everyone, but there are some black buildings. And this is what we've got here. And I suppose we must imagine or assume that the fashion continues amongst house owners who the applicant feels will find this attractive. And so I'm not quite sure if the arguments we've made have been substantial in terms of refusing on the basis of this and other things maybe, but I completely concur with comments that have been made so far. And I think that buildings and architecture should move with the times, and that should be what we should be doing, not looking back to previous traditions, which are nothing to do with today. A sort of creosoted black timber barn in the middle of the fens is nothing to do with a cement board structure in an urban setting like this, in my opinion. But Kate, there were some questions aside from that from me, so if you want to just respond to those, please.
Right, thank you. First of all, just going back a bit, really, the application is supported by a sustainability statement and water conservation strategy and a carbon reduction statement, which has been looked at by the Council's sustainability officer, who is quite satisfied and raises no objections to the application. When the applicant decided to retain the black cedral cladding, they submitted further information, technical information, which relates to the way it is constructed, that there's a ventilation area behind the cladding, whereby the manufacturers have advised that it creates an air which helps cool it down, a ventilation gap. I've raised this matter with our sustainability officer, and she's had a look at that, and also the heat island effect, the reflective effect of the cladding. And she feels that there is no sustainable objection to raise to this. She's looked at the particular aspects of this application. She's looked at the landscaping that exists around these buildings. and feels that it is such that it wouldn't result in significant heat island effect. And also, this is a matter of balance as well. Now, the Nether Hall Farm buildings are locally listed buildings, and they are predominantly a buff brick, but there is also black timber cladding. So the approach taken with materials on this scheme does reflect that character. And this is one of the things that was required when outline planning application was being considered, and the design, the condition relating to the design of the development was looking for the buildings to the front of Nether Hall Farm to reflect the character of farm buildings. And the applicant, as well as having made some alterations to the actual architectural design of these buildings to make them have more of a barn-like character, they have specifically used this colour cladding to reflect that barn-like character and buildings in Nether Hall Farm. So from an officer point of view, we feel that not only have we not got the grounds on which to refuse it from a sustainability point of view, that this, from a design point of view, is a desirable approach. Therefore, the officer recommendation before you is one of approval.
Thanks, Kate. That's very clear. Thank you. I think in that respect, then we'll move on to the next one on the list. There's no more debate on that one. Councillor Todd Jones.
Well, just to say, I'm having a look at Nether Hall Farm now. There's a picture up here, but my main point is it's difficult to tell what the sort of exterior finishes are. Look, the farmhouse itself, I think, looks like it's stone built. Anyway, my main point was, irrespective of current trends in terms of architectural design, I would have thought that the issue is surely about reflecting the actual context of this site. Hence, my point about, does this actually successfully reflect the context of the existing buildings? If that is the point of the proposal, in terms of those nearby new buildings, in terms of the cladding. I've been to walked through many farmyard sites, and by no means are they all black clad. They're often brown clad, and that's, however, I'm not making a big issue of it, just trying to point out the sort of disparities in this, really. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of a fudge between lots of things going on aesthetically, to my mind. But I think what we need to bear in mind is what the officers are saying. They're the experts. We're non-experts. Even those that are qualified architects are in this context. And so we need to be cognizant of that. So if we were to argue that and refuse the item and argue that as a point, it would be difficult because we've had advice to the contrary. Did you want to say something else, Councillor Lokomatova?
Yeah, it's another point about black cladding. It's maintenance, and other developments like Clay Farm, where dark cladding was used in kind of 5 to 7 years' time, they look quite ominous. So it just it's probably they will probably look nice on the first couple of years, but then it's just not the material that it does require quite a bit of maintenance to look well. So that's another concern. I don't know if it's enough to to put the last nail in the black cladding's coffin. Probably not. But yeah, and just another thing to reiterate is sustainability statement submitted by the applicant. Is it part of the is it defensible document? Can we go back to the applicant and say, you promise that you will achieve home quality mark rating of 4 or not? Because that would be for me the the deal breaker. Because if it is, then I would have some confidence that overheating is properly addressed and it's going to be beyond what is required by Part O, which is laughable. And yeah, I would really like to know what is our position in relation to this to home quality mark certification.
Okay, I'll get an answer to that straight away. And just to say on maintenance, that was my first thought myself. I think to a certain extent that's a buyer beware matter though, or renter beware. The matter of maintenance of the property, if you're buying a property, it's up to you as the buyer or the renter to be cognizant of that and decide on that matter when you either buy or rent the property. Mostly buy, isn't it really, in terms of maintenance, or if you're a landlord. Can I just get that question answered for Councillor Lockwood, because obviously it's important. So, Kate, the Mark 4, something grade 4, you said?
Well, the applicant is obliged to carry out the development in accordance with the approved plans and documents. And if they don't, then the council has enforcement powers to enforce that. Thank you.
Okay, good. Right, Councillor Bennett.
I appreciate we may not be able to refuse or defer on this item, but no expert opinion overrides the laws of physics. And we all know that a black body absorbs heat much more efficiently than a lighter body. That's not an opinion, it's scientific fact. Thank you.
All right, thanks for that. So, right, we're going to move on now then to the next one, which is reduce the number of single aspect homes and consider mitigation measures. So we've heard from Kate about that already, so any more debate on that? Councillor Thornborough.
Again, I know that we, in our sustainable construction SPD, there's a cooling hierarchy, and passive cooling is at the top of the hierarchy, which means natural ventilation may be with mechanical ventilation. And the only way you cannot get passive cooling with a single aspect home. And we all know, we know people in Cambridge who live in single aspect flats which are south facing, and they already are really not, they cannot live in those homes at certain times of the summer already now. So it may be that we are complying with policy, but the reality is we are, I think we are agreeing that there could be homes which at certain times of the year, under policy, they'll be excessively hot, and that will affect people's lives.
Indeed. So SPD is supplementary planning document. Any more, Councillor Bennett?
This is really on social and behavioural problems with single aspect homes. One of the issues we all get as ward councillors is residents complaining that they have a single aspect home and they can't open their window because it's a smoking spot underneath or there's excessive noise. I have a feeling we did discuss this in April, but I can't remember what Kate said. So could we perhaps pull up the location of the single aspect homes and consider whether that is actually a potential problem, whether there's anything we can do to mitigate, such as putting some planting underneath to keep smokers away from the window sites.
Right, any more questions on single aspect before I go back to Kate?
I've got a comment, and I know that the applicant has undertaken TM59 assessment to comply with Part O, but that's only for those single aspect units. It doesn't mean that others will not overheat. And I'm just wondering, there are some really good tools that allow applicants to assess the risk of overheating on homes, and this is Good Homes Alliance overheating risk assessment tool, and it's just something that it doesn't require much resource to do it. It's basically a spreadsheet, and very quickly we would have probably got rid of like full height glazing on some of the units, because it would just indicate that there is a high risk. And I just feel it's good design and for not much kind of, not involving a lot of resource, and I'm just disappointed it's not undertaken.
Yeah, no, that's useful to hear, and hopefully the applicant and applicants are listening into that. So the situation is that we don't recommend or advise single aspect homes, but our policy does not require that they, I'm going double negative now, they are, you can have some of them basically. It is subject to the recommendation of the case officer. So I think we've got 14 in this case, is that right, Kate? You said out of 200? But if you respond
Yes,
to the questions.
that is correct. There would only be 7% of the dwellings. The applicant has provided information to our sustainability officer about the ability to comply with Part O of the building regulations, and they showed that with mitigation on the single aspect dwellings, that all units would pass Part O of the building regulations. And of course there is the ministerial statement advising planning authorities that we shouldn't be asking for higher standards than the building regulations. Thank you.
So there we are, there's the expert advice. No more on that. So moving on, so the last one, Kate, on the list, I think was, I can't remember now, can you put it up again? So water consumption, very important, very topical. Water consumption measures, any debate? Questions? No? Kate, where are we with that? What's the consumption per dwelling? Do we know?
The applicant has agreed to provide slow release water butts for all houses, and that can be secured by condition 22 in the recommendation.
Okay, and how about litres per dwelling? I mean, I think, is it 110 is statutory, but we've been trying to get it down lower than that sometimes.
Yes, I
what we
think
got
the
here.
applicant thinks they can get it down to, I think it's 98 litres per person per day.
Okay, well, that's an improvement, 98. No one's complaining on that. Okay, so that's it then, committee. Do you want to just touch on anything else before we finish up? Or go back to anything? Obviously, we've not been happy with all of that, but it's a matter of balance, committee, whether we accept this or not. The officer recommendation is approval. If you're going to refuse it, you need to think of reasons for refusal. Councillor Thornborough.
So the officer's recommendation is approval. Is it, do we have to just approve, is it possible to not approve one aspect of it, or do you have to approve the whole, all of the things that are here now?
Kate?
Well, I don't think there's, we've already deferred the application on one occasion to give the applicant the opportunity to make amendments and provide further information. I think we're obliged to make a decision on the scheme as it stands now, unless it's something that can be covered by condition. So I'm not quite sure what you had in mind, but the applicant, if it's a colour cladding, then the applicant has dug their heels in on that one at this stage, but we could put a condition on saying, notwithstanding the submitted information, that the applicant shall provide details of the external materials for our determination. So we could cover that by condition if you felt that it was a sticking point that could lead to a refusal.
Councillor Thornborough.
I would like to have that condition in, please. I think that's a good suggestion. Yeah.
That obviously, Kate hit the nail on the head. It was that you were thinking about. Okay, well spotted, Kate. Yeah, okay.
Can I just clarify something in terms of that suggestion? We're only talking about the black cladding as a finish rather than any other of the external materials proposed, Councillor.
So I was thinking about informative, but the officer has suggested condition. But I presume the condition, Kate, is not to...
My apologies, but there is a recommended condition, condition 4, for materials, for the applicant to submit details to include external features such as windows, doors, sills, roof, cladding, external metalwork, etc. So it is really covered by that condition. So we could effectively renegotiate under that condition.
Can I just clarify where we are with this? The idea is we have a condition where we say, back to us with what you plan to do, and then we'll have a look at it. Is that what we're saying? We're not saying you can't make it back. We're saying back to us with that material, and we want to consider it. Yeah. Councillor Thornborough?
Well, I would say it's not just the material, it's the colour and the material.
Yeah, sorry, that's sort of what I meant. Yeah, okay. Apologies for not being clear. I think that's fine. I think what I'd also add is an informative, which says, and leave the wording to officers, which says something along the lines of, look, have a think. Do you really want to have a fake black barn in the middle of this housing estate? Is it really appropriate? Or would it be more appropriate to think in terms of modern materials, but modern materials applied in a modern context that make reference to the current condition that we find ourselves in, which is a climate crisis? What you're doing doesn't make sense. And maybe you might be misinterpreting what you think your future occupiers might want. That's what's happening, isn't it? That, with all due respect, we can't really tell the applicant what they should be doing because they are the applicant, but we can certainly put an informative in to say what we think, and they can disregard it should they so wish. No one's arguing against, so let's do that. I think we're all done then, so I think if there's nothing else, Councillor Bennett.
There was just my point about social issues with single aspect windows, and some developers have put planting underneath the windows so that you can't smoke underneath it and to keep noise away. I can't remember whether that is actually the site or whether that's already, but could we possibly have an informative on that?
Sounds like a good idea, yep. I reckon no one's saying no. Do that. Leave the wording to officers, yep. Okay, we got that. Right, in that case, let's go to the recommendation and please, Toby.
Thanks, Chair. So the recommendations on page 138, that is to approve the reserve matters application reference 23/04191/REM, subject to the planning conditions and informatives as set out, with delegated authority to officers to carry through minor amendments to those conditions and informatives prior to the issuing of the planning permission, and to approve the part discharge of the following outline planning conditions insofar as they relate to the reserve matters application site, according to the recommendations for each condition as set out in the table below, noting that that excludes the public art delivery plan as set out on that table, is subject to an amendment to condition 4 to include the colour of the cladding for consideration, and 2 additional informatives, one with regard to finish and the latter one with regard to landscaping, particularly outside single aspect dwellings to avoid antisocial behaviour. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Toby. The vote. So the officer recommendation is one of approval. All those in favour of that recommendation?
That's a unanimous
So
support.
the item is approved. Thank you for that debate, everyone. It's a very good debate and speakers. So let's have a break now then. It's 3 o'clock. Come back at 3:05. Let's have a comfort break. Next item. Thank you. Welcome back after a short break. Planning Committee. Next item is item 7, Anglia Ruskin University item. And we've got speakers, James, applicant, and Andy, agent. So no objectors have appeared. So there'll be 3 minutes for those two. So Dean, you're online, you're the case officer. Do you want to just introduce the item then, please?
Thank you, Chair. Just going to share my screen. Can I just check you can all see that and hear me okay?
Yep, can do.
Excellent. So this is the application at the Anglia Ruskin University, and it's for the demolition of the existing web building, erection of a new media building, alterations to Coslet and Ruskin buildings, and associated external works. So the existing Anglia Ruskin site is broadly all these buildings within this parcel of land here. East Road runs along there. Got residential streets of Willis Road, Guest Road, Mackenzie Road, and Collier Road. And this is the Mill Road Cemetery directly to the east, which is a registered historic park and garden. Part of the site, including the Coslet and Ruskin buildings, are within the Mill Road Conservation Area. So this just shows the existing and proposed site plans. So on your left, you've got the existing site plans. So this application is only relative to the rear of the site, or the land within the red line, and includes part of the Ruskin building, Coslet, Annex and Webb, and the removal of tennis courts. So starting at the northern edge of the site, tennis courts will be removed to make way for a new emergency vehicle access coming in here down to the site. The existing Annex and Webb buildings will be removed to make way for the new media building. The plane tree in the middle, which is protected by TPO, is to be retained. The Coslet building will undergo refurbishment works, and the external facades will be upgraded. And these cycle stores here will be relocated just along the southern edge of the site in here, which I will go through later on. There are also proposed amendments to the access via Mackenzie Road here, which you'll see more soft landscaping and 2 accessible parking spaces. So again, this just shows what the existing arrangement is within the site compared to the proposed. At the moment, students have to sort of navigate their way through in between buildings and around buildings to get from one end of the site to the other. And the new arrangements will obviously open up this Coslet court with the new media building situated here, but will allow people to move more freely within this space. So this space will become more usable. Again, I'll go into this detail a bit later on. Some of these existing structures are going to be removed and demolished to make way for new steps. So access into the Ruskin building will be more enhanced. And again, the access arrangements at Mackenzie Road entrance will be enhanced as well. So this is just the existing north and south elevations of the Annex and Webb buildings. So this elevation on your left is taken from this viewpoint here, standing facing southwards. So there's the existing Annex building in the foreground with the Webb building just behind, and then the existing Coslet building. And again, this view is standing within Coslet Court looking north, with the existing Webb building with the Peter Taylor building in the background and the edge of Coslet. So these are the exactly same viewpoints I've just shown you, but are now proposed. So this view standing here to the north of the new media building, looking south. So this is the new media building here, 3 stories high, with the Coslet building in the background with a new lift court in between the two. As you can see, the Coslet's just going to be recladded. And then this is the other view I just showed you, looking back up towards the media building with the new lift core and Coslet just there as well. This is the existing west elevation of the Coslet, so this is standing within the centre of Coslet Court, looking internally at the west elevation. And again, this just shows the proposed elevation, so there's the new media building here with the main entrance here. And then this is obviously the Coslet being recladded, new fenestration details, glazing, new access arrangements, and such and forth. This is the existing east elevation. So this is the elevation you currently see when standing in the adjacent Mill Road Cemetery. And this is the proposed new elevation that you'll see from the cemetery, clearly showing the new cladding works being proposed, with the new media building just off to the right, but this will be slightly set back from the eastern boundary. This is the existing south elevation of the Coslet building. So this is approaching from the Mackenzie Road entrance. Again, that just shows the proposed recladding works to the building, new glazing, an undercroft area here for access, with the associated rooftop plant and the lift core in between the Ruskin and the Coslet building. This is the existing south elevation of Ruskin. Not much work is going to be done to this building apart from a new substation at ground floor level, which will be proposed down here, just here. So it'll be within an enclosure within the same materials as the existing building. To be well disguised and hidden from any views. There's also going to be new tree planting along here, just to soften that edge in front of Ruskin. This is the existing west elevation of Ruskin. So at the moment, there is a lift which doesn't have level access at the moment. So the proposal is to provide a ramp on this western elevation to provide level access into the lift. This is the existing east elevation of Ruskin. So this is the internal view when standing in Coslet Court. All these structures here, so this single story structure, there are also some bins here as well, which are going to be removed, demolished, to make way for the new steps as shown in this elevation. So you can see the new steps going into and out of the building, and new access door arrangements within this building as well. And it will just open up this whole area, which I'll show you in more detail later on. So as part of the application, the applicant has submitted some visualizations just to show the context and scale of the proposals between the existing and proposed situations. So this view is standing to the north of Mill Road Cemetery, looking south back towards the site. So you can just see a glimpse view of the existing roof line of Coslet building, just above the ridge height of the building in the foreground. And just there you can see the glimpse of the new media building, which will be partially seen but not very visible at all from that view. This is standing in the middle of the cemetery. So this is the existing Coslet building as seen at present. And this is the proposed new recladding of the building. There's no height increase to the building, it's purely just recladding works. And also you would see a glimpse of the new media building as well. But as I said before, this will be slightly set back from the eastern boundary of the site, so it will hopefully be less visible, although you probably would see it more in winter when trees are in less leaf. So this is the viewpoint from Mackenzie Road. So again, existing Coslet building. And again, this just shows the outline of scale of development. This is not what the building will actually look like. It's just an illustration, just to visualize the scale of development and positioning of windows, and with the rooftop plant on top. So this is the view looking from Guest Road, in one of the residential streets just south of the site. Again, just shows the existing situation against the proposed. Again, this is just looking from Willis Road, which is set further to the west of Guest Road. Again, you can just see glimpses of the existing Coslet building there, and you'll see just the rooftop plant on top, just part of the proposals. These are just internal visualizations of what the courtyard will look like. So I was referring to a single story element which will be removed as part of the proposal. So this and these bins and brick wall will be all removed. So you open up this whole space here with new steps into the Ruskin building and a new access in here as well. This space will create more social interaction amongst students. And I think the idea is to use this for art displays and performances and things like that in the summer. So this is the existing web building, which will be replaced by the new media building with the existing plane tree, which will be retained, but a new seating arrangement configured around it. Again, just to open up access and permeability throughout the whole site for students to interact and walk through. So in terms of noise impact, a lot of neighbour objections were received in respect of noise. It is understood that there's existing noise issues which are generated from the existing Sinclair building, which is shown here. It's outside the red line of this application, but yeah, neighbours are concerned with the amount of noise generated from this building here, which I think is from an existing generator. Our environmental health team have investigated this and have worked collaboratively with residents and ARU on this matter, and it is understood that the nuisance has been mitigated. I think we have got Elizabeth Bruce from Environmental Health on the call, should members have any questions regarding this. In response to those noise complaints, one of the rooftop plants from the top of Ruskin building has been removed from the scheme. So this would have been located on this roof space here, which would have been close to the most noise sensitive receptors neighbouring properties around here. They couldn't fully mitigate the noise impact, so they've decided to remove it from the scheme. Just so you know that. So on balance, proposals will enhance user experience and accessibility to and within the site. The refurbishment, redevelopment of existing buildings is considered to enhance the visual appearance of the site whilst preserving the character appearance of heritage assets. And there are sufficient mitigation measures in place to minimise noise impact, which are also conditioned. Therefore, officer recommendation is to approve subject to conditions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dean. So, speakers, James and Andy, are you in the room with us or online? Yeah, hello, hi. Do you want to come to the public speaker thing? Is it the back there? Thanks. Okay. Hello, James, good afternoon. So you press the button on your right-hand side there and it should light up. Are you ready? And 30 seconds before the end, you'll get a bell to let you know you come to the end. You get 3 minutes. All right.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm James Rolfe. I'm the Chief Operating Officer from ARU. Thank you for the opportunity to address you today. I would briefly like to make 4 key points. So, first of all, many universities across the sector are reducing and even closing their arts and creative industries offer at the moment. This project reinforces ARU's commitment to supporting and enhancing our offer to students, our staff, and the local communities we work with by consolidating onto modern, state-of-the-art facilities in this part of the East Road campus. In so doing, the development will start the next chapter of the 166-year history of the Cambridge School of Art. Second, ARU is not a typical university. We are all about transforming lives through inclusive, innovative, and entrepreneurial education and research. That means we draw our students from all walks of life and from all parts of our community. So 29% of the students supported by this faculty here in Cambridge come from the 20% most deprived wards, mainly here in the Eastern region, and of course including Cambridge itself. 24%, nearly a quarter, have a declared disability, and 29% have a BAME background. We are immensely proud of this diverse student community, and the development before you enhances our ability to continue to equip our students with the skills and confidence they need to thrive in society. Third, we welcome officers' conclusions that the proposed development would enhance the visual appearance of the site, would preserve the character and appearance of the conservation area, and would not significantly intrude on the skyline of Cambridge. Enhancing our campus was certainly our intention and has been a guiding principle from the beginning of the project. Finally, we always want to be a good neighbour, and we recognise that what we do on campus can have an effect nearby. We believe that the development will improve the appearance of the site, and we have been pleased to work with local residents to resolve their concerns. Those conversations will continue. We are also pleased to agree the condition requested by local residents and proposed in the list of conditions. That condition, condition 16, will ensure that before it is used, we will test the plant to validate that it will meet the stated noise levels. For all these reasons, we believe this project represents a significant step forward for AIU, our local communities, and the provision of higher education in Cambridge. We respectfully request that the application be approved so that the benefits can be delivered. Thank you.
Thanks very much, James. Right, okay, that's the end of speakers. Debate. Councillor Thornborough.
Well, I think thank you to the speaker for reminding us about ARU and what an amazing place it is, and the really wide the provision that this particular department provides and the real diversity in the students is really, really, I think we're all really proud that this university is in our city. Two things. I'm also really pleased about the condition 16, testing the noise of the plant when it starts up. But I have one concern, and I have a question about the existing building is built pretty much right up against the boundary wall to the cemetery, which is a local nature reserve now. And I just checking, I wonder if the construction management condition could actually highlight this important neighbour, and I don't know whether it will require scaffolding to be erected on the site of the cemetery, but I just think that it's worth the construction management plan taking that into account. And I know that for construction you're able to get access to adjacent properties, and if this was required, I think there's special care needs to be taken because of the high ecology in the cemetery. That's my only concern, and I wondered if one of the conditions could be strengthened if necessary. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Any more? Councillor Bennett.
Just a couple of very quick points. Thank you to the speaker for coming. It's very exciting developments, and I particularly note the new entrance points, which will be the Abbey Ward in the student rooms, who will be able to travel to the university without going through the infamous Wall of Death roundabout on East Road or along busy Newmarket Road. I also welcome the new ramp to provide level access on the Ruskin building. And I just have one teeny tiny quibble, which is on the picture shown to us by the officers. We had some open air steps without a railing. And could we possibly have a railing provided, particularly given what the speaker said about the number of students with a disability? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, I'll save it. So let's not have too much of a love in on ARU. So there are 87 objections. Top of the list is noise. Councillor Thornborough has alluded to that already. The Coslet from the cemetery is ugly at the moment. I'm sure this will change that particularly. It might even be more ugly in the sense that it'll be a new building, rather garish, next to this cemetery, which I'm very familiar with, having lived in the area. Close to, but there you go. There could be commended, I guess, for reusing the building, not knocking it down and building a new one. That's a good thing. It's a shame to lose the web building, I guess, because it's a nice old building. I'm not quite sure about the media building. I couldn't see too much of it really in the images shown, but I appreciate the need for modern buildings for modern uses. And like Councillor Thornborough, you know, I commend the work that ARU do in the community, and the thing she never mentioned was that some universities, I think including ARU, are working with communities, as the speaker said, to provide and include communities in what they do culturally. And that's been a bit of a lacking in some authority areas where there just isn't the funding from government or local taxpayers to support that. So the fact that they're sort of stepping in and helping out there really with provision is to be commended. Any more debate? Nope. Okay. In that case, back to Dean for any answers, please.
Yeah, so in response to Councillor Thornborough's comments referring to scaffolding and protection of the adjacent nature reserve, condition 31 requests an ecological management construction plan. So that will provide details as to how the nature reserve will be protected during construction works, so officers can secure those details prior to works commencing. In terms of Councillor Bennett's comment regarding the railing providing the open air steps, we can condition that if members would like to see a railing provided. I don't think I have any concerns with that if that's what members want. And yeah, in terms of the design, the recladding of the building, the material they're choosing is thermally efficient, and it's considered to be an enhancement upon the existing facades at the moment, and will provide a better energy efficient building than what it is at the moment.
You done, Dean?
Yeah.
Yep, thanks so much. Any more debate, anyone? No. Okay, recommendation then please, Toby.
Thanks, Chair. So the recommendations on page 242 of the officer report, that is to approve, subject to the planning conditions as set out with minor amendments to the conditions as drafted delegated to officers, with an additional condition in respect of railings to the steps. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Toby. So the recommendation is one of approval. All those in favour of that recommendation?
That's unanimous, Chair.
Yeah, so the item is approved. Thank you, and thanks to the speaker. Are you okay to move on to the next item, members? Yep, okay, so we won't have a break yet then, perhaps after the next one. So the next item is item 8, Clarendon House. Alice is presenting, and we've got speakers, Francesca, Stefan, Joe, and then Councillor Robertson. So speaking time 6 minutes. We're going to have the presentation first. So when you're ready, Alice, please.
So could I say just for the record, Chair, it was agreed everyone who could vote on the last item because Councillor Locke-Matola wasn't participating. Because I did say unanimous, which isn't quite correct.
Okay, thanks. So that's just noted for the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So this application is at Clarendon House and it's for the partial demolition, alterations and extension to Clarendon House, new ramped vehicular access, delivery bay, cycle access and parking, landscaped rear deck, harness off landscaping, solar PVs, air source heat pumps, substation, utilities and other associated works. So there's a few clarifications slash things to note. First is I've referenced greywater harvesting in the report in error, so apologies for that. That's in paragraph 3.2 and 10.76. In paragraph 10.133, it wrongly states that the development would result in an adverse sunlight impact. It's meant to read would not result in an adverse sunlight impact. In paragraph 10.152, it states that there appears to be at least one roof light serving number 15 Clarendon Road's second floor room. This has been corrected by the occupier. There are no roof lights serving this room. However, this does not change the outcome of the assessment, and this will be covered in more detail in the presentation. Again, just to note the amendment sheet, there was an additional third-party objection submitted post-drafting and signing off the report. And there is also another one on screen now, which was received on the 12th of July. Aside from the last point addressed, last point on screen, all have been addressed in the report. The additional information which was provided by the applicant was requested by officers and is not considered to require a re-consultation with the public. So that's just some clarifications for you. If you have any questions, if it's all right, Chair, on those, can I
I'm okay, come on.
ask those now? Or is that okay? Okay, brilliant. Okay, so as I've said, the application is for the partial demolition, alterations and extensions to Clarendon House, relocation and re-provision of a new ramped vehicular access, delivery bay, cycle facilities and landscaping and other matters. So the site is on the eastern side of Clarendon Road and comprises a 3-storey office block with undercroft parking and a single-storey glazed extension here. The glazed extension and the front area of landscaping along here falls within the Brooklands Avenue Conservation Area, and therefore the majority of the building falls outside of the conservation area, but within its setting. The site and the surrounding areas fall within a controlled parking zone and the Cambridge Airport consultation zone. The surrounding area has a mixed use and character, with offices surrounding the site to the north at Lockton House, east at City House, and there's also Academy House along Hills Road here. There is residential flats in the Kaleidoscope development here and here, and then more suburban kind of Victorian villas on the other side of Clarendon Road. So these images show the existing building. So it's 3-storey, as I've said, with undercroft car parking. So the levels within the building are a bit different. One thing to note as well is the single-storey glazed extension is here. It's quite difficult to see on this drawing, actually. Is here, and it projects beyond the 3-storey massing at the front. So the building has a hipped roof character with horizontal glazing. So this is the existing building of Clarendon House within its context. This is the glazed extension to the front and the trees in the frontage. This shows Clarendon House currently in relation to Lockton House, which is almost completed construction. And then this is a viewpoint from further down Clarendon Road towards Fitzwilliam Road corner, showing the trees and the well-vegetated frontage. And this picture here, sorry, also shows the access to City House, which is behind Blockton House. And the vehicular access at the moment to Clarendon House sits side by side, which isn't particularly advantageous from a townscape perspective or from a highway safety perspective. So here's a diagram showing the existing building and site plan, showing the two entrances side by side, which I've already mentioned. This diagram also illustrates that maintenance access to the rear of the existing building is quite difficult because of the limited undercroft height. Maintenance is very difficult of the site. And then residential flats to south and east, sorry. So the site has been subject to a PPA where, given the constraints and sensitivities of the site, we've worked collaboratively to explore different options for the site in terms of retrofit, extending the existing building and full rebuild. It was considered after comprehensive review of the criteria, which covered matters like green infrastructure, buildability, water, carbon, that from a holistic perspective, extending the building was the best option. And this was carried forward to the proposed development. So the proposed development retains the existing steel structural frame of the building, demolishes the single-storey front extension and extends the building to the north, east and upwards to create a building which varies in scale from 3 to 5 stories plus undercroft. By extending to the north, the northern vehicular access will be relocated to the south, providing access for maintenance of the building. And the northern corner of the site will be re-landscaped to deliver additional planting and dedicated cycle access. A delivery bay is proposed to the front, which the Highway Authority are happy with, and a landscape deck will project over the undercroft car parking to enhance the rear of the site. So this slide shows that the only part of the building to be demolished is the front extension, which is hashed in red here, and shown here that it's extending to the north and the east. So the development doesn't project closer to Clarendon Road, and this one here shows that shows a cross-section of how the frame will be retained. So hopefully that's clear. So this is the proposed ground floor kind of site plan, dedicated cycle access down here with a gentle gradient, visitor cycle parking, which includes some larger spaces here, and then the entrance to the building here. So the entrance to the building currently, because of the undercroft, the entrance is raised. They've lowered the slab level here so that there is level access and more interaction with the surrounding street scene. So this is the new relocated vehicular ramp, which will go down into the undercroft level below the landscape podium, and the substation is just here. So this is the first floor, which just shows that the office space will be open plan. Second floor is similar. Third floor, there's a setback in form and roof terrace at the eastern elevation and the western elevation. And then this is the fourth floor with another roof terrace here. And this shows the roof plan with lots of PV on the pitched roofs. So this is just the Undercroft plan, which shows the cycle slope coming down through to the cycle parking and the car parking coming through from the vehicular ramp here. There is showers and lockers located here with a lift and stair core. So this is the front elevation with the lowest scale 3-storey frontage building set at the front with various different elements of scale and roof form to provide variation within the street scene and break down the massing. So this is the northern elevation, so this is towards Lockton House, showing the gable end here with the entrance at ground floor. This is the south elevation, so towards the Orchid building to the south. This shows the side elevation of the other side elevation of the frontage building gable. And then this is the western elevation towards the Emerald building. So yeah, this is the form. So key considerations, and I'll take them in turn, are design, amenity and sustainability / inclusivity. So I know that some members will be familiar with the scheme as they saw it at the members' briefing in January, but there has been some changes to address members' comments raised regarding the design of the frontage building. There has been a reduction in the ridge height and the eaves height, despite retaining the frame. Removal of the front dormer and changes to the elevations to make the upper level look more roof-like. Officers consider that these changes have reduced the perception of scale further within the street scene, better connecting the development into the surrounding context. So here's the street scene, Clarendon House in relation to Lockton House here and Kaleidoscope here. You'll see that the proposal is varied in scale with a similar but not identical design approach to Lockton redevelopment. So it provides a more cohesion to Clarendon Road street scene. The larger scale is set back behind a more domestically scaled building to respond to the Victorian villas on the other side of the road, and also to the larger scale office and residential flats behind and to the south of the site. Officers consider that the proposal successfully knits into the surrounding context and preserves and enhances the character and appearance of the conservation area. So this is another street scene image, but it shows the overlay of the existing building, which is quite handy to show. Like I said, the existing frame is being retained, so that is somewhat of a constraint for this site, but obviously it comes with benefits. So this is the townscape view from the corner of Clarendon Road and Brooklands Avenue. You'll see that Lockton House is here, and then Clarendon House is here. This is closer towards the site on Clarendon Road, where the gap between Lockton and Clarendon is more prominent. So the proposal would result in the loss of 4 trees in the street frontage, which contribute collectively to the character and appearance of the conservation area and the street scene. These trees have been removed to facilitate the relocation of the vehicular access to the south for maintenance and servicing. and also leads to other landscape improvements to the north over here, and creates a better townscape relationship between the site and the vehicular access to the City House. So replacement trees are being proposed to be semi-mature from day one to partially mitigate the loss of these 4 trees over here over time. However, officers have identified some minor short-term harm resulting from the loss of the trees due to the impact on the street scene, which officers consider is outweighed by the significant benefits of the scheme. This shows again that the building line stays the same. And it's also important to note that the development delivers 30% canopy cover gain across the site, so that whilst canopy is being lost over here, it will be re-provided elsewhere in the site and improved. So this is the view from Fitzwilliam Road, Clarendon Row corner, showing the existing situation here and the proposed. So one of the many benefits of the scheme is that it's more inclusive and accessible, the building. The existing access has a segregated tight platform lift, which is difficult to use. The proposal creates a level access to the building by lowering the existing slab level for the entrance and reception area, allowing access for all in the same place, and then lifts here go to all levels, so it's all accessible. In terms of amenity, all 154 habitable rooms around the site meet BRE vertical sky component test. In terms of the no skyline test, 148 out of 154 habitable rooms would meet the test. That's when accounting for the external walkways, as I mentioned earlier, which restrict daylight distribution within rooms anyway. So when accounting for that, there's 6 that do not meet the skyline test, which is the distribution test. All of the rooms meet the annual probable sunlight hours test, so rooms would maintain good levels of sunlight. But officers consider that there is no harm to daylight or sunlight resulting from the development, and the next slides will kind of go into detail on that. So in terms of the ones in the Emerald building, they comfortably meet the SC, BRE daylight test, with the worst case scenario being a 10% change, and the so that's 10% lower than the worst acceptable level, if that makes sense. BRE guidance states that the guidance should be applied flexibly and sensibly, particularly where design factors limit the spread of daylight within rooms. So these are the flats opposite the room, opposite Clarendon House. This is the layout. So you have these external walkways. Then set within those external walkways are a kitchen window, and then the primary outlook is the other side of the building, which is unaffected by the development, with a door opening out to a balcony and then a further window. This typically the room depth is 7 metres, and they have glazing panels on the elevation fronting kind of backing onto Clarendon House, which restrict daylight as well. So these windows are quite small, which again affects the distribution coming from this particular window. So these factors kind of taken together, officers consider that whilst the distribution is adversely affected when taking the room as a whole and the amenity of the room as a whole in terms of daylight, as they comfortably meet the SC, officers consider that the daylight impact to these properties is considered acceptable. So in terms of the other two remaining windows within the surrounding context that would fail to meet the daylight distribution and BRE guidance, there are two windows which are at a property opposite the development on the opposite side of Clarendon Road. So again, BRE guidance states that flexibility should be applied. The ground floor habitable room would see a 3% more reduction than the guidance allows, which is considered an acceptable exceedance in the context and is quite common adjacent to this to development. And it is kind of the BRE guidance states that some reduction in daylight distribution is unavoidable. The first floor is compliant, and the second floor, which is this dormer window here, is served by a dormer window, which restricts the light distribution within the room, because it kind of creates a tunnelling effect, because the window is projecting out of the roof, mainly because of the window reveal. So a disproportionate change can happen in a small amount of scale increase. We're unsure of the layout. I've not been able to gain access to the property. As I said earlier, there are no roof lights serving this room, which is in error, but officers consider that the overall impact is on balance acceptable, particularly when BRE guidance states that distribution within bedrooms is considered less important than main habitable rooms. So in terms of overlooking, there were some comments from third parties concerned with overlooking. There has been some further work done by the applicant to address these concerns. The terraces now have planters introduced to push pedestrians back away from the roof edge to obscure the view from the terraces of the communal space. Obviously, there is an existing overlooking relationship between Lopton House and the external walkways from the Emerald Building and the Orchid Building. But officers consider that this relationship and this design feature overcomes this potential overlooking impact and are comfortable with this approach. So the development exceeds sustainability requirements with a robust approach to sustainable design and construction, which is commendable. This is as a result of retaining the existing frame to reduce the embodied carbon, incorporating passive design measures through a fabric-first approach, and they're targeting fossil fuel-free site, low carbon and renewable sources through the provision of air source heat pumps and PV panels. They're also utilising rainwater harvesting and targeting 5 BREEAM Watt 1 credits, which would result in a 55% improvement over the baseline of water consumption. And they're also kind of meeting certain targets which are on the screen now. So notwithstanding the short-term harm arising from the loss of the 4 trees, there are significant public benefits that would arise from the scheme given, if granted, planning permission, which are not limited to those on screen now. The development would make effective use of previously developed land in a highly sustainable location, prioritises active and sustainable transport modes by the provision of high-quality cycle parking facilities, and delivers a commendable modal shift, targets BREEAM excellence, energy efficiency, EPC rating of A, 5 watt BREEAM credits and operational savings of carbon emissions. Furthermore, the development would have a low embodied carbon footprint by retaining the existing steel frame and structure and would go fossil fuel free, whilst also improving biodiversity on site and canopy cover. Officers consider that the proposal would amount to a significant public benefit which would outweigh the short-term harm identified arising from the loss of the trees. So officers' recommendation is one of approval, subject to the conditions outlined in the officer report and the section 106. Some of these are on the screen now. Thank you, Chair.
Right, thanks, Alice, for that. So speakers, Francesca, are you in the room? Yeah, hello, hi. If you come to that sort of public speaker bit at the back there, good afternoon. And then also Stefan as well. Stefan here? Yeah, just there, that's it, yeah. Stefan here or online?
Sure, Chair, we've not been advised. I don't have a statement to read on his behalf, so...
Okay. Is Stefan available? Oh, you're there, sorry, apologise. Okay, so if you want to sit at the back as well, it might be good, and then you can take over after Francesca's spoken. So you get 3 minutes each. I've extended it to 6 minutes for this. And Francesca, you go first. And what you do is press the button on your microphone in front. It should light up, that's it. And yeah, away you go, thanks.
I live opposite Clarendon House. It's a 1980s building and a residential road with hundreds of people living on 3 sides of the site. Several aspects point to overdevelopment. The proposed building is 2.4 times larger than the existing one. A 3-storey building would be replaced by 3 blocks with 3, 4 and 5 stories, each with very high ceiling heights. The maximum height would be nearly twice as high, at 21.8 metres. This is like 5 double-decker buses piled on top of one another. It would have a 7 metres wider frontage onto Clarendon Road and 73 floor-to-ceiling windows facing us. This height, scale, massing and siting would dominate surrounding houses and flats and lead to serious impacts. First, loss of amenity and privacy. Adding 2 stories and 3 roof terraces higher than the ridge of the current block means a significant increase in overlooking. High-level windows and multiple roof terraces with a pergola at 5th story would particularly affect the flats behind the site with loss of outlook, loss of daylight and noise and light pollution. We in Clarendon Road would also experience overlooking, loss of daylight and loss of privacy. Large roof terraces used between 7 a.m. and 7 p.m., including Saturdays, would exacerbate this problem. This late addition of Saturday in the conditions is very concerning for neighbours. There would be a 43% loss of daylight to our 2nd floor bedroom, falling within the major adverse category. This would cause a detrimental and oppressive impact to how the room is used for working and reading with natural light. Scale and massing should be reduced. Secondly, this very large office block would cause severe harm to the character and appearance of the conservation area due to its height, scale and massing. The cumulative effect of this, with Brooklands, creates an overbearing wall along Clarendon Road with loss of 5 trees and significant change to the street scene. White, ridged cement cladding and white metal panels on the top floor of the 3-storey front block are out of context with the conservation area. Locally characteristic brick should be used. Finally, the scale of development for 600 employees leads to problems with vehicle access. Moving the car ramp and waiting area for cars to the south would cause noise pollution, especially for neighbours in flats, whose patios and open windows are very close to the boundary. There appears to be a pedestrian gate next to the car gate, which could cause conflict. Moving the delivery bay right to the front of the site would be disruptive and noisy. 20 car parking spaces should be reduced, as Brooklands, a similar size, only has 11.
Right, thanks very much. So Stefan, if you want to come to one of the speakers as well, please. Thanks. Again, so if you press the button on the right-hand side, it will light up, and you get 3 minutes and half a minute before the end of the bell goes to let you know it comes to the end when you're ready. We're 6 minutes in total. How much have we done so far? 2 minutes 50, so you've got 3 minutes 10. Okay.
I'll try not to take up all your time. Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you for the opportunity to be able to address you today. I'm just going to tell you two things I'm not going to do. I'm not here to express fundamental opposition to any sort of development. That's ridiculous. We have in the neighborhood, I think, put up with quite a bit of development over the last few years, and there is already ongoing development still, as you know. I'm also not going to repeat everything I said in my written statements. I'm going to limit myself to making two crucial points. I'm going to use the car access strand as an example as to how I think the developer has taken insufficient care to take the legitimate concerns of the community into account. If you want to see the ramp again, that very helpful picture with the red tree, I think in your application packet should be page 88, I think is useful if you want to see what I'm talking about. Although I will try to convince you that the red tree is more of a red herring than anything useful. So first thing, I think the developer has been inconsiderate of the neighborhood in stark contrast to the applicant we just saw, Anglican Ruskin University. So the car ramp involves a holding area, obviously, and the infrastructure required to mitigate access. And essentially that is being removed from the northern side, which is commercial facing, to the residential side, to the Orchid building specifically, which is where I live. That, as you've heard, will impact the conservation area because 4 mature trees are going to be removed, and pruning of others and removal of shrubs and other places where birds and wildlife have been able to make their home is going to be removed as well. And that's why I think the red tree is a bit of a red herring. It kind of masks that that is actually going to happen in that area. Now, the planning officer said that this is a temporary loss. That will eventually be mitigated, and that is true, but crucially, it's not going to be mitigated at the southern side of the development because that is literally going to be paved over, and any increase in canopy cover is going to be realized elsewhere. So one of the questions I would put to you is, well, is it okay to compensate for the loss of trees in this way when cover is actually needed at the southern end of the development? In that sense, at least, I would disagree with the conclusions of the planning officer. I think the loss of trees is permanent. It is just hopefully replaced in some sort of numerical way elsewhere. It also moves, the moving of the car ramp also moves air pollution and noise pollution directly towards sensitive areas of the Orchid building. So I can speak for my own flat, but also the flats above me. Our kitchen and lounge areas are directly facing the new proposed car ramp, and you can imagine that specifically when cars are moving in and out, the gates open and close, and other access control things happen, that will get noisy, and the pollution that just comes with combustion engines is unfortunately a reality. The second point I want to make is that I think the developer is missing important context when they were drawing up their designs. They engaged evidently quite strongly with you and with the planning officer team, but I don't think they engaged meaningfully with us. And I think that's an issue that you should take into consideration. And one example that I want to give to you is that I think they're missing important context. So let me paint you a picture. On any given weekday during school term time, Clarendon Road and Fitzwilliam Road and Shaftesbury Road look very different to what they do in the pictures. There is a lot of traffic. There are a lot of people coming, dropping off their children.
Draw your points to a conclusion now. Don't stop, just finish your
Thank
point.
you, I'll wrap it up, yeah. There's a lot of people, there's double parking, people crisscrossing the road. You are introducing, by moving the ramp to where you are moving it or proposed to moving it, you are introducing a choke point that is going to exacerbate the problem massively. So the bottom line is, I would invite you to consider this proposal in the round, to consider whether do we actually need this size and this massive development where it is right now, and move away a bit from the individual rules and policies that may or may not be met in these circumstances. Thank you so much, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks. So next speaker is Joe, architect stroke agent, I believe. You here, Joe? Joe Minto? Yeah, hello, hi. You want to come to the public speaker thing there, it's still switched on, but so it's a bit over the time, so 6 minutes 30, so it's fairer for both. Yeah, when you're ready.
Okay. My name is Joe. I'm an architect at Allies & Morrison, an architecture studio based in Cambridge and in London, and I'm speaking on behalf of the applicant. Clarendon House is an existing site in a highly sustainable location, less than a 10-minute walk from the station. And yet, the existing 1970s building is lagging far behind expected standards. With inadequate disabled access and cycling facilities through to poor energy performance, the building is in need of significant investment. The applicant has a proven track record of delivering in-demand, smaller footprint office space that exceeds policy. A good example is neighbouring development Brooklands, also by the applicant, which is on track to be the city's first net zero carbon office. Of note is that some of the existing tenants from Clarendon House have in fact chosen to relocate there. The committee will know legislation requires non-domestic buildings to achieve EPC B by 2030. With the current D rating, Clarendon House falls well below this. Our proposal will exceed policy with an A rating. Early on, we also identified a significant opportunity to reduce the embodied carbon in construction by retaining the existing steel and concrete structural frame. Realising the considerable benefits of retaining the frame requires moving the vehicle access ramp to the south. This also provides wider townscape enhancements, but does result in a loss of some trees. After a thorough assessment of options, weighing up the frame retention route against alternatives, including full demolition and new build, planning officers concluded that retaining the frame and relocating the ramp to the south is the best course of action, considering its far superior performance from a whole life carbon perspective and improvement of the townscape. The loss of trees will be more than compensated for by additional tree planting that will lead to a net increase in on-site canopy cover over time. These measures will contribute to a biodiversity net gain of 45%. Our proposals also target BREEAM excellence, incorporate solar panels, air source heat pumps, and rainwater harvesting, achieve over a 50% reduction in car parking, and significantly improve cycle access and facilities. The existing Clarendon House is identified as a building which detracts from its conservation area setting. Based on careful analysis of the context and shaped in response to stakeholder feedback, our proposal is broken down into 3 carefully detailed brick forms, each responding to the scale of their neighbours and gradually stepping down towards the street. The forms have been carefully sculpted to balance daylighting and outlook for neighbouring residents. They are topped with softly pitched roof forms that reinforce the articulated silhouettes of its domestic setting. The Clarendon Road form in particular evolved significantly during the design process in response to feedback from local residents and councillors, including a reduction in height. Drawing on its rich context, our building's elevations are made of pale brick and reconstituted stone with fine string courses, decorative friezes, and express lintels. We are excited that our scheme is among one of the first frame retention projects in Cambridge. This is a thoughtful and considered proposal that balances good economic growth while respecting its very special setting. We urge you to give it your support. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks so much, Jo. Okay, so thanks for that. So now we have Councillor Robertson to speak. You have
Yes,
unlimited
thank you.
time.
The case officer has a slideshow presentation for you to look at.
Are these in the public domain, are they, Alice?
They're all taken off the website, yes.
The images are taken from the website. I have cross-referenced them. There is one slide at the end which I won't show because it's not in the public domain. It's, yeah.
Slide at the end won't be shown, but those are fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, this is a very large office block which is proposed. The area is primarily residential, though, with houses and flats on both sides of the road for almost half its length. You can see in the picture there, that's what the face you're looking at it from Clarendon Road would appear like. The report makes the case for assessment and approval as if it's on a commercial area with some domestic accommodation nearby. It isn't, and never has been. Before Clarendon House was built in the 1980s, not the 70s, it was an allotment site surrounded by houses. This is a residential area, it's not a commercial area. The main concern is the overdevelopment of the site, the excessive massing and scale of the building. The proposed redevelopment is huge, 2.4 times larger than the current office block. The applicants propose to maximise the footprint of the building using as much as possible of the whole site. They also seek to produce a significantly taller building, rising 8 metres higher than existing to 21.8 metres on the east side facing Clarendon Road. It will be totally out of place in the residential street and the conservation area. Next concern is the overlooking and loss of privacy and amenity to neighbouring residents. Clarendon House is surrounded by 3 sides of housing. The proposed overly large building would severely dominate the existing residential flats. If we go on to the next picture. There are the drawings provided for the sunlight people. On the left is the green, which is the existing building, set fairly well back from the flats above it and to the right. And then the blue building is the proposed one. The building's coming much closer to those flats, both north and east. East and south, sorry. These flats, the residents of these flats would be really impacted at short range by loss of daylight, overlooking, light pollution from high windows, several high-level roof terraces. There would also be a landscaped podium, a very large raised paved area running nearly the length of the whole building, facing the residents of the flats to the east and south. These flats are called Emerald, and the south flats are called Orchid, by the way. The terraces, together with the podium, would create unacceptable noise pollution. The proposal in the conditions is to limit the hours of use to 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday to Saturday. And that would be a very limited benefit. And why Saturday anyway? That was never consulted on, it just appeared in the conditions proposed. The houses on Clarendon Road will also be overlooked because the roof terrace is on the 4th and 5th stories of the west elevation. So in all these cases where there's these terraces, there should be planters, obscure glazing, or filled-in balustrades. Privacy screens should be provided, as they were required to be for Lockton House next door. I think it's hard to believe that they've just come up with some proposals to increase the privacy by raising the legislation or something like that on the terraces. It's going to be totally inadequate, really. If we go on to the next picture, this again shows you the existing and the proposed plans. Again, you can see the proposed plans bring terraces much closer to the flats above on the east side, which is to the top of the picture. And to the right, bottom right, you can see the flats of Orchid House, very close to the existing building, but with much more terrace built going out to their right. Moving on to the next concern is the conservation area. If we move on to the next slide. Oh yes, before I go on to that. This is some visualizations of what it would look like for the residents of those flats if the building was built. So top left is the existing view that would get out of their window. Bottom left is the result of the changes, the new building. You can see that the development between the buildings has brought everything much closer to the flats. And again, on the top right, as it is now, and as it would be bottom right. You can see that there's really a lot more oppressive overlooking by those flats, of those flats. We go on to the next picture. And again, this is the drawing as it would look from the south, looking north towards Lockton House. Huge building in front of them. Clarendon Road is a narrow residential side street, which means that the impacts of overlooking by the proposed development would be exacerbated. The proposed office block would have a much wider frontage on Clarendon Road. Move on to the next picture. Yeah, sorry, again, this is the terraces picture you saw. Picture earlier you saw earlier with all the roof, from the roof position. And just to the bits nearest the top on the right are terraces which have been extended out towards those flats. Next picture. Yeah, this is a conservation area, which I'm now going to talk about. The conservation area is the red line going north to south on that picture, crossing the other red line, which is the boundary of the site. And you can see on the right is a bigger picture of the one on the left. You can see that the conservation area covers the whole of the front of Clarendon Road, including bits of this site and the Lockton House site next door. The proposed office block would have a much wider frontage on Clarendon Road. If we go on to the next slide. Right. The new length of the building will be 54 metres facing onto Clarendon Road, forming a dominant wall of office development. which will coalesce with Lockton House next door due to the closure of the gap between the two. The overdevelopment is really clear. The cumulative effect of these two overly large buildings would amount to significant negative impacts on the built environment of Clarendon Road. The design is overbearing and out of scale with the smaller residential Victorian and Edwardian houses in the conservation area opposite. The Policy 55 of the local plan expects proposals to respond positively to context and to integrate with the immediate locality. This clearly does the opposite. Policy 61 seeks to conserve and enhance Cambridge's historic environment, which includes views into, within, and out of the conservation area. This design just does not do that. The prominent three-storey front block is of great concern, given its location in the conservation area. There have been some significant changes to its appearance since residents, myself, and the design review panel were consulted. The third story, which you can see on the picture on the left in particular, hiding behind that big tree, but nevertheless a large, you can see the three-story building with a different colour third floor. The proposal now is to encase that third floor with white ridged cement cladding, white metal panels added, and a very large corner window, 2.6 metres high and 2.2 metres wide. That's been added, looking to increase overlooking and loss of privacy. This design does not preserve or enhance the conservation area. It has a negative impact on the conservation area. Locally characteristic brick is missing from the third story, and neither white cement nor white metal panels are in keeping with the conservation area. Frankly, that third floor looks like a conservatory has been added as an afterthought. In that picture, it's particularly striking, I think. We'll go on to the next picture. That's another view of the street which was provided. In that, the colour of the third floor has not been changed from the original design, though. That's what it was going to look like. Next picture, please. In this picture, this is a picture of the whole streets from the west side, looking eastwards. And the building on the left is Lockton House, and the one in the middle is the proposal. And at the top of the one in the middle, you'll see somebody standing in a box. That is the pergola, which has been proposed, completely out of keeping, on the top of the fifth-storey roof. It detracts from the skyline and is a part of an inconsistent and overbearing roof line. The pergola suggests a permanent large seating area at height, facing Clarendon Road, that can be viewed from the conservation area. There would be impacts on privacy and the character of the conservation area. Moving on to the inadequate provision for delivery vehicles. Because delivery lorries would no longer be able to unload on the site itself, a 10-metre long delivery bay would be provided right at the front of the site, as was shown by the case officer. This space would not be big enough for HGVs, though, it's only 10 metres, which are often used to deliver to the existing building and block the road parking on the street, and that's what they'd have to do if you let them go ahead like this. This will cause more problems for the local residents. And even if smaller delivery vehicles were used, there's the potential for conflict with the pedestrians and cyclists arriving at the entrance, as the lorries and vans would have to sweep across the entrance to park in the delivery bay. There are currently bollards protecting the verge outside Clarendon House from delivery lorries and passing cars when the road is congested, using the grass as a roadway. The developer wants them removed. We only just had them put there by the request of the local residents. But these must be retained, no matter what happens. Then there's no traffic survey completed by the developer, and one should be required before any decision is made. There's a lack of two-way working on Clarendon Road. There are problems with congestion. The road is often at a standstill, and cars have to weave in and out of both traffic and parked cars. The large increase in the number of employees to around 600, according to the design panel, what they were told, would generate many more vehicle movements, including staff dropped off and picked up by a spouse or taxi. And that happens a lot in the Brooklands area, I can tell you. A lot of people are picked up by a spouse or dropped off or by taxi. So it's an illusion that everybody's going to cycle or walk there. It's not happening. It's not true. When combined with extra deliveries, this much larger building would require. This would lead to an unacceptable level of traffic on this narrow side street. A traffic survey should be undertaken to assess the current conditions at the site and the potential impact on traffic from this proposal. Then there is the impact of the car ramp, which has been moved to the south side of the building. Relocating the car ramp right next to the Orchid building flats would cause noise and air pollution disturbance to the local residents in those flats. The noise would come from cars idling in the storage area at the top of the ramp. Because the ramp's only usable one vehicle at a time, up or down, there has to be a storing area at the top. Cars driving up and down it would make noise, and also movement twice a week of the large refuse bins, which had to be towed up the ramp to be emptied. And then there's the electronic gate opening and closing. All this adds noise to those people living right next door, within a couple of metres of this proposed ramp. And then finally, there's the detrimental loss of trees. Now, the trees and shrubs that run along the front of Clarendon House, I think we can move on to another slide by now, actually. Yes, there's the side of it again, just to show you how close everything is to the flats. The conservation area appraisal singles out the number of mature trees in the area as a significant feature of this conservation area. And that's very much in keeping with our Policy 59 on retaining mature trees to help soften and integrate development into the wider city. The proposal is to remove 5 mature trees and to carry out substantial tree surgery on 4 other trees to permit construction space or to provide access. Now, that would have an adverse effect on the character and appearance of the conservation area, as well as being environmentally damaging. The proposed new trees are all deciduous and will therefore lose all their leaves in winter. They would not provide adequate screening of the 3-storey, 4-storey and 5-storey blocks which are proposed. They would not adequately mitigate the loss of canopy cover and the huge increase in scale and massing of the blocks. Evergreen trees should at least be considered. So finally, the proposal makes much of the movement in energy rating the new building would provide. However, it completely fails to acknowledge that it would mean the demolition of a relatively modern building, only constructed a little over 40 years ago. No consideration has been given to the embodied carbon caused by the demolition and replacement, only the fact that the steel shell would be retained, which would have a beneficial effect, yes, but not as much as the embodied carbon caused by demolition and replacement of the rest of the building. The retrofitting energy efficiency could be carried out, and really that's what this should happen to this building, not demolition. Remember, this area is primarily residential. It's houses and flats on both sides of the road for almost half its length, and it's in a conservation area on both sides of the street. The report makes the case for assessment and approval as if it's a commercial area with some domestic accommodation nearby. It isn't, and never has been. It's a residential area, and this building would be totally unsuitable for the area. Please turn it down. Thank you.
Right, thanks, Councillor Robertson. So obviously Councillor Robertson is an award councillor in Petersfield and of long standing, and so we should be wise to listen to what he's got to say, as well as all the other reports and speakers. So debate. Councillor Bennett.
Could Alice talk us through the loss of privacy and overlooking? Thank you.
Sorry, I didn't quite catch that. What was that, Councillor Bennett?
Could Alice talk us through the loss of privacy and overlooking?
Got it, thank you. Any more questions? Councillor Thornborough.
So these are sort of questions from the speakers. So the speaker spoke about the materials of the front block, and so did Councillor Robertson. And there's a great concern about the material at the top, on the top floor, and the large window, and whether that was actually that's actually in the conservation area, that block at the front. It wasn't maybe just next to it. Anyway, there was, could I have, could you comment on that? The applicant talked about the requirement of getting to level B of an energy assessment by 2030. And I don't know, I haven't heard that before. And is that a material consideration? Then they also talked about, because the frame is being kept, then they had to move the access to the south. So I wondered if you could explain that a bit more. It was, sorry. And then the Councillor Robertson asked about, he said about the timing, the use of the terraces from 7 to 7 Monday to Saturday, and asked whether that was reasonable. And I don't know whether we might end up considering those, and whether the planters that were shown on the section, whether they would stop overlooking. So one question, sorry, is the south part of the building actually closer now to the existing flats? Has it been extended south, or does it remain where it was? There was a point made, there's a point made about light pollution from the existing building affecting the residents, and light pollution is something we can consider. Councillor Robertson also mentioned the existing bollards, so that didn't come up in the presentation, and I wondered if that's something we could consider. He mentioned about the bins having to be pulled up the ramp to be removed for removal, and I don't know if there's a timing issue about that. Sorry, and finally he also mentioned evergreen trees, and has that been considered? Thank you.
Thank you. Any more? Councillor Todd Jones.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just referring to the report, section 10.50 on heritage assets, and it seemed to be there's a bit of a conflict between sections of the report, in particular regarding 10.55, where it makes quite clear some of the points that Councillor Robertson has outlined in terms of the negative impact on the conservation area, bearing in mind that the site is partially within the conservation area. And then 10.56, where the Conservation Officer supports the proposal. This section of the report, I think there's a lot of conflict there, and I wouldn't mind a bit more explanation on how these conflicts are being met. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Another hand up I saw over here. Who was it?
Yeah, just
Councillor
to... so I would like to address some of the issues raised by the residents, and then I also have got questions and comments of my own. So in terms of the traffic survey that Councillor Robertson called out for, is it something that should be required for this type of development? And just for my understanding, I read it as if the development will have only 20 car park places instead of existing 53. So I'm just trying to understand why you're thinking there will be more traffic along this ramp, because I would assume that it's only the office employees will use the underground parking, and if there are any taxi drop-offs or pickups, it's going to be to the front door. So that's the first question. And the second question is kind of the community engagement. Is it true that there hasn't been any communication with the residents about those matters? And then once those are answered, I've got kind of a few other things to ask. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bennett, are you wanting to ask anything? No, you're okay. I'll finish off with a couple of questions then back to you guys. So is it a residential area? It's been said it is or it isn't. Can you just confirm the materials, because we've had conflicting comments on the architect spoke about brick, Some people have spoken about concrete. I presume it's both, but if you could just outline what's where. And I think for me, one of the main aspects to this scheme to consider is the scale, height, massing, density of the scheme. It looks, I think, partly because it's got a sloping roof, quite high for this context. Normally not against tall buildings, but in the context of this area with small buildings opposite, the way it looks, especially the 5-storey bit, looks quite high, and I think that might be a factor we might want to consider. And it is a lot taller than the existing building. I think it was said it was twice as high by one of the speakers. I don't know if you can confirm that, Alice. Go back to you, Dan, and Alice, let you tell us some stuff.
There's a lot of points to come back on. So, but first, what I'll do is call Robert Shaw, Conservation Officer, is online and can talk you through kind of the conservation area impact, because I know that was raised by a few people.
Hi, Paul. Good afternoon.
Hi there. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Alice. I'm Paul Robert Shaw. I'm Principal Conservation Officer in the Shared Planning team. So there were questions about specifically the report, so I might just cover those first. There was a question about paragraph 10.55 and 10.56 and how they relate to each other. So 10.55 to me describes the context, which is the Brooklands Avenue Conservation Area, the character of Brooklands, of Clarendon Road, which is predominantly on one side it's Victorian Edwardian houses, and on the opposite side there is a change in character. So I'd see it as a transition to larger residential and commercial buildings. The existing building, Clarendon House, is the majority of it is outside the conservation area, just the little entrance at the front, and the green frontage is within the conservation area. So it's a kind of mainly consideration on the setting. So we do consider it a negative building, and in my view, the proposed development is a positive improvement in that regard. So I would see it as an enhancement. An aspect of the enhancement would be the change to the vehicle ramp. So I would consider the vehicle ramp as a particularly negative feature in the conservation area. To just pick up on some of the points on the frontage block, the scale of the frontage block is dictated by the retained frame. So I think that's acknowledged from my side as something that has kind of guided the scale of that. I do appreciate that efforts have been made to change the perceived scale of that building, or that section of the building, and to add some interest and variety to try and relate it better to the conservation area. So I think there have been positive moves, and I do find it to be satisfactory. The building is large, absolutely. I consider that the breaking down into 3 distinct sections with variety and articulation has assisted in breaking down that massing and scale, and there is the sense of transition between the sort of large parts and the sort of the frontage and the edges towards the smaller houses in the conservation area. But all in all, my view is that there is an enhancement from the existing situation, noting some of the negative aspects, which would primarily be the regrettable loss of trees. So I think that is acknowledged from my side. But on balance, I would be supporting the application. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Paul. So back to you, Alice.
Thank you. I am going to cover the separation distances following what Paul has said. So just bear with me as I reshare the right one. So these are the separation distances between the new Clarendon House and the surrounding residential properties. As we've identified, the separation distance between Clarendon House and residential dwellings on the other side of Clarendon Road maintains the same. There is no projection closer to Clarendon Road, although it does project further north along Clarendon Road. I know Councillor Thornborough was talking about whether this part of the building projects closer to the Orchid building. It doesn't. It maintains the separation distance, although it does obviously increase in height in this area and increase in depth here, albeit in a stepped form. So that's that. With regards to the hours of the terrace, condition 35 says it should only be used between 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. Monday to Saturday. If members were concerned about the use on Saturdays, then I think there might be remit to alter that to Monday to Friday if members felt strongly.
I think members do feel strongly.
Cool. I'll make a note of that. In terms of light pollution and noise and disturbance, and so noise and disturbance, the Environmental Health Officer has no objection to the proposal. And in terms of air pollution as well, they have no objection. They've recommended several conditions which officers agree are necessary and reasonable to impose. So those matters officers consider there is an acceptable impact. In terms of materials, and I know this feeds into the conservation consideration, there's been significant discussions about which type of materials are considered appropriate for this site throughout the process, and ultimately the conditions will secure the specific details of materials, including a sample panel which will be constructed on site, which urban designers and planning officers and conservation officers will review prior to approving if members are minded to approve. So there are mechanisms in place to ensure that the materials adequately respond, positively respond to its constraints. In terms of the bollards, there is a bollard which is on the plan. I think it's here. There are existing bollards along the frontage here which I believe are being removed. I know there was discussions about the delivery bay, and there has been tracking provided, and that delivery bay has been, planned out in accordance with the required vehicle dimensions, and it is demonstrated through the tracking that vehicles can enter the site and then exit the site using that delivery bay. And there was discussion about kind of deliveries going down the relocated ramp access. That won't happen. That will be in the delivery bay. There was discussion as well on where the bins are located. They're in the Undercroft, and there is a management strategy which the occupiers of the building will drag the refuse to be collected along the vehicular ramp to the side of Clarendon Road for collection either by a third party or by the council. I know members have also said, have also asked questions regarding the justification for relocating the ramp. As I said in my presentation, it's due to the frame being retained and also kind of extending to the north. But it is, again, equally, it's also about prioritising and separating cars and cycles, which is obviously something that policy requires us to do, is to prioritise cycle and pedestrian movements. And so we wanted to create a more pedestrian and cyclist-friendly entrance to the building and segregate those transport modes, which will lead to less conflict between transport modes. There was a matter raised regarding evergreen trees. So let me just get up the tree replacement plan. The species have been discussed with Joanna Davies, the tree officer, and Helen Sayers, the landscape officer. And there's been several proposals on different types of species, and it was these are the species that were agreed with those officers and considered appropriate for the amount of space within the site. As already stated, these trees will be going in at semi-mature stage, so we'll have an impact from day one. It's also something to note as well, the removal of the 4 trees here to make way for this vehicular ramp. There will be a tree proposed here, but also with sufficient separation distance from the silver maple, which is the predominant tree within this frontage. It's allowing the silver maple to breathe a bit as well, considering the cluster that are being removed. There was also points raised regarding traffic survey. So the application was supported by a transport assessment, which detailed trip generation, existing and proposed, among other things, and looked at the sustainability of the site in terms of transport modes. A specific survey regarding on-street car parking pressure was not considered reasonable to require, given that we're in a controlled parking zone. Officers didn't consider that the area suffered from on-street car parking stress. In terms of the number of car parking spaces, they are being reduced. Let me just get the plan. So 20 car parking spaces are being provided. This is reduced from 53. 7 of these are EV fast chargers, and 2 would be blue badge. Eventually, 1 will be provided from day one. There has been a decrease in kind of car parking, and there will be an expected modal shift away from users using cars towards cyclists and pedestrians. We're in a highly sustainable location within a 5-minute walk of the train station. There's a bus stop on Brooklands Avenue. We're very connected in terms of cycling infrastructure, being close to the guided busway, and obviously within a walkable distance of quite a far distance, given the permeability of the surrounding area. There was another councillor that raised about community engagement. The applicant team have engaged with the community as well as us going out for consultation as part of this application. The proposal has been in the public realm as a result of pre-app briefing as well. So there has been consultation with the community on the proposal. So let me just get up the plan that I showed regarding the terraces. Sorry, there was quite a lot of different comments raised, so bear with me. So this shows the planters that are being introduced to obscure the views from the terrace. This is a design measure that has been rolled out on other schemes and found acceptable. On Lockton House most notably, but other schemes across the city have also installed this design feature to prevent overlooking, which the council has been satisfied with previously. And this will obviously be subject to the hard and soft landscaping condition which is proposed. And then last but not least, there was a question regarding clarification of the height. So let me just get up an elevation plan to show you. So the height to the eaves here, so the tallest part, is measuring at just under 20 metres, 19.3 metres approximately, and the ridge height here is approximately 21 to 22 metres. As Paul has said, but also I mentioned in my presentation, the scale of the frontage building is dictated by the existing frame being retained, and obviously that is a consideration in terms of the other increase in scale within the site. So I've put up this diagram again which shows the existing scale. I think that was everything, Chair, but do let me know if I've missed anything.
That was a marathon, well done. Middle of the afternoon as well. So I've got a couple of things, I'm afraid. Others may have too, but we need to wrap this up soon. Firstly, I'll say that looking through a long list of consultees, there has been no objection and no comment from all of them. So just so we're clear on that. So if we want to say something, members, we need to have some solid grounds for complaining and refusing. So you just said that the highest block there was 21 metres, I think, 5-storey. That didn't sound right. I think I've seen something in one of the pictures that showed much higher than that. Also, you weren't clear about what the materials were. You just said they were conditioned, and we've had varying comments from speakers and so on about whether it's brick, concrete, or what. So do we know what the material is? And I think that's all from my list of things. Oh, and also just to say there have been 55 representations, and one of the most important things to those reps was the scale, massing, height, etc. Any more for Alice? No, okay, just that then, Alice. Thanks for the time being.
So just to be clear on the heights, they are from sea level. So so AOD heights. So it's 21.92 to the ridge heights, and just under 19 metres or just above 19 metres to the eaves height of the tallest block. Obviously, there are smaller elements such as this flat roof section and these pitch roof sections in the frontage building, but I was just measuring the top, the largest one.
Alice, let Toby say something a minute.
I think, Chair, you may be referring to the daylight sunlight images that we saw at one point, and I think they showed the above ordnance datum levels, which kind of indicated you've got 30-metre high buildings, but I think the reality is that they're not that high. They're the heights that Alice has just explained, if that helps.
You're absolutely right. I'm an idiot. Sorry about that. So carry on, Alice. The materials then.
So the main material is a gold brick. Let me just talk you through its elevation. Sorry, let me just reshare my screen. So this is a gold brick here, and then this is currently a white, I believe it's a stone cladding. This was employed because, or chosen because, to make it look a bit more light in appearance at that upper level, to reduce the appearance of massing rather than making it a dark kind of metal clad material. But it's also kind of having that standing seam to mimic a roof clad. So that's why. There's been quite a lot of analysis in the design and access statement about the materials, and there's been a lot of, like I said, consultation with the urban design and conservation officer and landscape officer regarding materials. As I said, there will be samples submitted via condition, and also securing all of the details of materials via condition.
Right, thanks for confirming that. I just want to check one thing. We've had the conservation officer in the report and speak, but was the urban design officer consulted, or any comment from them, that person?
Yes, Sarah Chubb is the urban designer. There was a lengthy and comprehensive consultation response from her, and she is supportive of the application subject to materials conditions. Unfortunately, she is on holiday at the moment, so was unable to come to today's meeting.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Was that in the report then, or is that a separate item on the planning portal?
Yes, it's referenced in the report. Shall I give you the paragraph number?
Please.
6.19 to 6.30.
Okay, thank you. Right, any more? Councillor Thornborough.
These are my own comments rather than questions. Is that okay? Can I go on to those? So while we're on this one, I just think they're very large windows at second floor, and they're large. They seem to be larger than the ground and first floor, and they don't. I can't see any lintels over the windows. So I just think that there's a rather. I suspect it's a design feature that but it gives it prominence rather than downplaying it. And I think that as a residents and the ward councillor have directly commented on this. I don't know whether that actually, under the materials condition, whether that might be considered. Anyway, I think if it is approved, I think the use terrace should not start at 7 a.m. in the morning. I think it would be much more appropriate with something like 11 a.m. I think 7 a.m. is, if that starts being used, I think it could be quite disruptive for the residents nearby. I have a concern about the roof lights that we can just see them from this area because there's quite a lot of trees and ecology in this area, and I would really like to see a condition where those roof lights need to be blinds to be brought down because there are no, I don't believe there are substantial roof lights on the existing buildings, and I think it would be quite a simple thing to do to ensure that there is no light pollution at sunset. It's quite easy to do, but I think it's actually quite important. I think the existing bollards that are there, if they can be retained, but obviously not where the lay-by is, but if they are there and they can be, we can retain the ones that are there that does not obstruct the lay-by or the vehicular access. I think we should do that. I am a bit concerned about dragging the waste containers up next to people's, next to the flats, because that's actually a change. And at the moment that doesn't happen. I don't know whether there can be time control on that. And finally, the construction, again, I think there should be, we should add on somewhere about the neighbours being kept informed about what is happening on the site, because particularly for construction traffic, and I think that should extend not just to the opposite neighbours but the flats, and there are 2 nearby schools on the corner of Shaftesbury Avenue, and I think that they ought to be aware of the major construction traffic movements, because if they all coincide at the same time, it's going to make the situation that does occur where those 2 schools are much worse. So I think that communication. Thank you.
Very good. Any more? Yeah, Councillor Lockwood-Over.
So just first, a few comments. I would like to welcome retention of the structural frame. I think it's a very good move, and it's what we'd like to see more. And obviously, it does bring some compromises in the the location of the new ramp. But I think I kind of strongly support this design aspect. And just going back to the embodied carbon analysis, I don't quite agree with Councillor Robertson, because it was done, the embodied carbon assessment, and it looks a lot more credible than what we saw with the first applicant. Obviously, I can't check the details, but it's more likely that it is the case and they can achieve, I think, LETI Band B. And because in the embodied carbon of the new building, the majority will come from the structure and substructure. So it is very commendable. Obviously, M&E, ideally, I would have liked to see a deep retrofit, but if it's a new building with a retained frame, obviously M&E would be stripped out and new M&E systems would be installed. So that's expected. I would probably like to see more reused elements in the new scheme. And I hope the team will kind of make all effort to integrate what is, or reuse what is possible from the existing building. In terms of the frame reuse, I would really like it to be secured by condition in some way or form, because it's, for me, it bears a lot of weight. And had it not been a reused frame, I probably would have approached this development quite differently. And so yeah, for me, it's kind of a justification to other compromises. So I think we've discussed rainwater harvesting, and it's very welcome. I understood that there is also an intention to reuse grey water for toilet flushing, and just like confirmation that it is indeed so. I kind of I know that we're losing some trees, but we're also improving the permeability of the surfaces. And I think the scheme is intended to use cellular crates, which will help with the attenuation. So that's a welcome feature. So in terms of the bike parking, is it just for visitors? Because the local area kind of really suffers from the lack of bike parking spaces. So are those that are at this development, are they going to be just for the visitors of this development, or they are for general public? So just it's important to know. In terms of the pergola, I do agree that the use should be restricted, and also some consideration of privacy screens. And I do acknowledge that there are some setback balustrades, and they are quite high. It's just more detailed analysis of those overlooking issues and privacy issues for the residents. And I think it's just two more. So I know that the team is intending to do overheating analysis using dynamic thermal modeling. I do some slight concerns about the amount of glazing in some of the west-facing facades, but I don't have anything to ask. It's not the right place to ask for less glazing, but just it's a concern, and I hope it's going to be ironed out once the team has done a proper analysis. And just finally, in terms of whether it's the right location for this scheme, I think it's the right place for high density development. I probably would have liked it to be slightly less tall, but just in terms of whether we want offices, that's the right place in terms of the transport links and existing infrastructure. So that's everything.
Yeah, thanks for that. That's very useful. I think your last point is pertinent in terms of the height of the scheme, because if we don't like it, we can vote against it. But if we accept the height as being acceptable in this location, then so be it. So for you to respond to there, I think not very much, but some of them are questions. But before we get to that, so Councillor Thornborough said about changing the time for the terraces to start up at 11 a.m. rather than 7. I thought that might be a bit late myself, maybe between the two at 9 might be good. But then also there was a bit of conversation earlier about days of the week instead of having Saturday, I think, from Monday to Friday. So it might be good if you could just clarify where you think we are on that, and we can say yay or nay as a committee on that. Councillor Bennett.
For me, this development does have some increased harms, but these are mostly balanced by the benefits. And for me, the one exception is the loss of privacy that comes from the roof terraces. So I would argue very strongly for restricting it to 11 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday to Friday. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Okay. Right, in that case, Alice.
We are happy to alter the restriction to the use of the terraces to 11 a.m. to 7 p.m. If members are happy with that approach, Monday to Friday, excluding Saturday. With regards to the frame retention, that is a significant benefit of the scheme, and the description of development does not include knocking it all down and starting again. It's retaining the frame and extending it, so they wouldn't be able to just demolish it and get rid of it.
I just confirm that, because it's specifically put to us that should be secured by condition. So can you confirm it is secured by condition?
We can secure it by condition as well if members want it. No, we can't.
Okay, so Toby's saying we don't need to.
We really don't need to, Chair. It's part of the plans. It's embedded into the mission that we're approving. It's not necessary.
Thank you for confirming that. Okay, carry on, Alice.
In terms of the privacy screens, we can add specific wording to require privacy screens to the hard and soft landscaping condition. Happy for that to be added. In terms of bike parking, I know there was a query regarding whether the visitor bike parking to the north of the site here could be used by the public. The site is going to have an open frontage, so this can be used by the public if required, but it is obviously allocated as visitors car parking, cycle parking, sorry. In terms of the bollards, we could pop on a condition to retain the ones that do not obstruct the delivery bay. If members were happy to do that, we could also actually just add it to the hard and soft landscaping condition, depending on which approach members felt was best. Time control on bin collection, because it might be collected via the City Council or third parties. It's kind of dictated by their schedules. So I don't think it would be reasonable to restrict bin collection unless Toby thinks otherwise. And then construction, kind of communication with residents. There is a traffic management plan condition, but also condition 31, which is the same one that was on the Westbrook Centre. Members wanted to add the same additions to the Westbrook Centre, which we added to the Westbrook Centre site, which secured kind of communication with the community regarding construction, then I think that would be appropriate to do in that condition. I think that's everything.
Thank you, Alice. Toby, what's this one?
Yeah, Chair. I think my experience from kind of CB1 is it probably is necessary to control the timing of collection of waste. It is possible. I think my experience from that scheme is that there is on occasion very, very early collection of waste that's caused kind of residential amenity issues. So I think if we think it's reasonable to impose a commercial collection condition that controlled the hours of collection from the offices building. I think we would, if we vote to approve this scheme, I think we would consult with environmental health to look at what would be appropriate timing in that regard.
Okay, so just to be clear, officers will put a condition together with standard hours for collection with other officers, environmental health. Do you come back to Chair, Vice Chair and Spokes on that? Or, yep, so that will happen. Councillor Gilbert.
My other query was about the new block at the front, where the entrance is, and the very large windows, and the concerns raised by residents and the ward councillor about, and I wonder whether rather than changing things now, whether the material condition you've got can review that, because those windows are, they're facing the residential, the houses opposite, and it may be they are big, and it's been created as a feature element where it actually may be more appropriate to downplay it rather than. I think that was the point raised by the residents, and I hope that the applicant and the designers are listening, and whether I think it would be a really good way to assist the the feelings of the residents and the ward office, the ward councillor. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. Alice?
Just getting this slide up on the screen so we can see the window in question, which is this one, isn't it? The second floor one on the frontage building. This was designed. I'm just going to go through the design rationale for this, just to give context. So this is obviously larger than the first floor windows. It's large to balance out the expanse of the entrance, whilst also reducing or changing the solid to void ratio at that level to reduce the perceived scale. Now, obviously, if members considered that that was not a positive design feature, then that's, there could be ways that we could secure details of that window via condition if Toby thought that was reasonable. He's nodding, so that's good. So, yes, if members want to secure details of that window, that corner detailing, then we can secure that via condition.
Councillor Thornborough.
Yeah, I appreciate that. It's not just the corner window; it's the other windows at that level. I think I think it's really good that the eaves and ridge have been brought down, but I do feel that the materials in the windows all ought to be reviewed, not just that one big window. Thanks.
Bliss.
I'm just going to flick to the existing building. So I think it's quite important. So there's a lot of existing glazing on the building already. These are quite wide glazing units, albeit they are, I believe, shallower, so they're not as tall. So obviously there's an existing overlooking relationship, and I consider that obviously in my report I detailed that impact was considered acceptable to planning officers. But I appreciate that that might not be the view of members. Members felt strongly about the whole of the window facade. I'm not sure whether that could be redesigned via condition. I think that might be a bit too onerous, but depends what Toby thinks.
Yeah, Toby?
Thanks, Chair. I think if we're just talking about that initial kind of projecting element, which is the three-storey element in terms of the second floor windows, I think there probably is something that could be done either through louvers or some kind of privacy screening so that you can still get some permeability if you're in the office in terms of outlook, but it gives a sense of privacy, more of a sense of privacy perhaps to the people living opposite. I don't think we're talking necessarily about changing the apertures. It's just about the kind of, I think you could do quite a delicate treatment there that would provide some improvement for people living opposite. So if it's just contained to that kind of projecting element, I think we could probably work with it.
Okay, so, I mean, we're redesigning the scheme on the table here. I know it isn't all of it, there's some of it, and let's be careful. The architect is in the room, so it's being listened to. Councillor Thornborough?
If that was the way we go forward, I hope it would go back to Chair Spokes and Vice Chair. Thanks. Not.
Yeah, I think so. I think that'd be sensible, wouldn't it? Let's do that. Any more? Nope. Doesn't look like it. Oh, Councillor Todd-Jones.
Thank you, Chair. I've been listening to the debate with interest. I mean, I still remain unconvinced by this tricky relationship with the conservation area. And I know the argument is that the proposal is an enhancement on the existing building, but for me, the mass, the scale, the size of it is, I think, still very much in conflict with that notion. And even the design review panel, although they're overall supportive, reference the sort of warehouse effect of the new building and the way that relates or doesn't relate to the domestic scale of the houses opposite. So I remain quite unconvinced at the moment by the proposal.
Okay, thank you. If there's no more, I think we'll go to the recommendation.
Thank you, Chair. So the recommendation is on page 318 of the officer report. That is to approve subject to the planning conditions as set out with minor amendments to the conditions as drafted delegated to officers. It is also subject to the satisfactory completion of a Section 106 agreement, which includes the heads of terms, as set out in the report with minor amendments to those heads of terms delegated to officers. And then, Chair, there are a number of amendments to conditions plus additional conditions. The wording of all of these conditions is to be agreed through Chair, Vice Chair and spokes. Those conditions are as follows. An amendment to condition 35, which is pertains to the use of the external terraces. That is to limit the use of those terraces to Monday to Friday only, and from between 11 a.m. to 7 p.m. only. An additional condition is recommended for a scheme to ensure that the roof lights are subject to timed control to minimise light spillage. Condition 15 is recommended to be amended to include a scheme for bollards and also to include specific reference to privacy screens for the external terraced areas. There is an additional condition recommended in relation to the time control for waste collection from the premises. There is an amendment to condition 31, criteria O, to ensure that there is sufficient neighbour consultation and liaison with regard to construction activity and movements. And then lastly, there is a condition that is specifically with reference to the second floor of the projecting element of the offices facing onto Clarendon Road, and that would include large-scale plans and a study to ensure that there is adequate privacy treatment for occupiers opposite Clarendon Road, and that will include a study including not only the potential use for privacy glazing and or fins, but also a consideration of materials at that level on that specific part of the building. Thank you, Chair.
Right, thanks, Toby. Recommendation approval. All those in favour of that recommendation?
For, Chair.
Yeah, against? Abstentions? Right, so abstention, right, yep, okay. So the item is approved. Thank you very much. Thanks to everybody. Right, let's have a break now then. Come for a break. Come back by, just hold on a minute. So if we go past 6 o'clock, we have to have a vote to continue. I think I'd like to propose that we do that, but not everyone can stay, I know. But as long as we have 3, that's all, let's make a decision. So anyone else need to go? Okay, all right. Well, we'll see when we get back, right, then we'll decide then. But if we come back, how long? Do you want 5 or 10 minutes? Okay, welcome back after a short break. Planning Committee. Next item is item 9, Mitcham's Corner. Dean's the case officer. He's online. Hello again, Dean. And what else was I going to say? Oh, the speakers. So Kalina is an objector and Henry agent. Are those two people in the room at the moment? One is Henry. Kalina, are you online, Kalina? Maybe not. We'll find out later. No matter. So if you want to introduce the item then, please, Dean.
Yeah, thanks.
Oh yeah, hold on before you start. So we're not going to get finished by 6 o'clock. Can I have members' agreement to go past 6 o'clock? I would estimate 6:30. Thank you very much, members. Thank you. Okay, let's get going then.
Okie doke. This application's at Mitcham's Corner, and it's for the demolition of the existing building and redevelopment of the site to provide an apart hotel with a commercial unit on ground floor with associated landscaping, public realm enhancements, cycle and refuse storage. So the existing site is located here on a gyratory with a one-way road system which circulates the site. Westbrook's up here, which was discussed earlier. And the site is located within the Castle and Victoria Conservation Area. This is Chesterton Road running along here, and Jesus Green is further to the south. So a previous application was granted for a mix of HMO uses and commercial uses back in 2021 at Planning Committee. So this is the approved ground floor plan. And the development comprised 3 retail units at ground floor with HMO units as well, with cycle parking in between at ground floor level. The main entrance to the building was located at this junction here between Victoria Road and Croftholm Lane. There was also an access here to one of the shops at ground floor as well. So this is the first floor plan. So it just shows the HMO units surrounding an internal landscaping or shared amenity space to serve the occupiers of the HMO uses. This arrangement with the rooms or with the HMO uses was repeated on 2nd and 3rd floor, so I won't go into too much detail on that. This is what the elevations look like. So top of your screen is the Croftholm Lane elevation, which was approved previously. HMO, the windows serving the HMOs at 1st, 2nd and 3rd floor with shop windows at ground floor. And below is the Chesterton Road frontage elevation. The top of your screen just shows the northwest elevation, Victoria Road, Croftholm Lane junction. So again, just showing where the main access or entrance was to the previous development. And this was the Victoria Road frontage elevation. So the application before you today still proposes a commercial unit at ground floor, indicated by the pink area here, but it also incorporates an apart hotel use comprising 134 rooms. This will also provide a kitchen cafe area, which will be used for public use as well. It will have a gym for occupiers to use. The other main difference is that the main entrance now is proposed at the junction between Chesterton Road and Croftholm Lane, down here. Public realm enhancements include soft landscaping to the front with a single tree. This is the only tree we could accommodate due to site constraints on the site. Cycle parking and refuse storage will be provided in here at ground level. Cycle parking for the commercial unit will be located in here, and there will be an internal courtyard area for occupiers to use to relax in and enjoy some outdoor space. So this is just the landscape plan, which shows the proposed landscaping in a bit more detail. So this tree here and this tree here are existing and are to be retained. There's some proposed soft landscaping in here with a tree. That just shows the internal courtyard area in a bit more detail. Green roofs on top with solar panels. And yeah, it just shows the soft landscaping there. This area here is an e-scooter parking area to ensure that users actually park their e-scooters and not just dump them on the curbside. And the existing cycle spaces, which are along Chesterton Road, will be dispersed around the perimeter of the building. So there'll be some up here and some along here in Chesterton Road, equally spaced in accordance with relevant guidance. As part of the application as well, in discussion with Highways, the access officer, the agent and the applicant, a new dedicated taxi drop-off pickup point is to be proposed and allocated just off Chesterton Road in here. This is in response to Highways concerns regarding safety and the county transport assessment team in terms of vehicle trips in relation to taxis dropping off and picking up people as well. That's just a visualisation of the proposed inner courtyard to serve occupiers. So these are the proposed elevations. So this is the proposed elevation fronting Chesterton Road, very similar to the previous scheme. And this shows the elevation showing the internal courtyard. This is the Croftholm Lane elevation, again very similar. Windows, active frontage at the ground floor with apart hotel rooms on top. Again, that's the inner courtyard elevation. This is what Victoria Road will look like. Again, relatively similar in size and scale and design. And then this is the internal elevation showing facing the inner courtyard with climbing plants as well. So this is the scheme comparison. So the agent very helpfully submitted a comparison between the previous scheme, which was approved, and the proposed scheme for discussion today. So various viewpoints were provided. So the top of your screen is the previous scheme, which was approved in 2021. Looking back down Chesterton Road with Croftholm Lane, just going off to your left. As you can see, the fenestration details, materials are all very similar. There's not much change at all. So this just shows the junction between Chesterton Road and Croftholm Lane, which runs up there. This is the new access or the new entrance to the building, which I think is going to be better located, as most of the footfall will be along Chesterton Road, so most people will access the site via Chesterton Road on this side of the building. This is the junction between Victoria Road and Croftholm Lane. So previously the main entrance was in here, and this will be replaced now with more soft landscaping and additional cycle parking for visitors. Couple of fenestration details in here, so new windows in the roofscape, whatnot. This is the existing substation, sorry, which is not under the applicant's ownership, so that has to remain in place. Again, fenestration's relatively similar. The incorporation of chimneys was something that the conservation design officers wanted, and the developer is now providing, just to retain some sort of domestic appearance, which is a key characteristic within this area of the conservation area. This glazed link will be a walkway, but it's recessed back, so it's not so prominent within the street scene. This is looking back up Victoria Road towards the junction which I just spoke about. So with the existing proposed, again, the chimneys, quite a prominent feature, which was a design feature officers wanted to incorporate. And then this is the view looking up Chesterton Road with the Lloyds Bank building in the foreground, which again is to be retained in its entirety. Again, fenestration and materials very similar layouts between the previous and proposed scheme. And this is the view looking back towards Victoria Road and Chesterton Road down there, with the Lloyds Bank building and the Portland Arms building to your right. Again, not much difference. This chimney is a bit different, and there's a glazed element, but it's been recessed back and lowered during the application process, advised by officers. So overall, the development will provide a mixed-use development comprising a part hotel and retail use, which is considered acceptable in this location. The design and scale is similar to the previous scheme and will visually enhance the character and appearance of the site and conservation area, as well as provide public realm improvements. The similar scale and design would not result in any additional harm to the amenities of neighbouring properties when compared to the previous scheme. And the provision of a dedicated taxi drop-off pickup point will allow all users to access the site safely whilst maintaining the safe and effective operation of the highway. Therefore, officers recommend approval subject to conditions and a Section 106 agreement. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thanks very much, Nadine. So speakers, so is Carlina on? Oh, statement, right. Okay, will you read that down for us then, James, please?
Statement on behalf of 3 Croft Home Lane residents. So they reference earlier submissions, and then they have the following comments. Number 1 is, just set the time. Proposed use. Our homes sit on the edge of a conservation area comprising mostly residential accommodation. Mitcham's Corner already suffers from late night noise from local pubs and the existing temporary accommodation, Student Castle. Additional short stay accommodation is likely to exacerbate these issues, and a development providing permanent accommodation, which is in short supply, would be better for the area and city. 2, scale. The proposed building is overbearing and out of keeping with the surrounding buildings. According to plans submitted, the heights of the frontage on Croft Home Lane will increase from a maximum of 5.65 metres to a maximum of 23.65 metres, a 4-fold increase. It is recognised that there is a slight variation in the height of the proposed building, but this does nothing to mitigate the overall impact. 3, loss of light. Earlier comments highlighted that the daylight and sunlight report submitted with the planning application contains material errors. The proposed development will result in significant loss of light to properties on the other side of Croft Home Lane and is likely to also to those on the northern boundary of the site. 4, overlook. Many of the proposed apart hotel rooms will have a line of sight into the homes opposite. It was proposed to the developers that this could be addressed by the use of obscured glass, which they rejected. This was a planning condition when Hookham House was built, and windows in both the ground floor and first floor were obscured to avoid overlooking, with no material impact on the quality of living accommodation. 5, parking. In correspondence with the developers last August, they confirmed parking permits will not be available to visitors of the apart hotel. However, drop-offs will take place using the existing lay-by on Chesterton Road, and visitors will be expected to use public car parks and accord with on-street restrictions. There is also considerable pressure on parking in the area, and given the size of the proposed development, this plan can only exacerbate the situation. 6, public realm enhancements. Apart from landscaping the space inside the proposed development, there appears to be very little proposed that will enhance the streetscape for other residents and users of Mitcham's Corner or improve the potential for long-term integrated development of Mitcham's Corner, which should be a priority. Statement from Carlina Greenway ends.
Thank you very much, James. Okay, next up is Henry, or the agent. So if you want to come to that public speaker thing just there on the corner, that's it, that's the one. Thanks, Henry. So you've got 3 minutes to speak. If you press the button on the right-hand side, that's it, yeah. So half a minute before the end of the bell goes to let you know you come to the end of your time, right?
Okay, thank you. Good evening, councillors. My name's Henry Courtier, planning consultant representing Pan Albion LLP, the applicant and owners of the site. Planning permission was secured at the site in 2021 for an HMO scheme. However, following the rise in construction and financial costs, the applicant has found it unviable at the current time to deliver this permission. This current application should, however, be considered in the context of the extant permission. Pan Albion have now agreed terms with Residence Inn by Marriott to operate a 134-bed apart hotel from the site, should planning permission be forthcoming today. The facility will provide short and medium stay accommodation, providing individual suites alongside a gym, workspace and shared dining facilities. As evidenced within a City Council study entitled Cambridge Hotels Future, there is demand for 1,500 hotel bed spaces across Cambridge, which this new purpose-built facility will contribute towards. This facility, operated by a multinational market leader, will widen the accommodation offer of the city, encourage longer stays and enhance the competitiveness of the city as a visitor destination. The site lends itself to a hotel use, being an island gyratory site with good access to public transport and convenient distance of the city centre. As well as providing active ground floor associated with the apart hotel, the redevelopment will also include a retail unit on Chesterton Road frontage, providing job opportunities and consumer spend. The design of the building follows the height, massing, scale parameters of the extant permission, which was deemed to have no detrimental impact upon surrounding residential properties. The application was supported by a detailed daylight and sunlight assessment. This concludes the properties located on Croftholm Lane would comply with BRE guidance, thus maintaining adequate natural daylight and sunlight. Distance between buildings are considered typical of buildings on opposite sides of the road, with officers considering overlooking and privacy as part of their assessment and concluding the proposals will not negatively impact. As a team, we have worked collaboratively with planning, design and highways officers by addressing all comments received during the application determination to develop a scheme which will significantly enhance the visual appearance of the site and wider streetscape. This includes the provision of a comprehensive landscaping, tree planting and dedicated service lay-by. The scheme will create a vibrant development and deliver numerous economic, social and environmental benefits as highlighted within the officer's recommendation. It is respectfully requested that members support the officer's recommendation to approve this planning application. Thank you.
Yep, thank you very much, Henry. Thanks very much. Debate, councillors. Councillor Bennett.
Normally, I'd be very pleased to see something coming forward to fill this vacant site. It's been empty since 2014, and empty sites attract antisocial behaviour. However, I do have one concern, which is parking provision. We know that there's a lot of pressure on parking locally, and with short stay accommodation, it's likely that at least some of the occupants will be relocating and will probably want to bring cars with them. All our public car parks ban overnight parking, so that's going to put a lot of pressure on the local parking area. So I am concerned about that. I note the public speaker's comments about obscure glazing, and I'd like to know if the case officer can recommend any alternatives to protect residents and hotel guest privacy. And those are my only comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Thornborough.
One of my question is there enough cycle parking if this was full? I have another question, is that this is limited to 90-day stay, and I know that condition has been used on other apart hotels, and I wondered if it's had to be enforced at all, and is it a successful condition? I remember when we first brought it in, I was a bit concerned. Is it possible that these units might be able to open, be linked and open up to make bigger units? Because one of the things I hope that this might, if this was to be approved, it would help to reduce unlicensed short stay premises where family flats and houses are being used as full-time short stay units like Airbnb. So I think there is a demand for more than just a one-bedroom unit for short stay, and I wondered if that's possible to meet the demand that we've got here to open them up. I could say something about the overnight ban on parking. I didn't think we did. I thought we had free parking overnight now. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Okay, I'll say my piece. So, as I understand it, policy allows for more apart hotel space in the city. I don't think there's any limit on that at the moment, as far as I'm aware. If you could confirm, Dean. The previous application you showed is a material planning consideration for this item, very much so, especially as they're so similar. Just on that, it looked like the internal courtyard was smaller in this scheme than the previous scheme, and I think the previous scheme, I remember we criticised a fair bit because we thought it was too small in terms of growing things and it being serviceable. I think the elevation to the main road there, which road is it? The long elevation with all the sort of variation in it looks reasonable. We've seen that in the city already. There's one over by the mill pond, which is more of a three-dimensional construction of a facade with tile hanging, which looks very attractive. There's one a while ago now on John Lewis on that facade with some varying different sort of bits of structure there which look attractive because they're older. I think this one fails in both those respects, but is good enough. I just wonder what the materiality of it is. Is it render? Which would be the sort of worst possible case, I think, but if it was something else, it might be better. Just on that, I would say that I'm pretty sure there's a building in that vicinity which has some wisteria growing on it. I would suggest to the applicant, from no knowledge of planting things at all hardly, but that because it's such a blank facade, I know it does vary in its form, that actually growing things on it might be really real benefit. I appreciate what Colleen is saying in her statement about being noisy and the parking and everything for residents, but I do think on balance that this area is an area that's getting more restaurants and cafes and accommodation and the pub's already there. It's that sort of area. I mean, she talks about it would be better in the city centre, but this is pretty central in the city actually, and that's what's happening in that area, so you can't fight progress, I suppose, in a way, or change. I think those are all of my points. Thanks. Did you want to say something? Yeah, Councillor Todd Jones.
Thank you, Chair. I think my main concerns are already kind of reflected by the County Council Active Travel team, and that is basically we have a mixed-use site here which is essentially on a large traffic island, and so all those issues about safe access and so forth come into play. So I wouldn't mind a bit more reassurance on how that's going to be met. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a good point, Councillor. Okay, back to you then, Dean. I don't think we've got a highways officer here, have we? So you'll have to do it yourself.
Okay, so in terms of the lack of car parking, officers do acknowledge that it doesn't have any dedicated car parking, but obviously policy does support car-free developments within sustainable locations, which this is considered to be within. So in addition to that, there is also an over-provision of cycle parking for occupiers, which is requested by the County Transport Assessment Team, which is also secured by conditions. So yes, there is a lack of car parking or dedicated car parking for occupiers, but I'd probably argue that if people are coming for short stays, which this apart hotel will provide, people are more likely to arrive by taxi, which is why the dedicated taxi drop-off pickup point was or is being provided off Chesterton Road. So I think that would overcome that point or that potential issue. In terms of the condition restricting 90-day stay, I personally don't have any experience as to whether this condition's been tested or not. I don't know. I have to refer to Toby on that, on other schemes, whether he knows. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, it's a standard condition that we put on to restrict occupancies for short-term stays in these types of developments. I wasn't sure on Councillor Thornborough's point regarding the opening up of rooms. Could I just clarify that, please?
Councillor Thornborough?
So sometimes in hotels you have doors which interlink between individual rooms, and these seem to be individual apart hotels with one bedroom, and I wondered if it was possible for like future-proofing and to accommodate the whole demand for short-term accommodation, whether they could be opened up so the two-bedroom units, which might accommodate a family more easily.
Get that, Dean?
Oh, I see. Okay. Sorry.
I just said, did you hear that? Okay.
Yeah, that makes sense. I'm personally not sure whether they are capable of opening up or not. I don't know whether Henry knows the answer to that because he's been in discussions with the operator, the Marriott, but I don't know whether there's scope for that or not. I wouldn't know.
Yeah, just carry on then, Dean.
Okay. In terms of the internal courtyard being too small in size, I mean, we've been working with the agent and developer for quite some time on this, and landscape officers are content that there's sufficient space to allow planting and allow the occupiers to use. I think the concerns raised under the last scheme, because it was a permanent HMO use, which is residential use, more permanent residential use than this use. I think the level of external amenity was probably a bit more important than on this scheme. But in terms of size, I think officers are quite happy that it's adequate. The materials will be mainly brick. Different shades will be incorporated in the scheme, as I've shown you, just to replicate different brick tones used within the local area, which was considered to be acceptable by the design and conservation area officers. The climbing plants point, the landscape officer actually requested those, so it's something which came up during the course of the application and the agent's delivering, so that was an officer request on that point. In terms of noisy environment, I mean, yeah, there's loads of bars and pubs around this area now, so I don't think that's a relevant point in this situation. And the access safety, I mean, it is a difficult site. It's on a dry tree. Again, the dedicated taxi drop-off point, which is now being proposed off Chesterton Road, will obviously help vehicles, or taxis mainly, pull off Chesterton Road and stop, and allow people to be picked up and dropped off the carriageway. So highways are happy with it. So in terms of highway safety, it's acceptable. I think that was everything.
Thank you, Dean. Any more questions? Is it about that question you were just asked? Yeah, come forward and just answer it there then, if you're the public speaker. Thanks. So the question is, can the rooms be interconnected, I believe? Can you say yes or no?
Yes, they can be. You know, obviously, the operator will come in and fit out the rooms. If there is a need and demand to interlink some of those rooms, then they can be done. And obviously, internal changes to the building wouldn't require planning permission in any event. But so yes, rooms can certainly be interlinked to
All right, thanks for that. Thank you very much. Thank you. Right, any more debate, councillors? No. Okay, good. In that case, let's go to recommendation then, please.
Thanks, Chair. So that's set out on page 377. It is to approve, subject to the conditions set out with minor amendments to them, delegated to officers, and a section 106 agreement, the precise contributions and its wording to be delegated.
So the officer recommendation is one of approval. All those in favour of that recommendation?
That's 4 in support.
So the item is approved. Thank you to the speakers. So thank you. That's the last planning item for today. And now we have one more item, which is the general and enforcement items, item 10 Sturton Street, and presenting officer Joanna Davies. So, Joanna, you've been patiently waiting, I guess, so thank you very much for that. Hello there, good afternoon, or almost evening.
Thank you.
And we've got speakers on this item, so we've got Ben, objector, Valerie, objector, Councillor Robertson, and Councillor Davey to speak. So if you want to, oh, hang on, and Councillor Tong as well. I think. Yeah, that's okay. He's added on later. So 3 councillors at the end. So hopefully it won't take too long. Right, okay. So Joanna, if you want to introduce the item then, please.
Thank you, Chair. Before I introduce the item, additional representation was received on Friday, the 19th of July, from Friends of St Matthew's Peace in response to publication of the officer report. I'll address these comments within the introduction if that's acceptable.
Yep.
Excuse me, let me just find my... PowerPoint. The application being considered today follows the refusal of a previous application to fell the 3 subject trees opposite 193 Sturton Street to remove risk of further damage to the property. The current application concerns the same 3 trees primarily, but the root barrier would also be installed within the potential rooting volume of additional tree to the south. Following the refusal of previous applications to manage the trees above ground, the current application seeks to manage the trees below ground by removing the and preventing the regrowth of roots in close proximity to 193 Sturton Street. As part of the previous application, an independent chartered structural engineer confirmed that technical data supports a causal link between the trees and damage to the building, and that the risk of heave associated with tree removal is minimal. This led to the previous decision not refuting the alleged damage and the application being refused because the damage associated with the retention of the trees was not considered to outweigh the tree's significant amenity value. The previous application was not refused because of lack of evidence to support the claim, unlike a previous 2022 application, which sought the crown reduction of the same trees, but that application did lack the supporting evidence. Installing a root barrier is an acceptable alternative to tree loss or crown management, and is a solution that the council has effected previously to mitigate tree-related subsidence caused by its own trees. An example is Alexandra Gardens. There are cost implications associated with refusing an application, and the planning practice guidance relating to tree protection is clear that in taking a decision, authorities should bear in mind that they may be liable to pay compensation for loss or damage as a result of refusing consent or granting consent subject to conditions. The alternative to installing a root barrier would be underpinning the property, which currently carries an estimated cost of 120,000 as opposed to the 80,000 cost of the barrier, for which a notice of intention to pursue a claim has already been received by the council. Numerous objections to the application have been received from residents, and these have been consolidated and considered at appendices 1 and 2 of the officer report. With regards to the representation that was received on Friday, the comments are in normal, and the officer response is in italics. But the officer report refers to a barrier that is 7 metres from the trees. This is incorrect. Therefore, the officer's recommendation for approval of the barrier is different from that proposed. Page 7 of the Optra AMS, which is the arboricultural method statement submitted with the application, includes a specification table, and that states that the distance between the tree and the barrier, between trees and the barrier, is 7 metres. The precise location of the barrier is not, however, yet known, because it will depend on additional surveys, and this is also explained in the Optra arboricultural method statement. The additional surveys need to locate services, etc. And it is this reason that the officer recommendation included a condition limiting the barrier's proximity to the trees. There are concerns regarding the proposed root barrier having an inevitably lethal impact on 4 protected London plane trees, even if this impact would not be immediately apparent. London plane trees are tolerant of construction pressures, and this is evidenced by the tree survival of the construction of the Howard Mallet Centre, which was considerably closer than the barrier being proposed at the moment. A lethal impact on 4 protected London plane trees is not therefore considered to be inevitable or likely, but it is accepted that there is an acceptable risk to tree health. The root barrier that was installed in Carlisle Road, for example, was installed approximately 5 metres from the trees, causing damage. The trees causing damage, and currently the trees show no ill effects, and that's just a table which from the previous report for Carlisle Road. The argument by the case officer that because there is no Crown management, the application would have no impact on amenity ignores the consequent premature death of the plane trees. The officer report at section 8.5 deals with the potential damage to rooting volumes and the long-term impact of the proposal on amenity. Excuse me, my presentation has done something peculiar. The aim of the application is to address alleged tree-related subsidence damage to trees on St Matthew's Piece. However, the applicant concerned the applicants are concerned that the acacia trees were implicated in the 2019 damage. The acacia was identified as a causal factor, and it was therefore removed. Continued level monitoring shows additional seasonal movement following its removal. The additional downward movement cannot be attributed to the removal of the acacia and therefore recovery or heave. The proposed would devastate 4 prized mature trees. BS 5837 highlights that mature trees suffer most when their RPAs are damaged, particularly if their RPAs had been previously harmed, as here by the basement level of the Howard Mallet Centre. And it is the officer acknowledges that the proposed work is not without risk. As explained before, a devastating impact is not expected. But an acceptable risk to tree health is acknowledged. Any objective consideration of the application can't ignore that a fourth tree is impacted. The applicant's own level monitoring data, and this refers back to the information regarding the acacia. It does not consider the removal of the acacia and the effects of heave consistently, misrepresents the age of the property. This is correct. It did misrepresent the age of the property originally, but that was corrected, and the heave assessment took the correct age into consideration. The crucial provision of the British Standard 5837. The report therefore fails to assess the consequences on the protected trees. Officers remain satisfied that the evidence submitted with previous applications support the claim that the plane trees are a causal factor in the damage and have considered the impact of the barrier on all trees potentially impacted. No new credible justification is given in the application. Instead, the applicant relies on out-of-date and contradictory supporting documents. Evidence argues for 193 Sturton Street having been damaged by the previously removed acacia. It's true, no new evidence has been presented, but that the trees are a contributing factor to the damage was accepted in the previous application. Evidence supports the acacia being a contributing factor to the subsidence, but does not support a claim of heave following its removal. The issue is not the trees, it is a new build property designed, constructed and then insured without due diligence despite proximity to protected plane trees, and this contravenes BS 537. BS 537 is the British standard for the design, construction and protection of trees in relation to construction. It is a set of recommendations aimed to guide the user. It shouldn't be quoted as if it were a specification, and particular care should be taken in relation to claims of compliance and not compliance. The suitable depth of foundations is a building regulations concern and not addressed in this kind of detail in the British standard. The foundations 4193 conform to building regulations. The proposed root barrier would unquestionably severely damage the root protection areas of 4 trees, rendering them non-viable. This is contrary to BS 5837 and other local and national policy. The installation of the barrier will damage roots within the nominal RPA. However, while the root protection area is presented by an area with a 1 metre depth, it is actually a volume of soil. While tree roots will normally root in the top metre of soil, any restrictions in that space will cause deeper rooting or roots to be diverted laterally. It is anticipated that the tree roots will be diverted along and around the existing St Matthew's Centre and be rooting more deeply, and that these roots that are unaffected by the trench will compensate for the losses to the east. And finally, planning committee members refused the previous application thanks to the amenity value of the trees, and no new supporting data or arguments have been provided with the current application. A different decision is therefore not legally warranted, and there has been no material change in circumstances. The current application seeks permission for a root barrier, and this is considered to be a material difference from the previous application to fell the trees. That the trees are a contributing factor to damage in 193 Sturton Street was accepted in the previous application. The application was refused because the damage associated with the retention of the trees was not considered to outweigh their amenity value. And the last couple of paragraphs were taken from the representation, which respectfully requests committee to refuse the application. The recommendation, Chair, is for the application to be approved. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Joanna. Very clear. Right, speakers. Ben, you're first. I think you're online. Are you, Ben? Or not? Yes.
I am. Thank you, Martin.
Hello. Yeah, good evening. So
Good evening.
it's 6 minutes in total. So, and we've got Valerie Neal here. So you've got 3 minutes, approx, if that's okay, Ben. Are you ready?
Thank you. Yes, Ben Gregg speaking for the Friends of St Matthew's Peace. These plane trees are in an unbroken tree line over the only park in the most densely housed ward in Cambridge. They were planted a century before 193 Sturton Street was built, bought, rented or insured. The council has caveat valued T1, T2 and T3 at £200,000. A fourth tree swells that to over £250,000. This application specifies a trench that is 4.5 metres deep, 0.45 metres wide, and a minimum of 7 metres from the foundations of 193 Sturton Street. Tree T1 stands 12.6 metres from the property. Only 5.1 metres lie between T1 and this proposed trench. The radius of T1's root protection area is 14.5 metres. This proposed trench would amputate about 60% of the westward half of T1's root protection area. For tree T2, the equivalent loss would be about 50%. This trench significantly damages roots of 2 further protected plane trees. St Matthew's Peace plane trees warrant extra care and consideration because, one, their eastward route protection areas, RPAs, have all been harmed by the basement of the 1960s building on St Matthew's Peace. Two, British Standard 5837 warns that the roots of previously harmed mature trees must be even more carefully conserved. Three, these regulations were cited in a 2007 planning report by the City Council arboriculturalist, who wrote about the plane trees of St Matthew's Peace that there can be no excavation within the RPA. This proposal risks lethal impacts on these protected plane trees, even if not immediately. The water-stressed trees would lose stability and be more likely to blow over and drop branches, impairing public safety in the adjacent children's playground. Felling orders would then be issued, despite permission for felling having been refused by this committee in November 2023. This trench precipitates the premature death of protected plane trees, doing permanent, severe harm to public amenity and to the Mill Road Conservation Area. This trench and root barrier, as proposed, must be refused. Thank you.
Right, thanks, Ben. So, Valerie, do you want to, you're Valerie, are you? Oh, you're not. Oh, sorry, apologise. Valerie, is she online or?
I have a statement, not sure.
Oh, statement, right, okay. So, just over 3 minutes then, if you want to read out then, please, James.
Statement by Dr. Neil. Let's focus on responsibility. First, responsibility. Let's focus on responsibility. Despite corrections sought by Planning Crawford's, Insurance has submitted 3 applications that all consistently claim 193 Sturton Street was built circa 1900. British Standard 5837 was fully enforced when the property was actually approved by this committee in 1995. Those regulations were written partly to prevent precisely the situation we face here, a new build property threatening mature trees present before construction. The 1995 developer has escaped legal responsibility thanks to the lapse of time, but that does not shift their burden onto the council. Second, responsibility of the applicant. A December 2021 report, part of the first application, conceded that the owner's acacia tree 5 metres away in the garden of 193 Sturton Street was fully implicated as the principal cause of, or materially contributing to, the reported 2019 damage. Blame accorded by the applicant to the plane trees was in addition to, but not instead of, blame they attributed to the acacia. In June 2021, the applicant felled the acacia without first taking any measures to prevent heave. My submitted 2023 and 2024 photos show the consequent heave effects of the property. These can take decades to subside. The resulting nuisance is 100% attributable to the applicant. Third, responsibility of the council. You are responsible for safeguarding our financial and environmental assets. Richard Buxton's legal input on the second and third applications advised a rational analysis of both costs and responsibilities, so these can be fairly attributed. Furthermore, note the applicant's project variation procedure. This asserts a free hand in modifying the root barriers specifications wholly independently. In view of the huge risk of this work to our trees' viability, this must not be allowed. Any possible approval for any trench or barrier must be strictly conditioned to ensure the council exercises full responsibility and control over exactly what happens on the ground before it happens, not retrospectively. Statement ends.
Right, thanks, James. Right, so next up is Councillor Robertson.
Councillor Davey, go first, please.
Davey?
Thank you. Thank you for Chair for inviting me to speak. As you'll be aware, as a planning committee, the implications for the 3 trees has been going on now for a couple of years, and this is now the 3rd application that's come to this committee during that period of time, and it would be good, I think, and positive. We could come to some sort of positive resolution to take things forward rather than having an annual application leading to an annual debate. And I think I am aware that it's not the want of trying from our officers to engage with the insurance company to represent the landowners at Sturton Street. Having said that, we are left again with a problem that we have to tackle. And therefore, as such, I'd just like to raise one or two issues that I have in relation to the application. The first is that the proposal as it stands is to sever routes, and the implication of that has to be that that has an implication that could lead to the death of those trees. It's therefore welcoming that Joanna's tried to ameliorate that in her proposals, but nonetheless, the application as it stands starts from that premise. Whilst the applicant's priority is clearly 193 Sturton Street, I would urge the committee to consider the actual priority in relation to this decision is the trees, because it's the trees and the impact that the potential route barrier will have on the trees that will have a significant impact within Petersfield and more specifically around St Matthew's Piece as a whole. I would particularly want to draw people's attention to paragraph 8.9 in Joanna's report, which states towards the end, it is accepted that the loss of trees would harm the character and appearance of the conservation area, and that this harm must carry great weight in accordance with the NPPF and the principles of relevant policies in the Council's adopted development plan, including policies 14, 55, 59, 61, 67, 69 and 71, which would seek to protect amenities to which the trees contribute in terms of history, character and appearance. Clearly, the decision, therefore, to risk the trees' ongoing health has to be taken incredibly seriously, particularly in an area of such urban density as Petersfield. Can I also indicate, and I welcome Joanna's comments, it's not just about the 3 trees, there is a 4th tree that's affected by this particular application. And again, welcome Joanna's reference to that tree in her outline introduction. Whilst the planning team and whilst the applicant indicates there may be and should be a causal link between the plane trees and the property, again, I would raise the issue of the acacia trees, which appears to have been a clear indication 3 years ago, which led to their felling in 2021. And I'm unsure, I accept I'm no tree expert, but I remain unsure, therefore, as to the impact that the felling has had and how, therefore, the blame, for want of a better term, falls on the plane trees. The alternative to the tree barrier appears to be one of underpinning. And given the relative timing of the new build some 30 years ago, I have to say, it strikes me with some confusion as to why that wasn't considered at the time, bearing in mind that the plane trees had been already in existence for 100 years prior to that. If there was some fear as to the impact the plane trees might have on the routes, that must have been known at the time of the build, and surely there's something in here about let the buyer beware. There is concern, therefore, for me also about once the proposals around the Howard Mallet Centre and the trees and the impact on the tree roots there clearly means that there is a weighting whereby the tree roots must go as a result, and that must mean westwards into Sturton Street. Finally, the key issue, therefore, must be for me is about the trench itself. And I welcome again Joanna's reference about recommending that the barriers be as far as possible from towards the west of Sturton Street. But for me, the question is therefore, is 7 metres sufficient to give the maximum sufficient protection to the trees and their roots? Because clearly, if we start from the position that the trees are the priority rather than 193 Sturton Street, then it would seem to me that 7 metres would appear to be likely to lead to some problems in terms of if there's a barrier placed there and if there was therefore a barrier that went down. Bearing in mind, again, the facts supplied by the Friends that the anticipated range is 14.5 metres, I would therefore suggest that whilst I welcome Joanna's proposal, I think the minimum level or the minimum distance from the trees should exceed 7 metres and be as close as is humanly possible to the property at 193 Sturton Street, which ironically would also minimise the likely disruption that would happen if the trees' root barrier went down the middle of Sturton Street, therefore leading to chaos around that particular part of the city. I would therefore urge that when the committee comes to make their considerations that a further stringent condition is included within any proposals, any condition that's made by this planning committee if it decides to go ahead with Joanna's proposal. And those conditions relate both to the length of time, the length of distance from the trees, therefore maximising potential, but also once the trench has been built, there must be some potential for identifying whether or not the trees and the roots therein would be damaged. And therefore there must be some consideration given to what one might do once one has exposed the trench itself without primarily damaging the roots themselves. I therefore urge the planning committee to consider what we've said and to look at whether or not, the key question for me, is 7 metres sufficient in terms of protecting the trees. And secondly, to consider the impact on Petersfield and the St Maspis of any impact that the trees might have or the death of those trees might have on the surrounding environment. The trees must be the focus of this application rather than 193 Sturton Street, which appears to be a temporary building that was put up in a bit of a rush without thought to the true environmental consequences of the surrounding area. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor. So, Councillor Robertson, you're next.
Yes, I'll be very brief. It seems that we are told that the root protection area, the radius should be 14.5 metres if possible. I believe that distance from the tree to the building is about that distance. But and why can't this root barrier be put in the pavement, under the pavement, next to that building? That would seem to be an obvious answer. Those trees are incredibly important to the area, to the community, and must be protected. And the full protection of a 14.5 metre distance from the tree to the barrier would be ideal. So see what you can do with it, please.
Right, thanks, Councillor. And finally, Councillor Tong. You online, Councillor? You got
Chair, I have a short statement. Statement from Councillor Tong. The 3 trees that are the subject of 24/0413/TTPO are beloved by the community, serving as an important part of a natural space that is essential to the mental and physical well-being of local residents. I'm happy to see that this application does not propose the felling of the 3 trees opposite 193 Sturton Street, as was suggested last year. However, I'm still, like many residents, concerned. Although a root barrier ostensibly provides a solution to the problem of subsidence at 193 Sturton Street, there is evidence that suggests that its implementation could cause significant damage to the root protection area of the trees, eventually killing them. It is essential that this risk is considered, as is the death of these 3 trees would be a massive loss to the community. Statement ends.
Right, thanks very much. Here we go. So just before we start then, let's have a little bit of clarification. I might be referring to Keith as well on this. So firstly, we've heard in Joanne's report that the engineer says that the trees are responsible or partly responsible for the damage, so-called. Joanna has also told us that the roots being severed for a trench would probably be okay in terms of not killing the trees. She seemed content with that. There was some debate about the distance and so on as well from the speakers as well. I've got one question, which is, who is the applicant, Joanna? It isn't on your report. And you said anyway that the applicant, whoever that is, would be attempting to get the costs of any work from the council, because that had already gone to us. So just on that, Keith, legal officer, what's the planning consideration here in terms of the costs of the scheme? It's a little bit convoluted. It hasn't improved with age, has it really? So can you give us any advice on how we debate that?
The cost of the scheme is not really a material consideration. it's the decision that you need to come to as to whether the trees have, or whether the evidence is there that the trees are causal link for the subsidence. And as I say, the cost is not a material consideration. And if I could just go one stage further, Chair, I'm aware that the council risks a compensation clause, a compensation claim in the event that the decision that it refuses this application. But that in itself is, again, you're aware of it, but it's not material. I think, as Councillor Davey said, you're looking at what is the best course of action for the trees.
Right, that's useful then. So we've got an applicant, as yet unknown to me at least, who has applied to put a trench in, but at somebody else's cost, but that's not a planning matter. But that could harm the trees in terms of what Councillor Davies said, in terms of the trees being uppermost in our minds, which is probably how we all think on this. So the risk to the trees is still there, as opposed to the idea of chopping them down full stop, which obviously is another matter altogether. So just before we start, I'm just going to share my thought, which is that the way I see it, I see that we've got two options, but you might think otherwise. The two options are we can grant consent, dig the trench, and possibly kill the trees. Probably not, Joanna says, and probably pay for it. With regard to that, it seems to me that the payer, whoever pays for that work, which might be the council, will then be liable for anything going forward. So if anything happens in the future, especially with regard to 193, we would be liable, I think, although Keith may correct me. The other option, as I see it, is we say no to granting consent. Whoever this applicant is, or the owner of the house, or whoever, can then take the council to court and say we're responsible because we didn't grant consent, and claim the cost of any work on the house. Now, on that, just as an aside, and I'm not an engineer and everything else, I've said before, seems to me the cracks on the house are very small, hairline cracks. There are 5 levels of cracking in buildings. They are the most minor levels of cracks, the sort of thing that's normally repaired with a steel rod and resin in the joints of the brickwork. That would be done. You could do it yourself, DIY, but anyway. And the other thing is the cracking on the inside happens where the movement joints are on the outside of the house, so that's all to be expected because they are movement joints. They're meant to move, so the plaster on the inside would naturally crack. But that's by the by because I'm not an expert. Anyway, those seem to me to be the two options. So you have your say, Councillor. So Councillor Thornborough?
Chair, can I just...
Sorry,
can I intervene? I have possibly misled you in what I have said about compensation. Can I refer you to section 813 of Joanna's report? I would suggest really that you just allow members a minute or two to read that, because that does alter what I've said to you. It is PPG, yeah.
Planning Policy Guidance, PPG. Read that paragraph, please, members.
I think in some ways it complicates the matter further, but
I think we've all read it now. Any final comment, Keith, before I go to members?
no, thanks. Sorry about the initial...
Okay, so Councillor Thornborough.
I've got a few points to make. One is that the description of the application is confusing, I find, because the proposal is to excavate a trench to sever roots of protected trees and install a root barrier to prevent further growth in the vicinity of 193 Sturton Street. So just that in itself, why on earth, why would we want to do that without actually reference to damage? And so that's the application is to prevent further growth in the vicinity of 193 Sturton Street. So there has to, that implies there's a link between the growth of the trees and the movement in the ground. And sorry, this is a bit convoluted, but there's also it's been agreed that there's been a causal link between the movement and damage. But the damage that in the house is only referenced in the very first report in any detail that you mentioned. It's a kind of level 1 damage, and it was described as slight in that first report back in 2019, and there's been no further reference to that damage. There's no further investigation about that damage. But in the report about the regarding the barrier on page 4, where it identifies the trees 1, 2, 3, and T4, there are 2 areas highlighted from where the damage is, and those locations are, as you say, on the position of expansion joints. So this building is semi-detached, and between the 2 properties there is an expansion joint, and there's a second expansion joint where there is a sort of step-down extension to the building, and is where the damage is indicated. But obviously, when all buildings move, and so if you build an extension to a house, the building will move because of the weight, the additional weight that's placed, and buildings move differently depending on the weight. So this expansion joint between the extension and the main building is a good thing to put in, but as you said, there is relative movement on either side of the expansion joint, and that will cause cracking on the inside if you plaster over the expansion joint. So the cracking may actually be just as a result of the relative movement between the different heights and the bulk of the building, and it may be moving in the correct way. So one of the things at the last committee, when this was addressed, we did talk about whether we should have a site visit, and that hasn't happened. And I still feel that there should have been a site visit to look at this supposed damage. And I actually think that this all goes back to the damage, and I think we need to look at the damage. I don't know why there's been no further reference to the actual damage from the very first application. And I think because we're trying to repair the damage or stop further damage, we need to consider the damage. And that, I would suggest, means a site visit, including maybe inside the building. That was sort of my convoluted. So I think it is right, there's a causal link between movement and damage, but the damage, I think, is controlled by the movement joints. I also think that the points raised about the 7 meters from the trees, and whether if there is a barrier, it should be in the pavement. Or as close to the building as possible. I think that really should be considered, and rather why couldn't if it was to be approved, could we not condition that it should be, as the case officer said, as close to the building as possible? Why could we say and no greater than 30 millimetres from the foundations? Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. And did you want to say anything about the lack of information about any devices on the cracks to show ongoing cracking?
So I just say, Yes, so my experience as an architect, I've been an architect for 38 years and I was registered as a conservation architect for 8 years, and I've worked on 135 listed buildings applications on residential buildings. And I think without a doubt that all those buildings had cracks. So the way that a lot of buildings crack, and the real concern is where the crack is getting worse. Quite often when buildings are first built and they settle, there is cracks, or as I was saying, where there are movement joints, there will be, if the movement joints work correctly, then there could be a crack if you plaster over. And generally, the finding out if the crack is getting bigger is really important. And most structural engineers would ask for a year, 12 months worth of monitoring, where you put you either put 2 dots either side of a crack and you accurately measure it, or you put a strip across marking where the size of the joint and whether there is movement. And we don't know if the cracks are moving. We don't know if they're getting worse or whether they cracked within a few years of the building being built and just staying as they are.
So just on that, I know, Councillor Todd-Jones, you want to speak. I know you're making notes, Joanna. I wonder if it would be reasonable, if we come to it, to defer this application for 12 months or longer so that such a device can be placed on the cracks inside the property, and then we can assess any movement or lack of movement. So, Councillor Todd-Jones.
Thank you, Chair. Just to say that the comments tonight are very, very familiar, and I remember well, I've been heavily involved in the issues around the trees in Alexander Gardens. So a magnificent row of London plane trees on the Carlisle Road side of Alexander Gardens. And we were all equally sceptical at the time of whether there was any actual effect on the properties opposite of roots from those London plane trees. There was expert advice sought on both sides. I don't think there was any definitive conclusion, but the big risk was that the council might become liable for compensation claims, both for underpinning and for other insurance purposes. So ultimately, there was a decision made about what route we take, whether to significantly reduce the trees, the canopy, or indeed to look at another option, which was a tree root barrier, which ultimately is what happened. And it saved that line of London plane trees, or at least 3 or 4 of them. So it's a very similar issue we're confronting here. Now, as I recall from that discussion we had about the London plane trees in Alexander Gardens, the issues about the robustness and tolerance of London plane trees to this kind of work was also raised. And also, as I recall, the way they were able to respond to the natural soakaway, which was Alexander Gardens itself, and presumably in this case is St Matthew's Piece, that those trees are very capable of adjusting in that sense. So it seems to me the best option going forward is the root barrier. I totally take on board the points made about the distance that should be from the root protection area, and the further away that it is as possible would be obviously a much better solution, whether it can be the further side of Sturton Street or under the pavement. But I do think perhaps a review of the damage, such as it is claimed, to the 193 Sturton Street would be helpful. But I'm not convinced, because I think ultimately the council will be in the same risk-averse situation about the dangers of compensation claims to the council. So my instinct here is actually to go ahead with the root barrier furthest away as possible from the root protection area. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bennett.
Hi, I have a lot of questions, I'm sorry. The first thing is, has there been any attempt to assess the area actually covered by the roots and the state of the roots by using a thermal imager? I believe that the probability of being able to make a thermal image inspection of the area would be increased in hot weather. I do not know whether it's possible to obtain sufficient images of this quality, but I can certainly take advice from my contact, should that be of interest. And I believe we do actually have some thermal images in the council's possession at this moment. So that would be question 1. Question 2 is who decides where route barrier goes? You know, if we don't even know who the applicant is, how do we know where it's going to go? The third is it possible to do a test trench and assess the route position before completing the final test work? And fourthly, I do agree that we have a duty of care to trees and to residents to protect those assets, but we also have a fiduciary financial duty. And in order to balance that, I'd like to ask Joanna a question that she may or may not be able to answer. When she says that damage to the plane trees is possible but not likely, is she able to give any further guidance? Does she mean it's less than 50% or is it 5%? Because I think if there is, she's able to make a statement on that, that might affect my view. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Good questions. So, Joanna, there's a fair bit there. I see you've been writing notes down, so if you could come back to us with your advice and answers, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. With regard to Councillor Thornborough's comments on the damage and the application being confusing without reference to damage, the application talks about excavating a trench, and that is a necessity because you can't install a root barrier without excavating the trench. And then installing the root barrier to prevent, to remove tree roots, and that is effectively removing tree roots because it's killing the tree roots that are on the east side of the root barrier. And what the root barrier does is prevent the regrowth of those roots. It isn't about the size of the trees or the roots growing any more into the property. It is about the trees photosynthesizing and respiration being an essential part of that. And it is the respiration and the loss of moisture to the air that is effectively the biomechanical pump that extracts moisture from the soil. And because tree roots are underneath the property and we have evidence of seasonal movement, which can only be attributed to large vegetation at the depths shown, the evidence for movement to the property is significant, and that was agreed by an external chartered structural engineer. The cracking that was originally cited in 2019 as slight is the only reference to cracking, but the movement in the property is evidenced to have increased by the monitoring that has been carried on since between 2020 and 2022, and that's the level monitoring which shows the building foundations going up and going down and going up and going down in association with soil moisture extraction by the trees. And I would say that the reason, just to highlight that the reason that the last application was refused was because the damage accepted, associated with the trees, didn't outweigh the public amenity value of the trees. So the previous application wasn't refused on the grounds of lack of evidence. It was refused on the grounds that the trees' amenity value outweighed the damage that was associated with the property. And what this proposal is seeking to do is preserve the amenity value. The 7 metres from the tree, that the reason that it is 7 metres from the tree is because that's what is put in the application, and we are considering the application on the table. The 7 metres isn't the precise location, and the precise location cannot be specified without further assessment of services. It is very unlikely that the pavement would be suitable for a barrier because of the amount of services that would be associated with the pavement. And this is one of the reasons why we have such great difficulty in finding new locations for planting trees in pavements where there haven't been trees before, because the amount of services in a pavement and crossing the barrier would make it very difficult to have a barrier that actually worked. So the proposed location will be for a barrier that is outside services that would potentially cross a barrier that was on the other side, that was in the pavement. But nevertheless, we have said the recommendation is for a barrier to be as close to the east as possible. We wouldn't be able to specify the location of the barrier effectively because, again, there will be services in the road, and the additional site investigations need to be carried out, and that would dictate the precise location. If the precise location brought the barrier closer than 7 metres, they wouldn't have permission to do it, and they would then have to provide additional information and consider an alternative, because we would be conditioning that it doesn't go any closer than 7 metres to the tree. But there is a limit to how we can specify that condition, given the additional assessments that need to be carried out. The crack monitoring is absolutely something that is carried out, but level monitoring is considered to be a more accurate representation of what is happening to a building, because it shows the downward and upward movement in a building and shows the seasonal movement. So the level monitoring it not only shows that there is considerable movement in the building, but it shows that movement must relate to trees, because trees are the only organism for extracting that kind of moisture from the soil at the depths that are being below the depth of the foundations. There hasn't been an attempt to assess the roots by thermal imaging. That is something that we wouldn't do because of the costs associated. We're looking at the application. We have been provided with sufficient information in terms of the PPG and the requirements of the Town and Country Planning Act to be able to assess the application. I don't know what level of information we would get from thermal imaging, given the different ground finishes, where you've got road and pavement, and then you've got more soft ground, and you've got lighter pavement, which isn't highways associated pavement, and then you've got cycle racks going round into the park, but also the area closest to the building, closest to the existing St Matthew's Centre, will be an area that is very conducive to root growth, because there will be condensation associated with the building, and that encourages root growth. And I don't know how effective a thermal imaging would be to give you an accurate representation of what roots are doing, given those potential constraints. The people who decide where the barrier goes is Optra, and Chair, sorry, I didn't address before that the application is being made by Optra, and these are the people that are proposing to install the root barrier, and they are the same company that installed the root barrier in Carlisle Road. So where the root barrier goes will be down to Optra, but with consideration of any conditions that we impose. A test trench could be carried out, but I don't think that that's something that we couldn't enforce that to be carried out before we make a decision. It would be something that we would have to decide that we wanted to do, and that would then be at the cost of the council to determine whether or not roots would be that there is substantial rooting where the barrier is proposed to go. The other thing to consider is that tree roots taper very quickly. Unlike the canopy, which has gravity to deal with, tree roots don't. So they're beyond a couple of meters. The primary function of tree roots is nutrient extract and water extract. It's not stability. And if you ever see a tree that falls over, you can see that the actual root plate that comes up with the tree is tiny in comparison to the crown of the tree. Because that's where it gets its stability from, is within a few meters. So what we're talking about is damage to fibrous roots, and like the canopy of the tree, the leaves will fall off on an annual basis, and then they will regrow again. And small fibrous roots do the same thing. So the phenology of the tree above ground is reflected below ground, and small fibrous roots that feed trees will die off, and they will regrow in spring, just as the leaves do. And if the space that they were growing in before is no longer available, then they will root somewhere else. So they will be diverted along the barrier and diverted in other directions that are available to the tree. With regards to the damage, we tend to refer to damage being significant or not, because just cutting off one small root of a tree would be considered damage. So it's a question of whether or not the damage is material. So damage to the tree's root system is accepted, that absolutely tree roots will be damaged. They will be killed as a result of the barrier. But the issue is whether or not that damage would be material to these trees. London Plane are tolerant of development pressure. They are tolerant of pruning, and they are tolerant of excavations. The other condition that is recommended is that works are carried out in accordance with the National Joint Utilities Group 4, which goes into detail about how to excavate adjacent trees and ensuring the use of sharp cutting tools when actually pruning roots, because ripping tree roots with an excavator, for example, is much more likely to lead to decay to the root, and is less likely to encourage prolific regrowth. In the same way as you prune a canopy, if you prune a branch, you take that branch back, what you'll get is 3, 4, 5 different branches, new branches growing at that point of the root, and the same principle happens in the ground as well. So you prune the root, and then you will get that will trigger adventitious root growth that will then encourage prolific root growth at the point of the original cutting. And I've written something else that I've then smudged. So I do apologise for that. So if I've missed anything else, Chair, please do let me know. Thank you.
Well, I can think of one thing. So, I mean, in terms of the preserving the amenity value of the trees that you spoke about, on the other side of that coin is killing the trees. And I think Councillor Bennett asked about a sort of percentage risk, attribution to that calculation. So you said, I think you said, it was my word probably, but you used a different form of words, but you spoke about the damage to the roots, probably not killing them, but if you could talk a bit more about that for Councillor Bennett and others, please.
Yes, sorry, Chair, I thought I had. That was my intention when I was discussing whether or not damage is material. So the probability in a situation like this is very difficult to calculate. So I wouldn't say 50% chance, 30% chance, 40% chance. What I would say is that the death of the trees is unlikely, that damage to the trees will definitely occur because you cannot prune a root without causing damage, but that damage is unlikely to have a material long-term impact on the trees. There are numerous situations where in Cambridge where trees have been damaged, and they've been damaged beyond what would be typically normal, and the trees have survived, and the trees do survive. So the suggestion that death is inevitable is not concurred with. That damage will occur, yes, but that damage is unlikely to have a material long-term impact on the trees, given available rooting volume, given the nature of the root protection area, which has been explained in my report, that the root protection area is a nominal area that is actually a volume, and it is an assumed depth of 1 metre. So an area of any specific area is assumed to have 1 metre depth. But where you have a situation like this, where you have buildings in the way, you have pavements and roads, you are going to have trees rooting to a deeper depth. And that means that your root protection volume can potentially be significantly reduced in ground area. And that is something that I tried to explain in the report, to say that the root protection area, so the volume of soil that is required to sustain a healthy tree, is shown nominally as an RPA, but that volume of soil can be found outside the root protection area. The root protection area is not the extent of the root system by any stretch. These trees would be expected to be rooting to a distance in excess of their height.
Okay, so good. That's clear. I understand, Joanna. Thank you. Members, do I come back on anything? Councillor Thornborough.
So I've got some questions for Joanna. So in 2007, when there's an application was refused on St Matthew's Piece, where the previous tree officer said no excavations to the root protection area, was that statement wrong then? I'd like to ask the case officer, have you got evidence that the damage is getting worse? the slight damage reported in 2019, what damage have you seen provided by the applicant that this is getting worse? And also regarding paragraph 8.13 about potential loss of, loss and putting finance against it. What if the trees are lost? The caveat value, if there were 4 trees, is £250,000, possibly 200 to £250,000. Would the council be liable for that caveat loss? Those are my
Right, thanks, Councillor. Any more before I go back to Joanna? Okay, let's do that, and I've got one final question as well, Joanna. Over to you.
It's difficult to comment on a 2007 application specifically, but what the reasoning for any works within the RPA of trees is different. With the 2007 application, there was also 2 more applications for development of the St Matthew's Centre, which I looked at, and I had significant concerns and made objections to. It isn't a question of right or wrong, because it is a question of planning balance in relation to the planning application, and whether or not damage to any potential damage within the RPA was considered acceptable given the planning balance and the benefit of the applications that were put forward. And we frequently allow applications, permit applications where there is breach of the RPA, or the application requires the loss of trees of significant value, but that the planning balance is that the application has greater benefit than the potential impact to trees or the loss of trees. In this instance, we're not actually looking at a planning application, we're looking at a tree work application, which, although comes under the Town and Country Planning Act, is in a separate section and is slightly removed from your typical planning application. And we're looking at justification for tree work because the trees are causing damage to an adjacent property, allegedly. So the reasoning for saying no excavation within the RPA in a 2007 application would not be considered the same reasoning for saying no, you can't do it when you're considering a pragmatic approach to a subsidence issue. There was reference in the second application, which was the application to fell the trees, of the additional movement of the building following the original application that led to additional damage to the property. There was no information provided in terms of cracking. We did ask for that information. We asked for additional information, and we were told that the damage has worsened, and they said that this is evidenced by the increased cost of repairs to the property. That's not underpinning or a root barrier, but that the cost of repairs associated was now higher because of the increased damage to the property. So the level monitoring supports the claim that there was increased damage to the property, because the level monitoring shows that there was increased movement within the foundations of the property, and that's movement all along the frontage of the property, not at a single point. I don't, with regards to liability in CAVAT, I'm not sure who would claim. The trees are a public amenity value, and I'm sorry, my apologies. I'm just sort of thinking that through, because I think it would have to be a third party would make a claim against the council for allowing the loss of a significant amenity, and I don't know who would make that claim other than a third party, other than a member of the public.
All right, that's all right, Joanna. I mean, if we don't know, we don't know. I mean, that's a difficult one, isn't it, really? Unknown territory there, I think. But that's all very useful, thank you. My only other, I mean, I think we need to draw to a conclusion now and go to the vote. But, and I can see Councillor Bennett's got her hand up. I just wanted to ask, Joanna, I started out by saying that I saw it going, for me, two ways. So the option to refuse to grant permission today, which might involve the owner or someone to do with 193 claiming damage against the council. Is that an option for us to consider, seeing as we have to weigh that against the other option? And I know that we've been told by Keith that money isn't the main thing here or shouldn't be considered, but there seems to be another option, and it also ties in with what's been said by one speaker at least, that we should protect the trees. As you've described a risk, albeit small, that option would pretty much have no risk to the trees, I presume. So if they want to underpin their house, they can do it, and they can see us in court. Is that an option?
Yes, the applicant, as I said, is Optra, and they are acting on behalf of the insurer. The notice of intention to pursue compensation is, the client is the insurance company, and it is the insurance company that would be paying for the root barrier. So that claim is for the installation of this root barrier, because the refusal of the trees to be removed was the result of the previous application. So if this application is refused, then the likely scenario is that the property would be underpinned, and then we would, evidence would suggest that we would then have a notice of intention to pursue compensation for the underpinning because the root barrier was refused. Obviously, the applicant has the opportunity to appeal against our decision.
Okay, Councillor Bennett, we need to wrap up soon, I think, everyone.
I'll try and do this as quickly as I can. Joanna, can I just confirm my understanding that the risk to the trees is dependent on how much of the tree root system is damaged?
Yes. Yes, yes, that is the case. If you were to remove all of the tree's roots, then yes, the trees would die. If you were to remove a few of the tree roots, then that would not have a material impact on overall tree health, while it would cause clear damage. And then, so what we're saying here is that there is a risk to tree health, but that the overall risk is not considered to be that of death and is not considered to be material in the long term.
All right, thanks, Joanna. So Councillor Todd Jones has put to us that he's content with approving the recommendation and granting consent for a tree barrier. I'm inclined to agree with that approach, except I find it quite frustrating that the council may end up paying for that when it's not even our trees. And so that's why I've been tempted by the option to refuse consent and then put it upon the owner of the property to then prove that we are the problem here, because that's not clear to me at all. Does anyone else want to say anything before we go to the vote? Councillor Thornborough.
I think considering the cost of repairs is absolutely not sufficient to show that damage has got worse, because the original, the first reference to damage was 2019. We all know that the cost of building works has gone up astronomically since the Brexit and the pandemic. Prices doubled in the year following pandemic, and they for construction and for materials as well, and they have not gone down. So I do not believe there is a link that you can provide weight to regarding the cost of damage to actual damage. I do not believe that evidence has been provided that any movement in the soil is actually causing the cracks to get worse. And I think that if we were to go ahead with the risk of putting in a root barrier that may damage the trees, we need firm evidence that the damage is getting worse as a result of the movement. I do not believe that has been proven. And I think that if we were to go ahead with this, that we should be putting in, using the officer's condition to say as close to the west of, she says as close to the west side of Sturton Street, but why don't we limit it to within 300 millimetres of the building?
Councillor Bennett, you want to say something as well?
I want to say that the officer has explained that the larger the tree is, the larger the root system is. And therefore, that seems to me to be arguing that the risk is lower for a larger tree. I also want to say that I believe that the council can still resist any claim for costs, irrespective of what decision we take today. And I also want to say that I believe a decision should be taken purely on the basis of whether we think there is a substantial risk for trees. And at the moment, my view of Joanna's advice is there is not a substantial risk. Thank you.
Just to be clear, Councillor, are you saying that there's not a substantial risk to the trees by putting in a root barrier? Is that what you're saying?
My view is that our tree officer seems to be saying that there is not a substantial risk. If I've misunderstood what she said, I apologise.
No, it's just I want to understand what you were saying for me, because I think it's good if we understand what we all think before we vote, because it's quite a weight on our shoulders, I think, this item, and we need to get it right, at least so we all understand what we're doing. Councillor Thornborough.
I'd like to suggest that we defer and actually look at the damage inside the building to see if it is actually any more than slight, or get with experts who can actually make that assessment.
Okay, we really do need to draw this to a conclusion. It's getting late in the day. Joanna, did you have anything to say on that or anything else that's been said so far? And also, I earlier on said about whether we could defer the item for a year or more to put in sort of indicators in the house to check the cracks, but specifically on Councillor Thornborough's question on deferral there.
The issue with deferral will be continued damage to the property. And it would be a deemed refusal. So the applicant could install the root barrier, or could appeal against a deemed refusal to install the root barrier, and continue with an increased claim to underpin the property. They could continue to simply underpin the property rather than appeal against our decision, and then we would potentially get a claim for compensation. I agree completely with Councillor Bennett. There is no guarantee that a claim would be successful. That all needs to be considered in relation to the previous applications that have been put in And I would say that's probably especially in relation to the crown reduction application, which was the original application, because after a refusal to that application, which was refused because of lack of evidence, they went straight to removing the trees. So they never stuck with the crown reduction with the additional evidence we requested, which we then received. So we've never actually, or committee have never actually considered a crown reduction of the trees in relation to the evidence that has been provided. So that would be probably the most significant defence the council might have in terms of a claim for any costs.
Yeah, Joanna. So thank you. So I just want to be clear on Councillor Thornborough's proposal to defer the item. So is that of any use, officers? Would looking at the house tell us anything? 'Cause we're not experts. So looking at cracks in the house, is that of any use to us, or should we not even consider that?
Chair, through you, Matt, it doesn't seem like an unreasonable suggestion to me. I mean, an approach could be made to the owners, and if they allowed an officer or members to visit, then you could gain some insight from that visit. You may not gain any insight, but if there's sufficient doubt amongst members, then it is an option to defer and approach the applicants for that, and well, not the applicants, the owners of the house for that visit to be conducted.
All right, thanks, Toby. That's useful to know. So, Councillor Todd-Jones.
Yes, sorry to prolong this, but I'll go with what members want. If they want to defer, I will go with that. But I would point out section 8.6 in report. Submitted evidence supporting the alleged damage reviewed by an independent structural engineer. Technical site inspection in accordance with current best practice. No further inspection methodologies would provide additional benefit to technical assessment and conclusions. I mean, that reads to me as if we're not really going to get much out of another visit to the site. But I'm happy to go with deferral if we think we can gain some benefit from a further visit to the site, perhaps from inside the property. I'm just mindful of what Joanna Davis has said about the ongoing costs that will accrue as a result of delay, that's all.
Okay, it's a good point, Councillor. I think the, no further inspection methodologies, I guess that's in terms of experts who might look at the building. We're non-experts. Our head of planning has suggested that it would be useful for us to see it should we so wish. I think there is uncertainty around the subject of how much cracking there is and how serious it is and what's happening with the cracking. So do you want to make that proposal for a deferment, Councillor?
Yes, I would like to make that.
Okay, I second that proposal for deferment. Shall we have a vote on that then? We may or may not do it, but anyway, those in favour of deferring the item so that we can look at the cracking on the property, both on the outside and the inside, ideally.
Could I ask for an amendment to that, and for us also to borrow one of the council's thermal cameras, thermal images, and survey the root area covered by grass?
I don't know if, I'm speaking off the top of my head here, we're non-experts. I don't know if, we haven't got someone to do that for us.
It takes no skills whatsoever.
Should we put that question to officers and we'll come back with an answer on that and see if it's possible, and then we'll go from there, all right, Councillor? But basically, we're going to defer this item to be able to see what the damage is for our own eyes, which seems like a common sense way of proceeding before we refer back to what is the most important thing, which is the expert advice and guidance from officers and consultees. We voted to defer it. Thank you very much. I apologise for going on so late this evening, everybody. Thank you very much for staying.
We
Thank you to the
voted on
speakers.
that deferral.
Yeah, we just voted. We all voted in favour of deferring for. Sorry, you didn't count, did you, James? But it was. Let's just do it again. All those in favour of deferment. Yep.
Yeah, that's all for, Chair.
Okay, unanimous. So thank you very much. Oh, right, and we need to note the item 11, the appeals information. So just a note, that's it. Right, like I say, thank you very much, and sorry, Councillor Todd Jones, it's been such a long day on your first day on Planning Committee. No, it's not. No, it's not. Turn us off, by the way, Chris, if you haven't already.